let's just do a quick audio test. You guys say something?
Say something.
Do we sound okay?
Boom.
We're back.
And we've added so much cheese to our stuff. Are you guys ready? Are you
the,
ready?
Which one's the shot? Is it wide?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Hey.
an angel came and dropped off some food for us, so we don't get too wasted.
But we shouldn't eat the food yet.
No.
It's important that we get as drunk as we can. Last year was a disaster. I felt bad all year for the performance I put in last year.
I thought it was amazing.
Did we do White Claw last year? What did we do?
Yeah, and it was so
The White
nasty.
Claw wasn't.
Listen,
great.
I can't go super hard because the darkness will get out.
I would love to see just a glimmer of the darkness. I think you can probably keep it under some control. And if not, I think we can get in front of you, so talk you down. Let's do a quick inventory. Krista, why don't we start with you? We'll do the Japanese directions.
Huh? Oh.
Right to left.
I was like, what? I got some port wine, and this is the only kind I could get at our local liquor store, so it's like the cheapest kind available.
I see
Fairbanks from California.
Yeah.
You also have a novelty wine glass.
Yeah, my mom got this for me for Christmas, and I was like,
It's enormous.
it will fit an entire bottle of wine. Probably not this size because it's huge, but a standard bottle of wine will fit
Not
in
a
this glass.
750, right? You couldn't get this in there.
I might.
That's Sky Vodka.
Yeah, but that's 750 milliliters, right?
Yeah, so if you're having an easy day, you only fill this like a little bit, but if you're having a horrible day, you fill the whole glass.
So the news this time is going to be different. It's not current news. It's review of the year's news.
I don't know if we should call it news.
Yeah, it's not really
the news.
structured.
Yeah.
Like, this is just going to be random.
We're going to take a look back, and basically it's just a petri dish for inebriation. We need to talk about something, right?
Right.
Yes.
All right, Wendell, you've got an amazing selection.
A small assortment
of sent in stuff. Some of it is going to be absolutely repulsive. I can't wait for you to try it.
Yes. Well, first off, DJE4321's first donation says, no liquor here, but I do have a baggie of, I'm not going to say that because I'm worried about the algorithm.
Oh,
but you celebrate in your own
demonetized.
way. Johnny Winter is like, Happy New Year from Denmark. Happy New Year. Somebody in chat earlier said it was New Year's in India. So Happy New Year in India. Okay.
Say it in Hindi.
Wait a minute. It's New Year everywhere.
But New Year's Day already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying.
So this is Nocino barrel finished. This is
Now,
from.
what is that?
It's from Florida Man.
Yeah, but I mean, what is
I don't
Nocino?
have any clue.
Isn't it like a coffee drink?
You want to go ahead and start opening that while I inventory the rest of this?
It's really low alcohol.
This is Fukano Vault 1, and the way that they spelled Fukano makes me think it's Japanese, but I don't know.
That's my hero.
This is Blanton's, which I'm already familiar with, perhaps more than I should be, for reasons that are not involved with alcoholism. Deep Eddy Orange, real orange. I'm going to try this one first.
Oh, you should mix that with one of your orange sodas.
Dash Fire White Russian Cocktail, and I think there was one more, but I've lost it. Oh well, that's fine. And then also the Old Centennial Orange Cream. This is not alcoholic, but
You
honorable.
could pour your alcohol orange in there.
But you don't have any room for that in your stomach. Only room for alcohol.
The guy that loaned me the modular laptop sent that, which is nice. And also the tea. And also I have tea that may or may not have been spiked with some alcohol. Probably going to put some vodka in it. So, I thought Ryan's performance last year was awesome. Very entertaining, says Colostomy Bag.
Thanks, Colostomy Bag.
What a good
I've
username.
noticed that the people who compliment me in the comments always have the most reprehensible username.
Yeah. That gets us every time, doesn't it?
Mr. Jester Jam, 100 rubles. I don't know what that transfers into, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Rudkobing?
Denmark.
Rudkobing? I don't know how to do the O with the slash.
Yeah,
through
I
it.
don't know how it works in Danish.
Denmark, thank you.
Danish.
So what I'm going to do, this is a childhood classic of mine. I did not
Childhood.
alcoholize it, but this is like white trash cocktail. I don't know if anybody else has ever done this, but you take 4 parts regular Mountain Dew, classy, and then to that you're going to add 1 part orange juice, extra sweetened orange or apple juice, not orange juice.
Now, just so I can be like the person who's on all those recipe websites, do you use sugar-free or do you use diet? Will those work in these configurations, or do you have to use...
It's critical that you have corn syrup in this.
Right.
Ha freaking ha hoo drinking. Yes, that's right. Happy New Year from the UK, says Paul the Bearded One Downing. Where we carry folks for self-defense, I'll be joining with some champagne. Oh,
Champagne.
congratulations. You guys are 5 hours in the future, right?
We're living in the past here
Or
at the
no.
level 1 set.
They're five hours in the past. Taiwan's in the future.
That's fantastic.
It's gonna go hard. This is no sparkling water
I'm
stream.
going to steal some vodka.
Yeah. I don't think we're in any danger of running out of vodka.
Would kill for some port right now. Didn't think of it. Port is probably my favorite wine. Pairs well with chocolate.
Thanks for everything you do, Django says. Hope I can see this live. Have to catch the VOD. Oh, can't see this live. Well, hey, the VOD's not going anywhere. We're going to cover the news, I promise. We also have snacks and things.
Oh yeah, I brought donuts from. If you watch the Twitch stream, you know that.
Wow, that's good.
There's a gas station with donuts between our office and where I live, so I stopped and got some today.
What's your base drink?
Tea, unsweetened iced tea.
Unsweetened tea and vodka?
It actually is
Oh.
very good.
Wow.
It takes some of the bitter off the tea.
Does it? I feel like vodka would make it.
It's a different bitter.
How hilarious if you're just day drinking that from the
It's
Having
like,
a good day.
it's like, well, got another email. Got to unclog another e-toilet. All right. So, a happy New Year from the future in Taiwan. Oh, Planet 886. It is. It's 12 hours ahead in Taiwan. It's 1:33 a.m. right now. There.
Planet 886. I hope 2022 is not the way it is that I think
Yeah.
it's going to be for you.
Winthrop Liquors is here. You forgot the pastry stout. Yes, this is the Winthrop Liquors stuff. Okay, so the pastry stout is in the fridge, but I was a little scared by the bottled on 4/29/2021
And the word pastry.
Oh,
Feels like there might be something in there that could be further fermenting. Probably not, though.
Tunguska, 5 pounds or 5R. Thanks for the amazing work. No, you're welcome. Okay,
amazing work as we all sit here and drink.
so the Deep Eddy Orange. This is the first one that I want to try.
What's the proof on that?
I don't know.
It should say.
I think legally they got to tell you.
Yeah, because if you're a pregnant woman, you gotta know.
Because you're willing to take a little bit.
Yeah,
of
you just
chance.
say, yeah, you take a little.
Yeah, I've got the Surgeon General warning, and it says bottled for. I don't see an ABV. Somebody can probably look it up online.
Getting lots of donations. Congrats on making it through another year in KY. While I don't drink, I'm here because you're still the best source of news in the bluegrass. Thanks.
That's a
We usually
delightful
don't
smell.
drink often either, and you guys will quickly see that.
Way too poor to donate more than this? Well, you know what? That's enough, Maxie Christensen. You're good for the rest of the year. Working on a bottle of Jack. I never could get excited about
It's very popular around
Jack
here.
Daniels. What do you think?
That's very good. It's very strong.
So is that like a liqueur?
What's the venue for that?
A news stream live.
The venue is you just signed your divorce papers. You're in an efficiency apartment. There's a gun on the table.
Whoa.
Corey, Happy New Year. Any suggestions on a 1 or 2 terabyte SATA SSD storage for ZFS that won't break the bank? That's not good. There's already
We haven't
cognitive
eaten much
impairment.
today.
€2 from Rob. A little gift because you're for sure. Oh no.
Yeah, there's no way this is we're not getting through this. Not getting demonetized.
Oh,
That's
no.
a pipe dream.
Oh, no.
What cheeses and nibbles? So apparently these are Kroger, but it looks like they've also been hand
presented.
arranged in some nice wooden bowls.
An angel came by right before we started.
Looks like we got candied walnuts, basic cheeses, cold cuts, toasty crouton cracker things, regular crackers, and cheese cubes.
It's Deep Eddy orange, so it's got a very strong, like orange peel smell, and a very strong. Why is that even happening? A very strong orange peel taste.
Awesome. Why don't you chug it?
Happy 2022.
I didn't expect that to work.
I figured one would be like, no, I want to enjoy it.
How come we're not streaming on Float Plane? We haven't set that up yet. I don't know what we have to do.
So I actually did work on that. If you go look at the live tab, it has the thing like we're going to stream, and I set the card up for it. I thought I was doing something wrong, but it turns out something happened to the stream keys because when I went there was literally nothing that was working. So I'm not real sure. Let's just fix this.
Let's just put it on silent.
Silencing the phone. That's a once-a-year occurrence.
It is, well, I mean, this is literally a once-a-year occurrence.
It's still going to be on vibrate, though.
Yeah.
Any chance you'll pick up RimWorld again? Yeah, maybe. We did a lot of RimWorld this year.
It
We
was a lot
did.
of fun. I played RimWorld on my own even just because I missed it.
Yeah, I played it a little bit. I find I enjoy telling Ryan what to do more than trying to figure it all out on my own.
I don't know if we saved that VOD, but that one time that you drove and you got like really mean, that was hilarious.
I got upset because I couldn't make things symmetrical the way I wanted, and then like stuff kept happening as it does in RimWorld, and I kept dying.
Adam gave us €20 and says, thank you for all the hard work. Thank you from Ireland. And Spencer Ford gave us $5 and says, I appreciate you guys. And I found, he met Kane in real life. Yeah.
Ah.
Kane works really hard. He probably works too hard.
What's he up to these days?
He's working on some really interesting stuff and doing like the network thing. He is going to be everywhere just as soon as the pandemic is over because he's going to provide services for things like LAN parties and things. And he's already like, inside on that.
The last time he was in the Discord, he was like, oh yeah, I'm going to come back there. And then it was...
He did actually visit
Pandemic.
recently. I let him borrow a Tesla. So, David Thomas, how much darkness can Wendell share for a small donation? Here's to the upcoming auditor.
Mr. Ginger says we missed one.
Oh, did we?
What did I miss?
We might start to miss more the more we drink. We're trying to catch them, but
Drinking beer. Oh no, you said that, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Drinking beer, building 2 Pi KVMs with the wife's permission. Happy New Year, everyone. Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Christ.
Sorry.
Maybe you can, for the new year, maybe you can ask her for the coin purse she's keeping your balls in that is around her neck. Asking permission for Raspberry Pis. What are they, $30? By the way,
This does not smell like it aged well.
I can tell I'm getting loud. I have not eaten since 9 p.m.
oh,
And this is going to be a roller coaster.
I should have eaten something before.
Psychopod is like, I second Dark Wendell. No.
So much Minute Maid. Well,
I don't know if I've ever seen you get that. I mean, like I've seen you make dark jokes, but I don't know if I've ever seen you get real dark.
he's not talking about like my version of darkness. He's talking about the filters getting turned on. And I understand that. But I don't know. Do you feel like that you put a... Oh, you got to review that first before I ask you this question.
It's very strange. Like, I've had White Russians before, but this is... I think that...
I can smell it. It smells cinnamony.
Like, the dairy or milk component of this has turned. And there is a strong cinnamon taste, and there's a strong alcohol taste.
You probably shouldn't drink any more of that.
No, just
It could
pound
ruin
it.
the...
I really can't tell you if that's a deliberate taste or not.
usually pretty
I've never
sweet.
had a White Russian. It
What-
smells strong.
What's the shelf life of these Winthrop liquors? I mean, this did come from,
Well,
April?
White Russian, one of the ingredients is milk, right?
Yeah,
Is it still good?
milk or cream. I drink White Russians pretty often.
Also, look at that. There's a thing at the bottom that says number. That's the first one ever made.
Oh,
How is that?
maybe for
Number
that batch.
001.
What?
Wow. Ooh, VPAL, $200. Good Lord. So after
Thank
consuming
you.
all your
Wow.
content and applying it directly, I consider this a worthy investment in your future works. Be well and take care. Well, thank you. That's amazing.
Ryan has a filter? Question mark.
Right. See,
More than you might think.
But that's what I was going to ask. You are a very affable, friendly, like, I don't know very many people that get on your wrong side or dislike you. Do you feel like you work hard to put that on? Do you feel like you'll lose that if you drink? Is that what it is?
No, it's more complicated than that. My default position is that I assume that there's not a deliberate reason that people are awful, and that it's just because they misunderstand.
You're so wrong about that.
Yeah.
What about history makes you think that?
Yeah. And so when there's more alcohol, the forebrain comes and is like, stop being stupid. So, yeah. Tastes like tofu says, for the filter to be turned off, $20. And Galinda, no subs here. Oh, Galinda.
Ah, that's some
Thank
of our
you.
Twitch chat. We will be streaming after this. That we call it the sober up stream, where we stop drinking and then we just eat and hang out.
So for the news, January of 2021, the year in review for news. Engagement challenge. What do you remember about things that happened in January
We made a Google Doc.
as it relates to technology?
Can I talk about Galinda for a minute?
Yeah.
Galinda, for some reason, shared some pictures of his family with us on the Twitch stream, and I'm fascinated by Galinda's family.
I didn't look at them that closely. What was weird about it? They're not weird.
They're
but-
not weird. It's just, I pictured a whole different lifestyle for Galinda. It turns out he's got 2 like super ginger daughters. If he's not a ginger, then none of his genetics are in those kids.
That's not true.
And then another one that he apparently adopted who looks exactly like the other 2. And then he's out at the gun range. It seems very wholesome. And yet, it seems like Galinda would be the kind of guy who wouldn't spend a ton of his time watching us on Twitch. It just doesn't mesh.
Demetrius CHR, woo! Incoming drunk Ryan, Dustin Phillips, $5. I put a level 1 sticker on my dual monitor KVM. Super nice for a work from home gamer.
$100.
Joe D, $10 Canadian. Happy New Year from Montreal. $100 from Project Red team. Nice, cut a stream and drunk news all in 1 week. Hey, are you the same Project Red from Twitch? If so, welcome. How's it going? Be glad to help you with your project of redness.
Be a hell of a coincidence.
He got the YouTube username.
All right, you kind of introed. I derailed you there.
No, it's fine. Well, I wanted to know what the chat actually remembered from January before we started talking. We only have 3 things from January. Craft Computer gave us $5. It says, drunk stream, you're on my turf, old man. I only drink once a year.
Yeah,
because
it's a once a year event.
the darkness cannot get out.
What do you think about the too hot? I labeled some of these items too hot. Do you think any of them are actually too hot? Or are we?
I think a couple of them are too hot, like April, but I don't know what we're going to talk about in April.
And the
April
first
had
part of
nothing
Jan.
else.
But the first part of January, that was a major event.
Yes. Well, I wanted to talk about, I think if we very carefully talk about number 1, the technology aspect of it, because they're rounding up people by just looking at logs. It's like, oh, it's
Yeah.
over. I got away. And it's like, no, everything was cataloged already.
Well, you posted on Facebook with pictures of you in the
Yeah.
rotunda.
Well, there was that. But that's really just a cover story for the people that didn't do that
Yeah.
and also got caught.
Chusum says he's wearing the Death to Flash shirt today. So Chusum, I would recommend that you go into the woods and get a really stout stick, and make sure it's not, it doesn't have ants in it, it's not rotten. Because if you're wearing the Death to Flash shirt, you're going to need that to just beat the pussy off of you tonight at the New Year's party. It's very important. When is the next Minecraft stream? We have actually kind of ignored the Minecraft server because of Icarus.
I've been on in my own time a couple times and checked some stuff out. I've also been monitoring the forum thread, but
Oh, yeah, chat, by the way, we're also giving away some level 1 merch. So we've got some mouse pads and we've got some shirts and stuff, but we don't have, you can't pick your size. So we'll have a shirt and it'll be like, this is an XL shirt. Who would like an XL shirt? But we're not doing that yet. You got to hang around. You got to stick around. Hadwin, €5. It's like, greetings from Rush. Guten Rush from Germany. Thanks to you guys, I switched from construction odd jobs to IT in January and get a full-time position. That's
Good for
good.
you.
More people are needed in this industry. Anders Bellegarde, drinking rum and configuring BGP. Oh, that's not a good idea. When Facebook goes offline because somebody has stolen the routes, that's we're going to blame you. Tech Max Power, £5. Thank you. Woo! When will the Devember projects be judged? Soon. Probably next week.
yeah.
Man, I had a thought there. And
Today is the last day. If you're on the Minecraft server and you're looking to do your build, finish it up and submit it before midnight, because otherwise I won't accept it.
Yeah, we got to create a server snapshot.
Here's what I was thinking. This is probably kind of like what it's like being an e-girl, right? Like we're not doing anything. We're just reading donations all the time.
Yeah, we can't do this every day. But if we save it up once a year, it's fine.
That's a once a year thing.
Oh, and now you've triggered the e-girl donations. Daniel Kim, I would die for Krista from the Level 1 text channel.
Oh,
Andrew Will,
thanks.
hi Krista, Happy New Year.
Andrew Will's on my channel. He commented on my... He or she.
Free
actually, I don't
shirt.
know.
You know what? You got to have a forum account for the free shirt. Should we give some of these big donations? Let's give the $200 donation person a shirt.
How do we...
Yes.
How do we find out their address? I guess they'll have to
VPAL.
tell.
Okay, so VPAL, do you have a
We're
level
not
1
gonna
forum
remember that.
account?
And if so, what is it? Just message me sometime in the next day and we'll work it out. We'll send you
No,
some
you
merch.
can't do it like that. He has to tell us in the chat.
Yeah.
There's Nubbin. Nubbin
You're going to have to write it down because we won't remember.
Nubbin confirmed last night that
He got his water fixed?
got his water fixed.
Good for him.
I think he's got his shit kind of together. He said he put in some job applications.
That's good.
So we'll see. We're trying to fix Nubbin.
We've all got our projects where we're trying to help people. And, sometimes it works out, sometimes not.
Ryan is an e-girl confirmed.
Max T. Christensen says, I'm a patron now. Also, Jeff, nice videos. He's, of course, talking about craft computing. Craft computing does do some nice things. He gets to do some things that I don't have time to do, which is, it's like, I need more time. The luggage. Just catching the start of your stream while drinking in Manhattan in Sweden. Hello from Vancouver, says Daryl Barnes. Tech Potato. It's like, I can be an F girl. Press F to pay respects.
Is
Is
it snowy in Sweden right now? It's not snowy here. It's just kind of like...
You think they're having the same unseasonably warm Christmas as
I don't know.
Not only is it not snowing, I had to put the boiler snake into hibernation prematurely.
The air conditioners are on.
Yeah.
The air conditioners are on, and the air conditioners have pulled so much water out of the air that I had to unclog one of the drain lines because it had overflowed.
I'm getting fucking wasted.
Psychopod says Ryan is the OPE girl. Lucas, CZK 3000, keep up the good work and enjoy the content.
Is that a lot of money or is that just an insane exchange rate?
It seems like... I don't know, but it
What
seems
is,
like a lot.
is that check? CZK?
It seems like it would be
yes,
check.
I think so.
All right.
Well, anyway, January. So there might have been a
Oh, shit,
thing
I'm feeling
around the
it.
beginning of January, and a lot of people were somewhere maybe they weren't supposed to be.
Well, it's just... I mean, we've lost our monetization, right?
It's already
No,
gone.
it's still on.
It's
Can you
it's
tell?
live.
Yeah,
right
right here.
Okay.
So far.
Let's ignore that one then. Wait, I mean, it's been talked about a lot. What are we going to add to that conversation?
Other than the fact that there were some really great spicy memes coming out in real time that you could watch on Twitter, and I was like, this is if you have to go through these kind of events, now is the best time because you can watch it get memed in real time.
3,000 check, or if that's what it is, it's 137 US dollars.
Wow.
That's a
thanks.
lot.
Give that man a t-shirt.
Yes.
What's his name?
What's your forum username? No, let's do the giveaway thing. We'll send. Yeah, if you
No,
want.
but he has to. We have to watch. See, it's hard because
Yeah.
it's not highlighted. If you donate,
We got to write it down. We're not
put
gonna
your
remember.
forum username in the donation,
Oh yeah. If you want something.
and we're not
Oh.
guaranteeing a shirt. But
Andrew World's. I've always wondered, Andrew. I didn't know.
Farm chicken.
There are
$5.
dozens of us.
there's a
$5
girl.
in Canadian.
There are dozens. That's the one who sent me the makeup and stuff. I wasn't sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
There's at least 5 or
Awesome.
6 of them.
yeah. She
What
posted
are-
on my channel too.
David gave us $1.
How are you doing with that makeup, Krista?
Pretty good. I used the blush today. I had glitter eyeshadow I used because it's New Year's and I wanted to feel festive. But
Seguro says, sorry for giving you a hard time about the Minecraft server. I don't remember the username, but I know exactly who that is.
I think it was fine. So we set it up in such a way that you couldn't farm as many materials as easily this year, and some people were upset by that. But we gave you an extra month to work on it, so we figured that kind of evened it out. Next year we might do creative just to see what people can come up with, but maybe less time if we do creative.
Haven't we got tons of videos to do for CES? No.
Everyone pulled out of
CES is a
CES.
bust.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was getting to there.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a real comment at all.
Justin Bustle, $5. Happy New Year. Just finished a 5900X build for the Hydra OC program. Wondering if you tried it and if so, your thoughts. It's surprisingly good. There is a little bit of a silicon lottery component, and you can basically automatically take advantage of it. So there's a couple edge cases where you'll introduce some instability, but hey, try it. It won't hurt anything.
Raver DK, I think I'm perfectly justified for being surprised when there's a woman in this audience.
We have it's been a while since I've checked our Twitter stats, but our Twitter stats, I think our percentage is between 8 and 10% for women. At least based on Twitter's algorithm, so they might not always know. But
Look at these numbers: 49 euros. Rainy County Kerry in South of Ireland. What about Colorado?
Oh, Colorado's on
yeah.
fire.
Colorado just burned
well,
overnight.
I had put a story for December in like the news roundup that was like, the Colorado River is slowly running out of water, and then the fire started like before I knew about that.
Jim gave us $1, and Stephen Hinton says, "First time actually catching you live. Happy New Year." Well, happy New Year, Stephen.
My head is kind of feeling a little weird.
Rage Geek gave us $5 and says, "I'm a cybersecurity student." You probably gave us too much money then if you're a student.
What country are you a student in? Because I wonder, like, how good is this cybersecurity degree right now? Is that really worth anything?
It probably will be once the grid and stuff starts getting hacked.
Okay, all right. Well, let's.
Anyway.
Melissa says hello, all from UK, and from another female fan. Dozens of us. There are dozens.
Another one.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I think it was a couple of years ago. I think it was Linus maybe or somebody. I was showing him our stats in YouTube, and we had like double or triple the percentage of female viewers.
It's not a lot. I mean,
Look
it's
at
still
this.
a small percentage, but it's better than most channels.
Project
I think.
Red is he's the YouTube Galinda. He
Thank
just
you.
keeps throwing money at us.
M364, N0, M4D, I don't know how to pronounce that. You folks are the best out there. How many e-girls can teach you how to configure ZFS bash job signals, blah, blah, blah. We got the forum for that. Another $100 from Project Red. Are you still playing around with your 3D printer? The 3D printer gets a lot of action. It's usually printing like case accessories or like fan brackets, crap like that. Demetrius CHR is like, we need a beer stream with craft computing. Make it happen. I feel like these much more... We would get drunk way faster.
A lot of the tech guys on YouTube, they all do really hard on the beer. Because I think they drink, like, they don't drink a lot, but they drink more than we do because we drink, like, once a year.
I think
So we get wasted super fast. We're very much lightweights.
I have no interest in beer.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where it's like, it's like such a masculine type of thing. It's like, I don't know. I'm not part of it. Guess I'm a girl.
I wish I liked beer. I like beer bread. I make beer bread a lot.
My 3D printing channel is 100% male. Well, what that tells the women in the audience is to go start a 3D printing channel. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Craft Computing is here. LO, I've got 1.8% female viewership. It's a tough world out here for women.
There's Kane. Yeah, Kane, we were talking about you. Some people mentioned you earlier.
How's it going? Good work. Happy New Year. Daniel Hilton says, need a bigger and taller shirts in the store. A+ content. Happy New Year's. Mike Winton says, in another 2 hours, Wendell will be licking Ryan's head. Be careful what you wish for.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm not going to allow that, first of all. I will tell you, though, how many hours has it been since I've eaten? Like 16?
Yeah.
Are you losing it a little bit?
If you want to get fucked up on New Year, stop eating the previous day at around 7 p.m.
Oh, yeah, we have new water bottles.
I was like, oh, I should have used this as a branding opportunity. I should have put my wine in the water bottle. I didn't do it.
Been a Patreon supporter for 2 years. Thank you all so much for what you do, says Seiko Pod. Oh, that's an additional donation.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been thinking we should do, this kind of stupid content for Patreon and Floatplane, right?
Yeah.
What if we're thinking about expanding the studios?
Right.
What if we put like a kitchen in there and we did cooking videos? Like shitty cooking videos.
I don't know if this is drunk
Cooking
Ryan
video.
talking. Or
Jake Lee, $20. Hey, I love you guys. Always watching. Nesto, $5. Let the fireworks go. Happy New Year's from TX.
I would maybe be interested in that. I would definitely be interested in doing some like gardening content. I don't know if there's much interest in that in our channel, but I would be willing to try it.
I'm definitely, when you talk about why people drink, right now where I'm at is why people drink. This is fantastic.
It's been like 20 minutes.
I got no glucose, Krista. It's all just alcohol right into the blood brain.
Well, first refill.
Budley Salterson
What?
says, I've got a software engineering internship. Can't wait to escape my school. My teacher got my university banned from contributing to Linux. I know which school that is.
That's a great story. You can put that on your LinkedIn. But we've been thinking about what kind of content we can give to the Patreon and Floatplane people. And it's got to be low effort. All right, I'm not going to do a fucking week's worth of research to give you that content. Oh, would you watch us cook? I can't cook worth a shit. My cats won't eat my cooking. How insulting is that? I made salmon patties. Salmon! My cats won't eat my salmon patties.
Rage Geek gave us $5 and says, don't worry, just bought a 12900K and a 3080 Ti.
Gardening updates? It's winter, bro.
Yeah, there's it's been very warm, so I have lettuce and spinach still growing at this season, and green onion, but nothing else right now.
Thank you to the greatest news channel out there, says Jacob. Thank you.
Chat. I got.
You're like Epstein. Welcome back.
I got So I got it for my husband because my husband wanted it, but we're both like extremely invested in it now. We got one of those Aero Gardens, which is like a little tiny aquaponic system. That's incredible. So cool. I might do a review of that.
Chris, I told you that grow light is bullshit.
It's not a grow light. It's like a whole aquaponic system, but it's like a little self-contained
but the light
thing.
on it is just an LED light.
I saw one of those systems that was like you could grow your own spices, and it was the biggest ripoff ever.
This one's already sprouting. It's been like a week since we turned it on, and it's already sprouting some dill and some thyme and some basil.
One of those videos, after a month, they had 3 peppercorns.
Oh, well, pepper's kind of.
Thanks to you, I got a job as a sysadmin. You should talk to Nubbin. We need Nubbin to get a job. I have 8 inches of snow. Enjoy it.
Are you on the West Coast? I heard that they got a ton of snow.
I want to
very
learn
jealous.
to make cocoa pebble donuts. What kind of did you bring us the fancy donuts, Krista? Let's take a look at it.
Oh,
I got one that's not glazed, just for you.
Manny Dari Beiji says, how about that live stream? You randomly pick a viewer, troubleshoot with them live. Might be an interesting idea. That might be for me. That's not for these two.
I would sit through that if we were doing that explicitly. I don't like it when the tech support comes in for other reasons.
That's your phone. It's not mine.
It's fun.
There are.
We'll
there's,
let them see them.
there's chocolate
Those do look
sprinkle. There's maple. There's a glazed one. I got 2 raspberry, and then I got one that's like just cinnamon coated with no glaze.
I mean, Krista, I don't want to judge you here, but you could have gone for the full dozen.
Well, I
mean,
figured
Jesus
2
Christ.
each would be fine. I didn't
These
think
are-
we would eat like
These are much
5
larger
each.
than Dunkin' Donuts.
I don't need to.
You don't want to. You just want to keep going with the buzz.
Oh yeah, I'm not touching
eat it.
food until I reach the pinnacle.
I'm gonna eat a donut. Probably very messily. Oh,
You know what? Let's talk about January. We've waited for how long have we been streaming?
A long time.
half an hour. Yeah.
Nubbin says $2 no acres tonight. Nubbin.
No, but what the fuck? So here's the
I
thing,
need the
chat.
button, the censor button, because
Some of you don't understand this, but
already
Nubbin
gone.
has 0 money. He is broke. He's lost his job. He's living in a house that's falling apart. He's got no prospects, and we can't stop him from donating.
don't. It's fine.
What is wrong with you?
Dion Bird is like, gave us $5. I think that's a Happy New Year from Down Under. Never sent a super chat before. You guys are worth it. Well, thank you. It's much appreciated.
Those are some
All right.
amazing looking donuts. They're from a gas station. So.
Anyway,
Dough Daddy Donuts are apparently. Do you guys know about Dough Daddy Donuts? Because
I didn't know until I moved to where
they're
I live.
amazing. They
But
really are.
Apparently, these are just like next level donuts, and one little obscure gas station in Krista's town, which is like
There's one stoplight. There's nothing in that town.
if you were driving through that town, you'd be like, "Oh, let's not stop here for any reason."
it's sketchy as fuck. There's another gas station that's got a deli. It serves like frog legs and like dogs that wandered off the road.
But Dough Daddy Donuts are apparently a really amazing, much desired donut. I've never heard of them.
John D. Prob says, I'm trying to imagine how much crap I would have to get in for you two on our DC during a troubleshooting segment. John Marcus Legislator says, can you do a total Linux home server, i.e. Samba VM, etc.? There's a thread on the forum for you. I'm building that.
My Linux home server, I've got high system load on my NZB downloader. And I can't figure out why.
Then Lex says, Happy New Year's for Level 1 Techs. I've been in the software development side for 35 years now, and I'm partly thanks to Level 1, I'm getting more into Linux admin and working on LFCS certification. Best wishes for 2022. Well, thank you.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to learn Linux, right?
Yeah.
But what's going on, Krista? You're eating a donut. What are you doing?
Von Wagner says, CA $10.69. Nice.
How are you gonna give us amazing cooking streams without touching food? I got like 4 recipes.
Same. Like I don't cook a whole lot. My husband's an incredible cook, but he
how
would never appear
hilarious!
on camera.
How hilarious would that be if we got like a really complicated recipe and the 3 of us had to try to put it together?
We've already done that, and it was.
I feel like we. Oh, I was saying, I feel like we could do that. I mean, the thing with cooking is it's just following directions well, right?
How to level 1 to find clients? With this iteration of the business does not take clients.
Yeah.
This is just about making videos.
Yeah.
We have another business. And the way we find clients is somebody else fucks up so badly. They just they fuck it till it's ground beef. And then they call us and they're like, we got this ground beef. What can you do with this?
Can you reconstitute a cow? Most of the time, we could reconstitute a cow.
We need this to move.
There's a couple of times when we were able to reconstitute the cow after Raytheon and Boeing got done with it, which was an accomplishment.
Why smash the like button? That's a good question, Melan Zista.
Shiki says, how are you going to give us amazing cooking streams without food?
We got food here.
And David Swanland says, I'm finishing up my PhD in location privacy and starting a software developer job soon. Thanks in part to you folks. Excellent.
That's cool.
If you can create some sort of fancy math that assures privacy but still gives data, then you're probably going to be able to name your own salary.
When we were coming up, the security thing was not really understood in the university system. Krista, what's going on? Is that donut good? All right, let's talk about January. So,
location privacy factors in heavily.
We've never got past January.
I can't understand that. Can you?
We never got past January.
You'd have to calm down a little bit, Krista, and resubmit that one.
Oh, I'm so glad we're mascara today. Oh.
You should have wore the makeup that the one girl gave you. The one
I
girl
wore the
you got.
blush. I have the blush on.
That girl should submit pictures so that we can compare her application of the makeup to your application of the makeup.
Well, she's probably a lot better. I'm not very good at it. Though I was on makeup crew in high school. So.
Wait, what is that?
That was for like musicals and stuff. I did makeup.
Oh, like for...
Yeah, like liquid latex and
Grease
like
paint?
Yeah.
Tech Potato says new channel idea, Ryan Unplugged. Give it 3 months and Netflix will commission a special.
We can't get monetized though.
Yeah.
I'm so bad in terms of public acceptability.
More money from Psychopod. Thank you.
Oh, it's a dancing lemon, man.
All right.
Seiko? I'm Seiko.
We're skipping the obvious January story. It happened, it was to do with the nation's capital. You know what we're talking about. People got strong feelings about it. I don't care either way. I would never go to the nation's capital for something like that. Would you?
No, absolutely not.
Even if I felt very strongly bad things were happening, which we'll talk about more of like government abuse of power in like November. October. When we get to October. But the scary thing about the January
Are
thing...
you bringing the foreshadowing to the year in review?
I am. Because...
Bad things happening, man. It's just getting worse.
It matters. Well, the January thing, regardless of what side you're on the January thing, there's definitely some kind of an abuse of trust of technology there, because not just like the conversation was about the dumb people that are like, look at me smashing things and doing really bad things, and some people got assaulted and some crimes definitely occurred, but there were other people that didn't do anything, and they were caught in the same dragnet. It was literally like phone.
Oh, they did something.
Your phone was pinged here where it shouldn't be. Explain yourself.
Krista's just losing it over there.
She's trying so hard.
So, Chris, you got to push past it. We got to see what's next. We got to see
I
the
usually
next
get
level.
to this point, like I start giggling and then I stop drinking because I'm like, it's too much.
I've got a
on
bunch of Jonathan Briggs, Ryan Nubbin. What the Melons? Yeah, why smash the like button again? Thank you. Oh yeah, and then Tech Potato, Ryan Unplugged, and then Psychopod, and then Alex Cooper. Can we start get job at a nubbin?
Alex Cooper.
What
a great name. Because it's almost Alice Cooper. Does anybody remember who he is at this point?
I'm sure some of the oldies in our chat do.
Can we start a Get Nubbin a job thread on the forum?
We should do that. Here's the thing about nubbin. You gotta give nubbin like a personal touch. You bring him in and you're like, Nubbin, we love you. You got to convince him that he's needed.
Right.
Hold his hand a little bit. But if you do that, I feel like you get something out of him.
JP says, need more OpenSUSE. Von Wagner, greetings from North Canada. Also 1069. Nice. I'm a scumbag 14-year firefighter EMT and now doing IT part-time thanks to you guys.
So I'm interested in that. Firefighting.
That's probably a nightmare.
How do you feel as a firefighter in the industry about how fat all the firefighters are?
Candy bar.
As long as they can lift their stuff, right?
But they can't run.
Says drunk Krista is best Krista. Candy bar. R. Enderwill said, Krista, put your hair up now before you get it in the donut.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't have a hair tie with me. Let me just smear the glaze in my hair.
Outland says, I forget to ask, how do we send level 1 stuff like snacks or orange soda? Just message me on the forum. Yeah, I can get you. Silence 77 of Fiction. It's like, thanks for all the great content. $20.
Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
It is great, isn't it?
But yeah, the whole tracking thing is just it's not not great.
I think we said it at the time, but it bears repeating. If you are going to a controversial event, don't take your phone.
Yeah.
Well, I have a slightly different perspective on it. What if you're talking to your Congress critter, and if you call them up because you're involved locally and you're doing stuff, and they're telling you, yeah, this isn't right, you need to come, and you come before the event and you get a tour and you do some stuff and you talk to them, and so you were there before and you were kind of invited in. That definitely happened in a couple of these cases, but they still made it a federal case.
Man, we were supposed to skip that one to avoid the demonetization. I
It's
feel like
already-
you just
well,
walked right into
yeah.
it.
Sorry.
With the whole they were already there thing.
Well,
You're
they were there
getting into-
before.
You're not allowed to say that.
See, that's crazy.
That's a perspective that is not allowed on the internet.
Yeah, that's a problem. But we'll talk more about that.
Never stop being yourselves.
Love from
It's
Portugal.
hard. It's hard. I wish I could
I
stop
feel like
being
we
myself.
all are not ourselves on purpose, and it's for the best.
Yeah.
Like the filters have to be in place.
It really is. It really is. for the
Because
best.
right now we're risking the filters. I agree. We all want to see Wendell without the filters just once.
No.
What if the filters get pulled down and it's just a stream of racial slurs?
Oh, that'd be terrible.
What?
This
I
shit-
feel like that
don't-
would shatter my perception of you one day.
I don't think it would be that. Probably not.
I feel like you would suddenly you would succumb to being super, super dark. In I've been reading Collapse at midnight and I'm freaking out. The car's on fire and there's nobody at the wheel and the flags are all dead at the top of their poles.
I'm usually good at fixing things, but not so much.
Davu says his girlfriend loves the content. No,
Well, that's because we're
No.
great. We're so good.
Josh's Corner says it's going to be -5 tonight for me. It is unseasonably warm here. It is super disturbing how warm it is here. More money from Seiko Pod. Thank you. The luggage. Drunk Ryan might might not be a thing on Netflix and YouTube, but HBO's a thing. Okay, yeah, maybe. All right, what else we got? Oh, meme stocks. That was the other thing from January.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that from a punk standpoint.
that was a big story. Now here we are, a year away from it, right? I mean, it happened more afterwards, but where's GameStop now? It's still up.
It is.
So, but there've been a couple of court cases, and there's something crazy going on with the SEC that's hard to you read some of the stuff, and it's like, okay, clearly this is really just completely nuts. But there's some truth to it. There's a thing that surfaced yesterday, the day before. There's a guy in 2005 that bought 1.1 million shares of a company that had only issued 1 million shares. And he was just, some wealthy guy. And he's like, I'm going to buy all the shares. And then in the following days, the shares traded 50 or 60 million times. And then, so his thing to the SEC was, how could this possibly be a thing? I bought all of the shares. There were no shares to do shorts. There were no shares to borrow. There was nothing. I bought them all. And the answer, the video from that trial from the guy was, well, clearly that's something we need to work on. But it looks like exactly the same thing that happened during GameStop.
Zero Straws asked a great question.
It's real.
We got to get more.
He's in the Twitch chat.
Krista, Krista, why don't you? We need to hear from you right now. Why don't you tell us about your new house that you got this year?
Oh, I got the house in March. It is 10 out of 10 fantastic. It's like living in a dream. I went from a apartment that was right next to like a major highway, so it was really noisy. It was a terrible neighborhood. And then I moved out to the country, and it's just beautiful and silent. And there's hummingbirds and bees and like natural pollinators, so I don't have to hand pollinate all my plants. I have a little tiny piece of woods. It's great. 10 out of 10 would live in my house again.
How about that adorable kitten?
Oh, we got a new cat too. Well, it's like kind of skipping ahead. We just got him like.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's wait. So yeah, the meme stocks. That was interesting. We got some like conversion of wealth in the other direction for the first time in 100 years. Not a lot.
Craft Computing says next time we can travel, we could do a stream with no filters, cocktails, and wine. Ian Washish says these donut streams are hilarious and tasty.
Donut streams.
Yeah, I'm kind of just sloppily eating a donut over
Chris
here.
is getting it. She needs to not be having those calories. So
I
she
need
can
some
get
calories though.
maximum
I need to
drunkenness.
survive like Les Stroud in the wilderness.
Ready Fight says I got a DevOps job thanks to YouTube videos. Thanks Level 1. Take Potatoes says Wendell After Dark. It's also a pay-per-view. He'll give you a mindgasm about the latest updates to TCP/IP. No, we have that on the Linux channel, and it attracts a certain personality type.
Von Wagner says some firefighters are definitely slobs. I don't think you should be able to have that job if you're that fat.
Don't they usually do, so when you start as a firefighter or a policeman, they do like a physical test. Do they not do that every like 5 years or so?
Thank you, Justin Slayton.
I don't think for like those small town volunteer outfits, not at all. There's no way those people are passing physical examination.
And thank you, Von Wagner, for the commentary. That is amazing. SK711G. Y'all are great, and y'all's news has inspired me to self-host, but the pressing question is, when is Lawrence Systems collab happening? Oh, soon. That would be a lot of fun. Ryan, the FBI is outside. Yogurt with love. Thank you for all your hard work. Keep hanging
Thanks.
on.
They're always outside. You can't live your life thinking the FBI is outside because they're always out there.
They're not necessarily paying attention, but they're out there. Yeah.
What would it take for you to ship Blanton's bourbon to me in Minnesota? Is that legal? Probably not.
I think we can ship stuff. That's like a new pandemic rule. You can ship alcohol. I don't have a napkin.
Richard Bogan, I watch Level 1 every day. Have you seen
why?
a doctor about that? I mean, JP, $2. Is this live stream really because you're on call?
We're not on call today. I mean, like if
Today-
something blew up, we would be. But
We do have a project that probably needs some attention today, but we're just like, somebody else can deal with that.
it's fine.
That's not my job today, unless something's really just horribly broken.
First round of firefighter, you get tested, but after you're grandfathered in, that's not right.
The firefighters that are still in shape, there's a lot of, I mean, I knew a team that was traveling around, like wiring new Walmarts and Lowe's and construction like that, and they were making really good money. But they had to work 12, 16 hours a day, but they could work for a couple of years and then take like 5 years off.
You could also, well, not anymore, but you could also do that driving a truck in Afghanistan.
Yeah. A little dangerous.
So, yeah, the meme stonks, I think that they are still doing that, but I don't think they're moving the market anymore, right?
No.
Not really. Though they do make the front page of Reddit, which is like the same thing, right?
Well, that's one of the things that's going on right now is that there's been so much volume that it's more stock than stock that has been issued. And so a lot of the owners are saying, what gives? How can this possibly be true? And so that's why the video from 2005 surfaced, because it was a problem then as well.
How about the fact that Pelosi just bought hundreds of millions
She
worth
bought
of
Roblox.
options?
Who buys Roblox?
She bought the dip. She bought the dip in a way that is just bananas. It is crazy that she timed it as perfectly as she did.
It's almost like she's got information that we don't.
Are y'all from Illinois? No, we are from Eastern
Kentucky.
Kentucky. We are white trash, and we are showing our white trash roots right now.
Jinde says, I love lamp, and Rob says, can you post the Linux channel link video bios?
Isn't that in the description?
It should
of
be
most
in the
of videos?
description. If
Yeah.
not, it's in our like related channels on the channel.
But also, I would like for everybody to just quietly note that Krista's accent has changed ever so slightly.
Yeah, so if I call my mom or one of my uncles, my accent gets real thick.
Yeah.
real thick, real fast. And then my husband, he'll talk to me like, your accent's different. I'm like, yeah, I just talked to my mom.
When I had hair, once in a while I would go to my original barber in Eastern Kentucky, and in that room I was like 100% redhead.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it on purpose. It's just your mind automatically.
You code
adapts.
switch. It's called code switching. That's the linguistic term for it.
Cement.
Cement. Yeah, I can't say the word cement. Is it
Melissa
cement?
Ducker, is that another girl?
She was on there earlier. She was like, "Oh, I'm a girl and I watch this channel." Bless you for posting that, because I'm sure your PMs are probably pretty rough right now.
PH
I've been
Gamer
there.
says, Happy New Year's, guys. Love your content. I would love a KVM that's Mac USB-C on one side and DisplayPort on the other. So DisplayPort doesn't have enough bandwidth to do high resolution refresh plus 5 gigabit USB. That's been my I've been working on that for years. I'm close, but it's not a thing yet.
Need to see Ryan with hair? There's totally videos of me with hair.
There should be from like a few years ago when we started. Like is it 6 years? It's been 6 years since we started streaming. We started streaming like late 2015, early 2016.
Did Wendell and Ryan attend Chris's wedding? We did.
They did.
did.
Did you feel uncomfortable? Was it weird?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I imagine.
We bailed out as soon as we could.
Yeah, I figured. but I was like, I feel like I need to invite them just because like you guys aren't my friends.
No, I
but-
think it was a good experience.
Yeah.
The thing about Chris's wedding, it was pretty standard. There's nothing that really stood out except for the musical selection.
Yes. I played Lord of the Rings to walk down the aisle.
We were sitting there, it's like, is that fucking Lord of the
It
Rings?
is, yeah.
Did she do it?
I did. It was real nerdy. It was real nerdy of me, and I'm not proud of it, but I did it.
What's the actual title of the track that you walk down to?
I remember what part of the movie it was in. I can't think of the track right now because reasons. It's the scene where like Frodo wakes up after having been in this nightmare hell world, and then he realizes everything's okay. It was that track.
Is that what you wanted your marriage to be like?
Yeah, like you wake up from the nightmare hell and it's like, oh, I have a wonderful husband. Oh, it's great.
My wife walked down the park down the aisle to the Jurassic Park thing.
Oh,
Oh,
I couldn't keep a straight face if I was standing at that altar.
but she came down and she was doing like the T-Rex rock, like.
Jer says, and here I thought I was the only one that, and here I thought that only happened to me.
No, it was great. We had a great wedding.
Skull Trail says, please share your thoughts and on your opinion on EMC. We don't have time to get into that right now. It's expensive. Dell bought them. Dell bought them for a reason.
Whiskey Omega says that's the biggest bag of M&Ms I've ever seen. So back in the old days, this is before Krista had met us.
Yeah, I wasn't even working here at the time.
When we were like in the not the infancy, the toddler stage of the business that you guys don't know about. Wendell used to get these bags of M&Ms. What are these? 4 pounds?
Yeah.
They're huge, yeah. Well, so we made cookies for Christmas and gave them out to our family, so we had this big bag.
2 pounds. Actually, I think the ones you got were bigger than this, right?
I don't know, probably.
Party size. And Wendell had this thing where, like, he really could, if he got his sugar up to a certain level at that point in his life, he could hyper-focus and work on things. And we had desks that were right next to each other. We had some really nice desks. We had, like, these really amazing... where'd you get those? It was like a business that went out of business.
Oh, Lucent in Texas shut down.
And we just got all their desks. And it was great. And I'd be sitting there working. And so I would have my back, like Wendell was behind me, but our desks were connected. And it was like, tink, 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 tink.
They end up on the floor.
And there'd be M&Ms all over the fucking floor. And Wendell would just be back there, like, just handfuls going in.
It's a coping mechanism, right?
He'd be going hard on the programming, just feeding himself those M&Ms. We'd sweep them up at the end of the day.
It's probably a more healthy coping mechanism than this stuff, right?
And the projects were done in record time.
How did you like the wine, Wendell? Did you try it?
I did. It was pretty good.
It's pretty good. I mean, this is the cheap stuff, but port wine's very delicious.
You should try this also because this is surprisingly good. It pours like soy sauce, but it's actually
It pours like so.
pretty good.
It's very salty.
Put that on some sushi.
Dinvera1G1 says, I'd love a 10 to 36 port USB-C IKVM that supplies up to 30 watt for each port for setting up laptops, small form factor desktops. Can we please get the full unfiltered accent? Asks Ross for $5.
It gets real strong real fast, and then you can't understand it.
My God.
Walking down the aisle to the Nazgul theme, says Outland.
That would also be incredible, but my in-laws might have been confused by that.
It's hard to kick into that accent with no filters because most of the people who I've heard with the deepest accent are going to sprinkle in racial slurs.
Oh, see, I don't
I
think
can't
so.
do that.
For me, it's just like the accent gets real thick, and it's so thick that like the words blend together like molasses.
Now, the other thing that happened in January was Threadripper Pro became available. I wonder who put that one in there.
P.S. Ryan can't see you. Are we off? Or do we have the?
Can we not see?
you
No,
see
we're
me?
here. We're here on OBS.
It's fine. It looks good here.
Drunk lamp stack install. That's easy. We can do that in our sleep at this point. We don't even use that anymore.
It's all automated. I just have to go hit a button.
All right. So let's
February?
Let's step over to Threadripper. In January, we
Threadripper
got
Pro.
Threadripper Pro.
Well, it was already out for Lenovo, but then anybody could buy it in January because before that, you had to buy a Lenovo. And it was locked to Lenovo. You couldn't use it in another brand board.
When will you fight in a tournament and ascend to level 2 text? There's a video called Level 2 Text you should go check out.
Oh yeah, someone made it. It's hilarious. I think it's been posted in the forum and in our subreddit.
No, we also
we
did
made it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but someone did like our edit was good, but someone made like a fan edit that was absolutely ridiculous and wonderful. It was posted in our subreddit, and I commented on it.
Where's my Threadripper Pro 5000? That would be the 75F3 with a USB sound card and probably a USB hub. Andreas Sass says, for Seg 100, says, love from Sweden, thank you. Gon says, I'm a system administrator and I'm interested in creating my own MSP. Any advice? The market is ripe for disruption.
Good heavens, we're an hour in and we're finally to February. Listen,
Wow.
we've had some other stories along the way.
We were worried that we wouldn't have enough content, but I think that was.
I think we're going to be fine.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we'll be okay.
Let's move on to February. And February did have some big tech news. Number one, Jeff Bezos says, not only am I going to leave my wife, I'm leaving the company.
He dabs out.
So I have a theory, like looking back in the retrospective, I know why. It's because the rest of Amazon went to him and said, Lord Jeff, we can't have you,
Lord
my
Jefe.
liege. we can't have you going into orbit as the leader of our company. What if something happens to you? And he's like, all right, we'll do a succession plan, but I'm going to be the first man in orbit
Does he have kids? He has kids, right?
on a commercial flight.
Several, but it's with Mackenzie, not
Right.
my new girl.
Well, yeah.
Did you see the pictures of Bezos at St. Bart's or wherever this Christmas? He is jacked. This new young lady has really motivated him physically.
See, I thought that too, but I think it's more to do with the space travel thing. I think that he has to pass all the physicals and all the nonsense to be able to travel in space.
You
And
think
that's-
you're going to go back again?
Yeah. He wants to go to the moon. He wants to be, he wants his Dr. Evil moon base.
People are starting to talk about the, carbon expense.
Right.
It's
Well, I
pretty
mean, it's
high.
a lot, and it's not. Is it necessary for him to do these publicity stunts that's burning so much crap when we have a giant doomsday glacier about to fall into the ocean the size of Florida? I submit that it is not, chat.
I guess it depends on where you stand on whether or not humanity should be destroyed.
I rewatched the video of where Bezos and Shatner were doing the thing, and Shatner was totally doing his thing. And Shatner actually started to do that 3 times, and Bezos just cut him off every time. Bezos knew exactly what he was doing there.
He's
Did you-
juicing for sure. He's on the growth for sure. Here's what I'm pissed off about. I'm at that stage in my life where the growth would be great for me. I can't afford the growth.
Did Shatner
gonna
have to
do?
pass the physical? No, Shatner didn't have to pass the physical.
imagine?
But Shatner's not going to be working on the moon base.
Did you watch the video I sent to you in Discord the other day that was old Star Trek versus new Star Trek? Isn't that? I was I don't watch Star Trek a whole lot, but seeing the comparison back to back like that, I was like, I can see why Wendell prefers old Star Trek.
Not only did Shatner not pass the physical, but I can imagine there was some young intern with a pry bar trying to get him into that seat. It's like, all right, Bill, we're almost there. Suck it in. Can't Florida fall into the ocean? That's where all the Californians are now.
Well, it's people. Well, so there's another glacier up like way north somewhere in the Arctic that is roughly the size of Florida, and they're concerned that it is about to melt and fall into the ocean much sooner than anticipated, and if so, that will cause quite a bit of flooding.
Here's the thing, Chris. I don't want to get in a climate debate with you, but you are too young to remember Al Gore, right?
No, I remember Al Gore.
Al Gore was talking this shit 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. And here we are.
The Misadventures of Little Wolf gave us 2 pounds. It says, Lang may your lum reek, live long and prosper.
I don't know what that means. Is that a reference to something?
Live long and prosper. And
Well, I know live long and prosper.
Well, I mean, I know live long and prosper. He's spelling stuff wrong.
Been waiting for this all year. I'm so sorry.
I think we might have missed a few donations, and if we did, I'm sorry. Just speak
That's
up.
going to get worse.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
The video I'm referencing, Chad, if you're wondering about the Star Trek thing, that's the Critical Drinker, and it was like stories are written by children, and it was comparing old and new Star Trek.
Well, I feel like you've hit the point where you're starting to snack and you're not drinking anymore. And we are
Have another glass of wine.
So shallow into
Yeah,
this.
that's fine.
You want to go with your orange juice at this point? Are you going to go for the port?
Have a donut to really get your fingers sticky and ruin your cup.
Carbohydrates can only spoil this party.
I kind of want to go back and juice up my tea with more vodka because that was
Was
delicious.
that good?
That was
you
very
had
good.
so we had a cup of tea from, I don't remember the person who sent it, but they sent us a package last week and we looked at it Monday. Yeah, it's the Harney and Sons. My sister-in-law loves this. It's supposed to be very good, but I can't remember the username of who sent it.
This was the guy that loaned me the framework laptop. Purple Sheep, 5 pounds. Happy New Year from the UK. Ryan's comedic value is priceless. Keep up the sterling work. Well, I like pounds sterling. Very good. Andrew Cruz says, something I'd like level 2 techs to look into is seamless handoff between Wi-Fi access points. I have a big farm with lots of ubiquity access points.
Man, I moved to a new access point and my Surface is garbage at picking that thing up. And when you wake it up, it's like, oh, you can have internet for 2 seconds. Then I'm going to reset everything. That's so annoying.
Shavendra Saliki says, thank you for the amazing year. A happy new year to you folks. Every Tuesday morning, 2 spliffs in level 1 being 2020. I don't know what that is. What's that?
What's the
a
spliff?
marijuana cigarette.
2021, the dumpster fire that it is. Yeah, we're only on February.
I don't understand why you're smoking 2 joints, though. Like, I mean, is that really doing that much more for you? I think you got a tolerance problem, my friend. Maybe you know what? Take January off.
Ooh.
Reset that.
Let's see. Oh, Chip Crunch hits car makers. Well, it's their own fault.
Oh, we're moving back to the stories, huh?
Oh.
Yeah, in February, we found out that cars were not getting made. And this started the used car
Insanity.
exponential explosion. That's why my Corvette's worth $60,000.
Old King gave us $20 and says, I'm surprised that Ryan doesn't like Debian. Proxmox plus TrueNAS scale for life.
Let me tell you what the problem I'm having with Debian is. First of all,
Oh, here we go.
you have to log in on the desktop to stop it from going to sleep. What the fuck is that? It's a server operating system. It will go to sleep. The Samba server will go to sleep if you don't log in on the desktop. Who thought that was a good idea? Somebody at the Debian team is stupid.
I think that's actually Systemd and GNOME conspiring against you because I ran into that.
So,
What's a gnome?
and now I'm having a problem with my NZB. The system load is going so high that I can't pull the full gigabit from my ISP.
What's the load average? Like 300?
5. The load average is 5 during an unpack. Maybe that's the hard drive. I don't know, but it's pissing me off because when I go back to the NVMe on Windows, 100 megabits a second all day long compared to 10.
Everybody shut up. No Betty White gone. What happened to Betty White?
Is she dead?
What?
Don't tease us like that, chat.
Or Andrew Will says Ryan is not a Sublime fan, obviously.
I fucking hate Sublime.
He also, don't you hate Weezer? Is it Weezer or no? It's
No,
Red
I
Hot
love
Chili
Weezer.
Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers. I would kill them right now if they were in front of me. I would have no qualms about murdering Anthony Kiedis with my hands. With my hands.
Demonetized.
311. Go fuck yourself.
Rob gave us €2. Thank you.
Sublime, 311, and Red Hot Chili Peppers are the same band, and they're all terrible.
$2. TMZ is saying Betty White. Don't say that to me. Not before 2022.
No!
Don't say that. Google it. Look it up.
Why?
Don't say that. Just passed from old age. No.
They're going to hit us with this at the end of the year?
This is going to become a very sad stream very fast. We've hit that peak of laughing, and now we're just going to...
Dead at 99!
No.
She should have hit 100. Oh, Wendell's stumbling.
Let's pour one out.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
This seems in poor taste.
That's so sad. We have just to make it seem a little less tasteless. We have a full set of the Golden Girls.
Zombie Golden Girls.
Yeah. So it's not just Betty White, but
What got her? I hope it wasn't the thing. Passed away at her home Friday morning. I don't think
Ooh.
they're telling us how she died.
her sacrifice will be that's sad.
The Betty White show?
I mean, she's old.
I don't remember the Betty White show at all.
No,
Yeah.
I just watched
Yeah.
the Golden Girls. My dog loved the Golden Girls. Not Rue, but my dog Quincy. She loved Golden Girls and she loved Reba.
Your dog loved the Golden Girl?
Yeah, she would like lay down and watch it calmly. I don't know why. That she loved Reba as well.
Her birthday was January 17th. Wow, she couldn't hang on for that. I mean, how selfish.
She was probably trying.
Oh, that's sad. Well, I feel like this kind of brought the stream down. The energy level has just.
The Betty White discussion really picked up the chat frequency.
Yeah, F. There's a lot of F's in chat.
Houston says, Happy New Year's. Level 099 text videos have been so informative in my personal favorite series. Any more planned? Nico M says, greetings from beloved France.
Thank you for being a fan. Someone in the chat posted the iconic theme song from the Golden Girls.
I got to do more level 099 videos. You got any ideas? Give me 099 ideas. Give me 099 ideas that
You
don't
won't
take a
remember them.
week to build. My God. I got to say, though, I've been working on the Linode videos. I didn't understand that you have to let the Linodes like season for a little bit. Because if you log right in, they are not done. Every Linode video I've done has been a half-built Linode. And now, like I was working on the Waza video, you just let it sit for 20 minutes. It's like, oh, it just fucking works right out of the box. It's almost like they built it that way. They got to warn you about that.
Well, there is a problem that happens sometimes is when the image first starts up, it runs to get security updates. And if that doesn't happen immediately, that'll also break that script.
I've never had that happen. I'm not going to shit on Linode for their scripts, which I have in the past, because I didn't realize that I thought they were broken. What level or Linode? What Linode needs to do is explain that to you somehow.
Firen says Betty would appreciate that picture.
I do
LMAO.
UX consulting if Linode wants help with that.
Betty White was a piece of ass in her day. You ever see old pictures of her?
Wow, that's a really nice way to describe a woman who was 99 years old and just passed away.
She would appreciate it.
Here,
She
in-
probably
with
actually
love.
would, yeah.
here in California, we got hit hard
I
with
don't know her,
snow.
but-
Would watch a full episode with thick accents. Rip Betty says AYOMA.
I'd have to get like one of my family members on the phone to really get the full Appalachian accent back in.
Waiting for a level 99 video where it's tabs versus spaces. Every time I change my VimRC, I put an angry comment in there. Fuck all of you. Fuck you 2 spaces, people. It's 4. It's 4. I'll play your game, but it's wrong. It's 4. A bunch of middle 40s. Chris is not 40.
No.
Who watched Ted the Golden Girls growing up? Yeah, I did. It was in syndication by the time I watched it.
Yeah,
For-
same.
For a long time, a lot of we only had 5 or 6 cable TV channels, and for some reason, one of them was Nickelodeon. So you would have
Yeah.
Nick at Night, and literally there was only 5 TV channels.
I thought it was a
about-
big deal when we got Cartoon Network. I was like, wow, we're living in luxury now.
When you were a kid, did you think the Nickelodeon slime was cool? Because I thought it was stupid even then.
No, I
No,
liked it as a
I
kid.
was
But I
wrong.
think that might have been past your time, right? Like, that might have been my time.
Maybe, yeah.
I
How old
didn't-
were
I
you
didn't
when
know.
they were doing that?
When they were doing, I was probably 6 or 7. I was like, cool, slime. Look, they're throwing slime all over these people.
What was somebody commented about my He-Man toys. I didn't,
A lot of people commented.
A lot
about
of
your
them,
email.
yeah. There's a lot of
Listen,
comments on it.
the collection could be sold. I'd sell it all at once. I'm not going to piecemeal it because it's too much of a pain in the ass to eBay all that
You
stuff.
should post pictures on the forum.
I bet people would take it.
But Maybe that could be some float plane content. I feel like most of the bidders would be from our.
It's got Ryan juices on it.
Yeah, I'll rub them on the cats. I'll take a video of me rubbing them on the cats. You get some cat fur.
Psychopod says nano for the win. Please no. I have I have to do janitorial duties. I have to follow around somebody that uses nano to clean up after their messes, and it's just frustrating.
Well, I gotta say, people have complained for me opening up stuff in Vim because it does screw up the spacing sometimes.
You mean it corrects the spacing?
Well, Visual Studio Code and Vim do not agree.
There's a plugin for Visual Studio Code to make it correct.
And some people are like, what happened to the spaces in here? I'm like, fixed them.
You need a plugin. Here's a link to the plugin for Visual Studio Code.
Jazz is still in the middle of February. We're trying to get their chat.
Old King says 099 idea, Nornir plus Netbox for DevOps.
We're going to do Waza. We got a Waza video coming.
What's in March?
All right, well, let's finish February. The big thing, that other thing that happened in February, after the car makers couldn't make cars, Texas just literally turned into an ice cube.
Yeah, and that's really bad for high industry because Texas, was it Samsung? Samsung lost a bunch of wafer starts and a whole bunch of other things. Look, if our infrastructure is a crumbling mess, no one is going to want to build anything here. See also Wisconsin. It's like, oh, Foxconn's going to do all this amazing stuff.
JK, we're not actually going to do this amazing stuff.
Yeah, but you have all of that Silicon Valley brain drain is going straight to Texas.
Yeah. And I mean, if I were in the federal government, we would be mobilizing like the National Guard to just take over the grid and make the grid as redundant as possible.
You would be an unpopular president.
Well, it's kind of what the infrastructure bill was supposed to do because it's like, oh shit, we're in bad shape, fellas, but nobody cares.
What happened to the hype jar? Well, listen, honestly, you can't stop Wendell from the hype train. Wendell is addicted to the hype train.
There's an NFT in here.
Ooh! That cold medicine should definitely be thrown away.
Yeah, that's not good anymore. That could be valuable supplies for.
I think that's also a Winthrop Liquors thing, the NFT.
Woo!
So
I did 10 days, no power.
How was standing up, Krista?
It was not good. It was a bad
10 days,
time.
no power to it. Yeah, imagine you're Samsung and trying to run an industry in our country and have 10 days of no power.
I've often talked about this. What's the longest you've gone without power recently?
Oh, that crazy ice storm that we had that pulled the thing off the side of my house. I had gas heat, but that's it. We were out of the house for 7 days.
So Wendell, if he doesn't have something to occupy the threads, he just freaks out.
Right.
So what did you do during that time?
Did you get silly putty?
I lost my mind. I worked on fixing the house and repairing all of the stuff that I could. And then also just went to the office and just lived there.
I think last time I lost power, it was not very long. It was only a few hours last year when we had that ice storm, but the house, the apartment got really cold really fast because that apartment was crappy and none of the windows were double paned or anything.
I'm gonna break the seal. I know it's a bad idea, but I got to do it, and I'm gonna switch to orange juice. So BRB.
Wait, BRB. Oh, he's gotta pee out the alcohol.
That's breaking. You never want to break the seal because after this it'll be every 15 minutes. But it's just what we got to do.
It's necessary, so it's not on the carpet back here.
Oh, I'm weaving.
Yeah, oh shit, I'm feeling it. Tachyon!
Would you like a piece of cheese?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to take a piece of meat here. I can't believe Ryan's not eating, because that's insane, chat. Oh.
We're going to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, just an intermission, if you will. Now that we're getting to spring. Long-time viewer, love the news. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry Rose.
This is kind of an anomaly. Like I said, we only do this once a year.
Once a year.
And none of us are drinking.
Well, and if anybody in the chat has any news that they remember, tech news, or anything they have questions about, now's the time. T-Dolt says Ryan, the states are just as corrupt as the federal system. How does the libertarianism solve this? I think that was. Are you talking about for me? I don't know. Yeah, no. I mean, it's a mess. It's a huge mess.
Death grips. I love death grips. They're so good. I like weird experimental music. Also, let's talk about this, chat. You know whose music I love and I didn't want to love? Grimes music. I hate that she's with Elon, but man, her music is so good. Her new stuff's kind of like, I'm not super into it yet. She just released Player of Games and it's kind of eh.
I'm not
but
really,
like Miss Anthropocene, that's a great album. So good.
I'm not really sure that the whole separation thing is not some kind of publicity stunt.
I think it is. I absolutely think that's a publicity
Kevin Sanford
stunt.
says, thanks for all the news and content. Well, thank you for supporting us. We really appreciate that.
Chad, if you like to dance, look up Grimes cyberpunk mixes. So good. She's a great producer. Great producer. But just stuck on that fame machine. She should just get rid of Elon and just do her music.
Aw, Kate said that DreamHack was canceled again. Who's going to go work on that?
I listened to Grimes on the drive over here. So good.
Oh, we forgot Epic versus Apple. We haven't gotten to Epic versus Apple yet. We're not that far into time.
I was just washing my hands. I can't feel them.
Oh.
Or Andrew Will says, how are you, Wendell? Have a New Year's. She's not with Elon and her Dune era is
I'm
here.
talking about Grimes. I hope her music continues to evolve and is good. I didn't think Player of Games was a strong track, but there's like, she released a music video for it. And the last like 2 minutes of the song is some other weird mix that she's done, and that sounds great. I hope we get more music like that.
Isn't Player of Games a book?
I think so. I mean, she tends to reference a lot of stuff in her work, but...
Maybe some originality?
The Met Gala outfit. Let's talk about the Met Gala. You know what pisses me off about the Met Gala? The fact that they do a theme every year and almost no celebrity ever meets it. This year was Americana. And hardly anyone even wore an American designer. They didn't do anything American at all. It was just like, look at me, I'm rich. And I'm like, I don't care. Do the theme, bitch.
PH Gamer says the issue with the Fed getting into the power grid is the Fed will force on policies that the states want money for the power grid upgrade, hence Texas going on its own. But we see how well that worked.
Thoughts on Creed or Godsmack?
Those are pretty butt rock, I think.
Godsmack has written the same song every time they've written a song. Godsmack is trash. Garbage. It's all the same.
William Winslow says, thanks for the content. 3D printer for a hobby or a PC rebuild with a new case in preparation for a new GPU when they are available. If your machine's more than 3 years old, go for the new PC. Otherwise, I think you get a lot of mileage out of the 3D printer and have a lot of fun with it. Jerry Rose says, well, Ryan is the perfect amount of buzz. Can't feel your hands. Dehufu says, love you guys. Have you considered doing development streams? Consider them in the future. We're not, without the M&Ms, I'm not a savant level programmer. So it's not like I thought about doing that. And then I watched a Notch stream where Notch was doing.
Did you watch a Minecraft and it was like, oh,
and he was doing programming and it was like watching Mozart.
I feel like I spend a lot of time on like Stack Overflow looking at basic questions, and it would be kind of embarrassing to see that IRL.
Candy Bar says, drink up, Wendell. All right.
Deftones I like some Deftones songs. It's good.
I wouldn't put Deftones in the same category as Godsmack for sure.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Here's the thing about Deftones, Mr. Marino, when he doesn't have his voice processing, sounds pretty bad.
Oh,
so live Deftones, not good.
That's sort of disappointing about a lot of artists I find anymore, is like they don't sound great live. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it's like, why do the tour? But the tour is for money, because they have to do that.
Houston asks, what's everyone's game of the year? We actually have that in the outline at the very end.
Oh yeah, we did our top 10 games or whatever for the year.
Chevelle is good. I like Chevelle.
I do too. They're kind of butt rock too, but I like them.
They're kind of on the other side of that, right? I mean, they have that sort of like acceptable formulaic thing going on.
Acceptable butt rock.
If I had to choose between Godsmack and Sublime, I guess Godsmack. But that's like choosing between Cyanide and Razorblade.
What about Imagine Dragons? I like how they use
that,
breathing in their songs, but other than that...
They got the Radioactive song, right?
Yeah,
there's some
like,
good covers of that.
I love it when people, like, they leave the breathing sounds on the track. I love that.
Mr. Robot says, I went from watching you guys in high school to a jet-setting DC Tech engineer.
Good for you, bud.
That's crazy that we've been doing it that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been 6 years.
We gotta keep them. We gotta do more.
Perfect Circular Maze. I like Perfect. I didn't like their last album. I thought was like something elephant. It was not good.
Mantle just debanned the wrong disc.
What is butt rock? Yeah, I think that's.
That's it. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. I think there was a good definition.
I think
there.
there's a bit of a gay slur sneaking in there, Krista, that you're not intending. to
I
throw
might.
out.
I might be. I tend to do that sometimes. Where like I hear a thing and I understand it on like the very top level, but there's like a subtextual level that I don't always get, and that always kind of sucks because that happens a lot. And I don't mean to be that way, but sometimes it happens.
The luggage says like we're gonna reach the end of our outline. Sure seems like that.
Let's burn through it. So we talked about the Texas freeze. Now here's one.
That makes
Yeah.
me very nervous. I'm like, I should get a solar system.
Please stop making fun of Australia. I don't have any hate for Australia. Here's the thing about it. You get caught up in this. Everybody gets caught up in it, but you have to step back and think about it. Like, when I bitch about Australia, I'm bitching about the leadership of Australia,
Yeah.
not the people.
Same
But
as like USA, right? Like we bitch
Right.
about the leaders, but not the people.
if I think about my own leadership, I am doing nothing more than the Australians to try and prevent that. Now, what can we do, right? I mean, we could have stormed the Capitol, but that's not going to work.
Clearly, that didn't work.
So yeah, I don't hate on the Australian people. I hate on the Australian government the same way that I hate on all governments.
Max T. Christensen says, I watch for your personalities. It doesn't matter about the dev stream.
Our personalities are sometimes a little atrocious, but thank you.
Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, Paul the Bearded One. I do love that. How the fuck do you know that? That is a crazy obscure band that is really good. Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats.
Zart Snarf says, Ryan. Oh, yeah, you got that one. Sorry. That's not my brain. TM Grokus says, hey, L1, long-time fan. Just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work. Have you seen the DDR4 to DDR5 adapters? I am.
You know what? Let's talk about this.
This
This is something we've never talked about. But he says, I remember the tech.
Oh, be careful here.
Yeah. Wendell, now that you're a little bit inebriated, compare how you were treated during your last year of the tech with 2021 in terms of your autonomy and what you accomplished in the tech world.
I've done so much.
We can't talk about that in Link's chat, but
I don't know. Linus had a thing where he was talking about the mountain climb, and I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
you were somewhat caged in that environment. But yeah. I think the problem, let's not talk about that. Let's go on
you're too drunk to be able to weave that line. Let's not do that.
February, Myanmar, I don't know how you pronounce it, but this is the first time we found out that the government of Myanmar was using Facebook for genocide.
Don't you think that if you're an engineer at Facebook and you find that out, you probably are like, I'm going to get a job somewhere else now?
I don't know. Like, do you think the Chinese people have that thought, or is it the Communist Party is so powerful that you just accept it?
Well, on the Facebook side, I was imagining it was an American engineer that was doing that, and then maybe they had some reflection. But yeah, if they outsourced it somewhere else, it was maybe they don't care. Maybe they don't really even understand.
I'm not sure that we understand. There is this crazy reality that that everything you read is through a lens.
Yeah.
And how do you rely on any of it? You can't.
You can't really. No, I mean you can guesstimate by looking at different sources, but
Well, if we skip ahead to October, that and the January stuff one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the governor of was it Missouri or Mississippi? Missouri?
it's hard because they're both MI.
The reporter that reported that the website was printing the social security numbers in the page stores.
Yeah.
Oh, you post that was supposed to be a news story for next week, but that might be
Jumping ahead though.
Yeah.
Well, it's a follow up because that happened in October, so it's a year in review kind of thing. That dude, that's kind of it plays in with what you're talking about. So like with Myanmar and Facebook, and it's like, okay, there's two sides, components. You gotta really do a lot of work to unpack what's going on to suss it out. But that example is one of the clearest examples. I think that that governor should be charged with a crime because he's not that stupid. He's literally using his position as governor to harass an individual citizen that did the right thing. Because it's like, sometimes it's like, oh, we shouldn't punish them because they were trying to do the right thing and it ended badly. That's not what it is here. Like, the person literally did nothing wrong. He just pointed out the emperor has no clothes.
Remember the red light camera guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where he was like, let me do all these very abstract computations so I can show how you're wrong.
He was harassed, but he wasn't charged criminally. The governor is pursuing a criminal charge, which the governor's not even supposed to be involved with that.
Do you know that our city is negotiating with red light cameras right now?
Yeah.
Not good.
Sorry,
So,
I bet that was annoying on the
Yeah, Myanmar, I'm going to say we don't fully understand it. You got to think we have to say that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we
'Cause-
don't have any sources in the native language.
Right, we're not on the ground. We don't know. All we're seeing is American news stories about it.
You're Nick.
Oh, let me put on my turtleneck.
That's a reference that we really can't get into,
No,
we
Nick.
can't.
But that
Even-
shows that you've
we're
been
not that
watching for
drunk.
a while.
Thank you for your support.
Turned out to be untrue.
Things might have progressed from where they were to now.
I think you're doing better in retrospect. Oh, Krista just fucked right on off with that one.
Store it all over Text.com.
Jesus Christ, my ears. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? We're past the point. This is a beautiful place that we're in right now. And we're only up to March. March. So in March, we got our first taste, a bitter taste of NFTs.
I hate
This
it.
is the future.
I hate Web 3.0. There, I said it. I don't like Web 3.0, and I'm not happy about it. And that might be me being an old boomer, but
Giveaway time. You know what? Mutation 666, you're right.
we're going to forget, though.
The next donation gets a fucking mouse pad. Let's see them.
Let me see if I can get one out without
You
falling.
got to message me on the forum. You got to
Put
tell us.
the next donation that puts their forum username in the donation gets a mouse pad.
Level 1 giggles.
Oh, this is great compost material, too, shot.
You guys are eating too much.
No, there's never enough.
Don't worry, the cognitive function
9
is
hours.
declining.
So here's the plan. We should have talked about the plan in the beginning, right?
We did a little bit.
After we do this, I don't know how long it's going to take. We're gonna go. We gotta sober up. We're not gonna drive home.
Yeah,
after
we're not
this.
driving like this. Sorry,
So we're
guys.
going into the other room. We're gonna go to Twitch, and we're gonna stream either Wobble Dogs or House Flipper. How hilarious to watch Krista drunk house flip. That's what I was thinking. Krista drunk house
What
flip.
if my taste totally changes?
That would be fantastic. And then we might play some Icarus. So you guys are in for some, like if you want to follow us over to Twitch, you're in for some hours of content. I don't know if it's entertainment.
Donald Morris, why are you ripping the box? Don't rip the box. We got to ship the box to
I'm so programmed to tear up a box because I use it as compost material that I just started tearing it open. I'm sorry.
Donald Morris, if you would like the mouse pad, let me know what your forum username is. Or
You got to put it in the donation.
yeah,
That's the rule.
DJE 4321. I feel like you've been around long enough.
Oh, he
DJE.
says it's the same as his username. I think we can allow that.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Make a
really
note
good.
of that. You got a notepad over there or
Yep,
something?
that's a good idea.
Man, since this is a drunk rumor, we're probably going to play Icarus because we are sluts for Icarus, but
I don't know, Chris. I really think a drunk house flip would be. If you can maintain
I don't
your
have
buzz.
House Flipper installed. I installed
I
Icarus, though.
installed it, bro.
Oh,
It's
that's
on my
right.
account, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
fine.
That's fine, yeah.
And I fixed up. I spent a long time cleaning both the studio and the conference room because the conference room was turned into a project room.
I vacuumed this rug today. It was in bad shape. Because the cleaning staff for the building has been in flux since the thing.
Yeah.
Well, she moved, yeah.
How's that going?
Josh's Corner says "Rock Your Daddy" on the forum.
What is the Twitch channel link? Our Twitch channel
It's in the description.
is /Team PGP. It has been that way before we even made this channel. So it's Team PGP. We didn't know that we were going to ever do level 1 tech. So
Crunchy Eaters says, howdy, thanks for keeping my interest in tech from high school to being an engineer to semiconductor manufacturer. Woo!
Bless your heart for not getting burnt out.
Dahoo-hoo. Thank you, Dahoo-hoo.
He says his tech name is Cock Ninja. Cock Ninja? Did you not think about, I mean, it's not spelled like that, but did you not think about how that sounds? Cock Ninja?
That's not going to look good on LinkedIn.
Fridge Freezer says, thank you for your service, Krista. Been studying since age 14. Wow.
Aw. Thanks. Can you post the PGP link? Can you type it?
Yeah.
Can you type right now?
It's twitch.tv/teampgp.
Tech
Like
Max
the
Power says,
encryption.
with Mouse Matt, my forum name is Big. Oh, yeah, you got that one. Bully Hunter Brad says, longtime lurker. As Crease42, longtime watcher. Spencer Fred says, Prolicios name. Happy New Year, all.
Thanks. What does PGP stand for? Is Professionals Gaming Poorly.
You see, because when we started all this business, we started doing PGP before we started doing level 1. Mm-hmm. It was back when Wendell was trapped. And Wendell was trying to, he was trying to create content, right? Like, he was creating so much honestly, he's still doing that. Wendell has a compulsion.
He does.
How many videos a week does your compulsion require? At least 3, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get in a mood, and it's like, let's do it.
Bullshit. There's a number in your head, and he has to hit it. And that was coming up back in those days, too. But he was being stopped by someone who was like, hey, you're becoming more popular than me. I don't care for that, and I need you to stop. And so Wendell was like, I don't know what to do here. What should I do? And we were like, well, we got nothing to bring to the table. What the fuck are we going to do? And he was like, I don't know. I feel like we should do something. And so we did it. And
here we are 6 years later.
Here we are 6 years. I feel like you have really blossomed under this.
Yeah.
Though.
I mean, maybe you don't feel that way, but we feel that way. And we're going to put words in your mouth.
I don't know if you would have hit your current level of, acceptance among the nerds if you'd been trapped where you were.
I don't think we're ever destined for anything that's vaguely mainstream.
No, I don't think so either.
But it's nice to know that everybody that's damaged in the same way that we are has a home.
Can you fuck me up with the strawberry, please?
You guys have to stop eating.
I want to garnish my glass.
Stop eating.
He dropped the strawberry onto the freshly vacuumed rug.
Infinity Squared, man, I gotta tell you, the biggest faux pas on YouTube that I feel is the constant comments about, you need to do a video with this other YouTuber that I watch. Because
I'm okay with that. Like, if it's someone who's kind of related, I think it's okay.
Anthony's cool. Thank you, Corey. Thank you. She dropped the strawberry in the wine.
Sorry, chat. I thought I was over the laughy stage, but I'm kind of getting back there again.
Yeah, well, you should maintain that. You should aim to be right there.
It's hard. I don't drink a lot. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm on my second glass of wine, and I'm kind of losing it.
Wendell, you are a figure in tech that I truly respect. Yeah. You know what? I'll kiss Wendell's ass a little bit here.
Yeah. Let's all kiss Wendell's ass.
Let's kiss Wendell's ass a little bit. Wendell has a depth of knowledge, a breadth of knowledge. You know what? Fuck the depth. It's the breadth of knowledge, right? Because you know a lot about a lot of shit.
Yeah. Well, and I think for me, it's not that you know a lot, but it's also that you're kind about it, because I think that's hard to do, to be kind and also
that's a good point.
To not push your knowledge on people. But Wendell's very educational in the way that a kindergarten teacher would, not in a negative
way. Yeah, but
way.
Wendell has this thing where his favorite thing in the world is disseminating information.
Yes.
Right? Would you admit that?
It's how I feel about talking about trees.
There's a certain joy that I derive in figuring things out, and there's no end of things to figure out.
You can share a fact with Wendell in the morning, and he'll feed it back to you in the afternoon. Have no idea that you're the one that gave it to him. He's just disseminating information.
That's because I'm so excited about it. It's
exactly, and that is, I think people really tune into that. They get that excitement, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm excited about this too."
I'm a little drunk right now, just a little.
A little.
But like, Wendell, I want you to know that we appreciate you and that the work you do is very important to us.
We try.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, Wendell's fucked up. There's no question about it. We're all fucked up.
In different ways.
Wendell is severely fucked up, but his fucked up is beneficial to everybody around him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, what did you just give me? You just gave me a chair. Wendell just gave me a fucking chair, and I was like, hey, Wendell, what do you owe you for this chair? Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just love you to have this chair. Because Wendell wants to share things.
Yes.
Facts, information, items. Wendell just wants to spread it around.
When there's not enough joy in your life, you have to treasure the joy that you have.
I'm loving my chair. Let me be honest, this is the best fucking chair I've ever owned.
We really lucked
By a
it.
long shot.
It was a good deal. It was a really good deal.
All right, I can tell you're uncomfortable with that, so let's move on.
Yeah.
There's so many donations I have to read. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you catch up on that? You know what? I'm going to go and empty the seal.
Krista can catch up on the meat. Oh, will you bring me the tea back from the fridge?
Oh
when
yeah,
come
you're
back?
gonna hit the vodka with the tea.
I don't know what I'm looking for there.
It's a gallon jug in the fridge. It's only about half full.
Gotcha.
Our Andrew Will says the only collab we need is Rossman. I met Rossman at an LTT thing. It was a pretty cool dude.
Nice
Best stream ever. Your
proprietary
guidance pushed me to a
software.
DevOps career. Well, good. That's really awesome, Brett. Devin says trapped behind 18 Ergotron monitor arms. Hey, Space Co. is the superior monitor arm. Ergotron's not bad, but Space Co's are the good stuff. Outland says message retracted. I'm not sure if it's message retracted or not, but thank
YouTube
you.
will, just as a note, some people sometimes are like, you deleted my comment. We usually do not delete comments unless they're extremely rude or racist or something like that. The only time comments get deleted automatically by YouTube is if you have a link or something in them, and we don't always get to reapprove that. So.
Devera 1G1 says something. Oh, Lord,
There's so many. They're coming in so quick.
Ryan, you need to do a video with this YouTuber I don't like. He would not like that. A Boron says, I've got nothing to say. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
T-Dult says, Ryan is even better under the influence. It is a little exciting. HR says, best wishes for the new year, everybody. Ross says, I love you guys, heart. Well, we love you too. Acerix says, you're God amongst men. Ryan, you're my spirit animal. Christy, you're the one that got away. Love you guys.
My husband's probably watching this like now, and he's like, oh no.
No, see, it's crazy. I'm on this like chat group with a bunch of people that are just the smartest people that I know, and the stuff that they talk about is it's fascinating, but it's also like they talk about stuff that it's like I probably would have time to learn about, and it's really interesting, but I'm more concerned with like survival and applied knowledge and that kind of stuff, and theirs is very cerebral. But
Yeah.
like some of the stuff that they talk about has to do with like how you can organize your own thought patterns and like classify things into different groups, and they're incredibly smart people, and those kind of things would probably help me like make better use of the facilities that I have. But I just don't have time because I'm more concerned with
Practical matters.
acquiring skills that
Right.
have to do with like survival or security, like personal security.
What are we drinking today? We talked about at the beginning of the stream. I've got some port wine. Wendell's got a mixture of things from people have sent us.
I've had almost this entire cup of port, and I can't like.
This stuff's strong.
My eyes are moving independently, and that's not that's not a good thing.
I was just doing the thing where you bounce between the walls of the hallway. You know?
That's a long hallway from the bathroom back to our studio.
I believe there's a malfunction in my corpus callosum.
I didn't know they sold unsweet tea by the gallon. Like
This
that.
is
Yeah, they do.
This is the only unsweet tea other than Sunny's unsweet tea that you
Does
can
Lee's-
buy in this form that is any good. All of the other tea that comes in this form, every kind that you can get locally, I've tried them all. This is the only one that's not complete trash, and this one, it's definitely not as good as making yourself. But
Trust Milo.
Who's Milo? Well, I see it's Milo's, but who is Milo?
He's a man who loves tea.
That's all you need to know.
Oh
good. It
my
is-
goodness!
Thank
Port
you,
is a
Acerix.
strong alcohol.
Thank you again, Acerix. Thank you again, Old King. Thank
Let's,
you again, Outland. Thank you again, JP. Thank you again, Highland Overlord. I'm sorry, there's just too many.
Are we caught
thank
up
you,
on
guys.
the?
We are now caught up.
So let's move on to The supply chain. March was the first indication that we had that the supply chain was not just broken, but it was going to stay broken for the entire year.
Yeah,
I think it's going to get worse, personally. But
it was also around then that I was trying to buy more USB chips for the KVM, and there were none. That actually accelerated plans for the 10 gigabit USB KVMs, which are now available.
Yeah, and turns out they were right.
Thank you, Jim Tracy. I don't know whatever happened to anything, and is Ryan drunk enough to get into this
No.
one? Happy New Year. Yes.
we're not going to talk
Am
about
I drunk
that
enough to do what?
To get into this year.
the text that we can't talk about that
What
much
choice
more.
do I have?
Peter Amelia says long days and pleasant nights.
What's that from?
$20.
Is that from something?
That's from literature.
Your accents are getting more southern as you drink on. It's
Correct.
going to get worse. Soon it's just going to be a slur and you're not going to be able to turn into nothing.
Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Didn't Bruce Willis kill him in some film? Man, Bruce Willis makes a lot of movies these days. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He is in.
I don't watch movies a lot.
They're all like straight to video garbage, but apparently he's had some bad divorces.
I can't stay for the whole stream. Will it be left on you? Probably, yes.
Yeah.
It will probably be demonetized, but that's okay. We
can
knew
watch
that was
it.
going to happen.
We-
That was a risk.
Also,
We did try to send it to Floatplane as well, but
Commander
floats
Commander
up.
Embryo is the kind of username I would expect to compliment me on YouTube. It's always the worst usernames. I don't know what that says about me, but I'll take it. Commander Embryo will be moving to Twitch, twitch.tv.
The sober up stream.
Oh, it's from the Gunslinger. The best,
You should have known that.
the best fantasy series ever written. I don't care if Stephen King is a liberal cuck these days. I don't care what he's become. Are you throwing fruit at me?
she
The-
threw a strawberry
The
at
best
you.
fantasy series in this chat is Lord of the Rings all day, every day.
Oh man, can we come up with like a Lord of the Rings versus Dark Tower?
I don't see. I hate that kind of shit when you see it on Reddit. It's like, who has the higher power level? Like it's an RPG. I hate that.
Well,
I
listen,
hate it.
Maker's Ease, thank you.
You
Thank
can't. Roland was just a guy who was good at shooting,
Right.
so you can't really put him up against Gandalf.
Denvera 1G1, supply chain being manipulated like stock markets. Yeah, maybe. That's possible. I mean, the power, that's what happened in Texas. The power market was also manipulated.
I hate that.
Those people owed a whole bunch of money. That is basically like the collapse of society is imminent if that's pervasive.
Oh, sorry. Someone earlier in the chat was like, that is the worst sound I've ever heard. I'm sorry. I just made it again.
Just keep moving.
Asterix? Pronounced R6. Ah.
Oh, thank you.
We're gonna send you some Orange Crush. Your Orange Crush is pretty good right now, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm good now. Oh,
I mean,
it's
you
Peruvian
shouldn't be
soda.
turning it down.
Well, you can message me on the forum. Unsweet tea is the only way to go. Love you guys.
I can't do it. I can't get into unsweet tea.
I actually
I don't really
legit
like
like
tea that
unsweet
well.
tea.
Please explain how you came to accept unsweet tea. Was there a time when you were just like, "Oh, this is too much sugar. Let me switch," or what was that about?
No, I've always liked it since I was really little.
When was your first unsweet tea serving?
Probably when I was like 5 or 6, because I was like, I want to try. You know, like my aunt made unsweet tea, and my uncle was drinking coffee. Like he wasn't drinking coffee at first, and he was kind of upset about that. And she's like, "Do I really have to fix you a coffee because you're the only one that's drinking coffee?" And I was like, "Well, I'll try coffee too." And they were like, "No, God, no, you don't need more energy."
Oh,
and so
yeah.
They recognized.
Please, no.
They recognized the differences in young Wendell at that point.
Yeah, and they let me try some of the hot tea, and I really liked it. And there was nothing in it. But then they were like, "Well, let me show you. Let's take it to like level 11." So then they put a bunch of sugar in it, and I really didn't care for that.
This might be too inside baseball, but you often talk about, like the head injury. What
Yeah.
age was that?
Was that before or after you started licking doorknobs?
Before,
I can't judge. I did weird stuff as a kid too.
I don't know. Probably around 5.
Let's
plus or
ask-
minus 2 years.
Let me ask this question. We had this discussion recently, Chad. I think it was on one of the news episodes. So Wendell believes that his powers of cognition, and they exist.
They do.
Don't fuck around with Wendell's powers of cognition. There's something there. There's something different about Wendell. I think we all know that. He believes they happened with a head injury. How many of you would take that head injury to get what he has? Because he kind of downplays it, but I feel like it's a little bit of a superpower.
So the only time I've ever been disturbed was I was running cable for a guy. Well, I was doing everything, but server setup, a bunch of workstations, blah blah blah. But he was a really well known around here psychologist, I think, clinical psychologist. And so I showed up and I went through the stuff and I was like, here's the thing and blah, blah, blah. And I was running wire in his basement, and where he wanted to put the wire wasn't where it goes. And so I was explaining to him, like, we have to do this a different way, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, do you mind if I ask you a personal question? And I was like, okay. And he's like, what age was your head injury?
Let me interrupt. So there's the guy that has the stockpile of technology in the old schools.
Yeah. So we did a video about that.
Yeah, there's a video you can go watch for that guy, and he's a great guy. I'm not going to say anything bad about that guy.
No, he's fantastic.
He's a
He's
nice
really
guy.
nice.
But when we went there, we were just talking about like random stuff, and one was like, yeah, I kind of feel a compulsion to do X, Y, and Z, and that guy just chuckled and he was like, yeah, that's part of it.
I really like him. He's great. I have a monitor that was $7 that I got from that guy. Fantastic.
You get some good deals there, no problem.
Firefly says watching drunk news while drunk is the perfect combination.
I shudder to think how weird this is going to be, like, after we're sober and we're watching. It's like, oh.
But we're bringing the
Happy
content,
New Year from
though.
Sweden. Ryan is best e-girl.
We are bringing content like we've not brought in a long time. I don't know if low IQ would come with superpowers. I think Wendell's got a high IQ.
No, absolutely.
He's able to grasp advanced concepts.
I wonder if it would have been better or worse, like more or less normal is the thing that I wondered, because I didn't really think about it a lot until that guy was like, I mean, immediately he was like, you had a head injury.
Well,
That's
I wonder-
something different.
I wonder too, like, I always joke about, like, putting points into different things, and, like, you put all your points into tech. I put a lot of my points into art, and then I have no social capital left over. Like, I have no social energy left.
Wendell's got no rhythm, which is fucking hilarious. Chat.
Oh, we should play some dance music.
Chat. Somebody in the super chat, donate Rhythm Doctor from Steam to Wendell. I want to see Wendell play Rhythm Doctor.
Don't shit on Wendell, because he did pretty good at Beat Saber. I was bad at Beat Saber. I'm too much of a free spirit.
Let's
for
find
Beat Saber.
out. Rhythm Doctor. Somebody send him Rhythm Doctor.
Nori SS says, let's put it to the test. What was your first L1T store order?
I don't remember at this point. Probably like just a logo shirt or something.
I had and somebody else gave us $6.90. Nice. I had the same thing happen in high school. Richard Melcher says, the backstory over the years.
We can't talk
been waiting
about
6 years. I'll keep waiting. It's not really.
I don't think we could ever talk about it because of some of the legal agreements. I could talk about it.
Well,
But I
we
won't
should
out of
because
courtesy.
that'll fuck up.
Yeah,
We're not gonna do that.
It's just, I mean, it's basically whatever you're imagining, it's as bad as that. And Wendell desperately needed a platform of his own, but he was afraid to do it on his own. And he came to us and he was like, "You guys want to do it?" And we're like, "Oh, we'll do
Yeah,
it."
fuck
Like,
yeah, why not?
What do you want us to do? And then he just like did it all himself. And we're like, "Wendell, what are we gonna do?" And he just keeps doing it on himself. So
Maker's East
Based.
says, I was hit by a car in 5th grade. I'm pretty sure I think different now. My grades
Yeah.
improved too. Michael Baker, it's like best news is drunk news. Demis says,
which
we need to find out. We did Beat Saber. Wendell was actually better at Beat Saber than I was. I think.
which grade did you skip?
it's like 2nd or 3rd.
Where was that in relation to the head injury?
I don't know. It might have been before.
Well, it's got to be before, right? Oh, you think it was before? Oh, so you
If
think
it's
you
before,
had the gift
it's different. Yeah.
before the head injury? Oh, that changes everything.
I don't know.
You guys are drinking this. We'll be doing a sober up stream after.
Let's admit though that it was a shallow pond where we live. I was offered to skip a grade. I didn't take it.
I remember. I don't remember what grade it was, but I remember that my reading was actually behind, and I had a stuttering problem, and I still do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me. I know exactly how that played out.
Yeah.
Because I've played games with you. You read ahead of the class.
Yeah.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, that fucked you, didn't it?
Yeah.
You get called on at popcorn reading. You have that moment of panic. It's like, oh shit, where are
Like
we?
I'm on chapter 6. I don't know.
Well, no. That was something that I worked on after school. Like I would do a lot of reading, and I got the speak and spell. That was like a big deal. That was a major purchase.
Wow, that's a hell of an endorsement for the speaking. Can you still buy that?
I don't know. But after I did that, I advanced so quickly that they had me narrate the school play for something, and they were like, "We never do that," because I was in like 1st or 2nd grade, and they're like, "Usually that's like a 4th grader that does that."
It's getting deep now, Chell. Let's get deep.
I remember in high school, Wendell and I went to the same high school. Some of you are wondering how I'm sitting here.
This is
Wendell and I
some
went to the
deep
same
level
high
1 text lore.
school. And I remember
We're
Wendell
getting
was
deep into the lore.
so like we had a tech teacher that we all liked, and he left that year.
Ooh.
And he vacated his office, and we got a new tech teacher who was garbage. He didn't know what was going on, and they gave Wendell his office. And Wendell was like, "Hey, look what I found!" And he showed me the bootleg pilot of South Park. You remember that?
Yeah.
I was like, "Holy shit, this is a whole new world!" And Wendell figured out that FTP doesn't require the control for FTP is a different port than the download for FTP. So he could sit at home in his shitty Eastern Kentucky like mountain home, and he could control the FTP that was coming in through the T1 at the high school, and we could get South Park that way.
Brandon B says engagement. Thank you all. Brandon B, I noticed your engagement comments on everything, so thank you for that. Thank you for the donation. Old King says never underestimate yourselves.
Ooh.
You are all the full package. Yes,
It's the full package.
I couldn't do any of the stuff that I do without these two, and it's I mean, it's a lot.
We've got an eclectic team here.
We do.
But
Yeah.
we get shit done.
We do.
In a weird sort of way, in a dysfunctional and chaotic sort of way.
And honestly, we get shit done that I guarantee other teams could not get done.
Sometimes, I mean, not that there's not dysfunction, but some of the people that we work with are so much more dysfunctional that it's like, we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to March.
Well, we can skip April. Nothing happened in April.
So we talked about the
spicy.
supply chain. We all know that the supply chain took a shit in March. You couldn't get toilet paper.
It's fucked.
Couldn't get beans. You couldn't get so much stuff.
That's why you prep, chat.
And then, on top of that, the Suez Canal. What was the name of that ship? I don't remember.
I don't remember, but it was
The,
some high quality memes.
Ever something.
Everlasting something?
No, ever given.
Have
Yeah,
you guys
I
ever
think we're
tried
pretty close
Peruvian
there.
food? No.
Yeah.
There's is it Colombian? There's a Colombian food truck near us.
I tried Peruvian food at my college when they used to have they had a international flavor station, but it was just like this one guy that was running it. He wasn't Peruvian at all, but he made some his wraps were amazing.
Thank you, R6.
I'm pretty sure that guy was addicted to some substance. His
Evergrande.
wraps were on point.
I think Evergrande we talked about. I put that in a note. I think, but it was later in the year because it finally defaulted.
Everybody said Evergreen. It's Evergrande.
It's Evergrande.
Evergreen
I'm
is
not
a
that
company
drunk.
or something like that. Johan, I don't know. Awesome stream. You guys are great. Happy New Year's from Sweden. Happy New Year's to you. Then Vera 1G1. I stayed a year in high school for free vocationals. The last year of high school,
I can feel that.
I did college
respect
credits,
it.
and that was good.
Wendell went to the vocational school when nobody that was smart went to the vocational school. That's a hilarious story too.
Yeah.
Because you were there with all the rednecks and like the guys on meth.
FFA.
But you
Future
were
Farmers of America.
Yeah, you were like trying to literally get the technical education.
Yeah.
You got any good stories about that?
Uh,
I have heard from guys who went to that same school that you did, and they said if you wanted to smoke a joint, go into the room with the wind tunnel. And you could smoke a joint in there and nobody would know.
You guys are older than me, so like I remember my cousins who are closer to your guys' age saying that there was like a smoking section at our high school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
we had a
got rid of
smoking
it
area.
by the time I went through.
They got rid of it midway through our high
Yeah.
school career. And like everybody was addicted to nicotine at that point, and they just took it away.
Yeah.
And they were shocked that they were smoking in the bathroom.
Yeah, our bathrooms, it was building 2, just smelled entirely like cigarette smoke, because that was like the bathroom that was safe to smoke in.
But seriously, you got any cool stories about your technical,
Oh.
your Votech schooling?
There was so the machine shop was right next to the wood shop, and the craziest, scariest thing that happened was there was a kid in the wood shop that got his hand caught in something, and so one day it was like we're running the lathe and doing stuff, and then over the sound of the lathe you hear a blood curdling scream from the other room.
Oh,
and
no.
everybody hits the e-stop on their machine because that's what they taught you to do, and then it was
Yeah.
just eerie quiet, and we all look around like it was one of us because it sounded like it was in the same room because there's only like a chef door, like a push double door, but the separation between the two rooms. The pineapple's gone forever. And then comes this kid running, and he's holding his hand like this, and there's just blood everywhere, and there's blood on the thing, and he's just like running through the thing, and then a bunch of people came running after him with like towels or paper towels or something. They had to take him to an ambulance, and he lost a finger.
They couldn't reattach it. It was too much.
Did they have a session after that? It was like, let's talk about basic.
Yeah, there was a kid in our class that had really long hair, and after that he had to wear hair netting.
I feel it.
Like before, he would just like do his hair up and put a baseball cap on backwards, and they're like, "No, that doesn't work."
No,
What when you decided to make that move? Did anybody try to talk you out of it?
Yes.
They're like, no, the retarded kid's
Yes,
still here.
yeah. They were like, "Why do you want to do this?" And I was like, "I want to learn how to make things with machines. I need to make things with machines."
Did you feel like you got something out of it?
Yeah, I learned all about CNC machining and taking measurements and running
But we had
AutoCAD.
CNC at the regular high school.
Yeah, but that was a really shitty like little machine, and it wasn't really the same.
That's
Do you
true.
guys make birdhouses or like toilet paper holders?
No, we made the little cube that's like
Yeah, it wasn't much.
that's inside the cube inside the cube that you can only do with the CNC.
I made a solid set of aluminum C clamps that I still use to this day.
My cousin in his woodworking class made a tiny like outhouse styled toilet paper holder that my mom still uses to this day.
Thank you, XSBT. Thank you, F.
Just moved to USA from somewhere terrible. What's somewhere terrible?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
what's somewhere terrible?
Shivendra. Hopefully I got that right. Even with my ADHD having fallen as a baby, I think my weirdness intelligence is because of that. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to have a sense of self.
This is like the head injury support group.
Well, you read
Whole chat.
you read the stories about, the person that, developed a musical ability or a math ability
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
the savant thing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and we've talked about this before. Maybe this is too far, but fuck it, right? We're drunk. You've talked about, I don't think I would want it, even with your superpowers. And let's fucking admit it. It's a superpower.
It is a superpower. It's
But I don't
absolutely
think you can
superpower.
really enjoy that superpower.
I can't control it. Like
Well-
I can't if I get bored, it's very bad. It's very bad. I do get a satisfaction from like the physical part of it though. Like doing all the physical labor when things were kind of slow at the beginning of the global situation, like working on my house. That was like very
That's like
therapeutic.
heroin, I think. Personally, like just hauling mulch out to my yard. That is like just pure heroin to me.
There is when you're exercising hard enough, you do
Yeah.
get like a runner's high or something.
Because there's a great joke by Artie Lang. Artie Lang. Stay sober, buddy. Artie Lang says that a lot of people have told him that the runner's high is just as good as the heroin high, but he's done a lot of heroin. Not even close, he says. Not even in the same ballpark.
Listen, when I go on a hike and I get up a hill and I like look out over the ridge, I'm like, hell yeah,
Yeah.
I just conquered this mountain.
Right, according to Artie, shooting up with heroin, way better than that.
Yeah,
Thanks,
because that kind
Jer.
of ruins your life.
Jared says Perry County schools
I
have
guess-
really let me down.
Hiking can kind of ruin your life too in a different sort of way.
A lot of what I got out of school, they weren't offering. I just was able to get it anyway.
It'd be fun to see evil Wendell. I've only seen Wendell go to the dark place a couple of times. And when it was when somebody pushed him so far, tech syndicate, so far that he had no choice. That he had no choice. And it is a scary thing. I don't ever want to be on the other side of it.
Oh yeah.
Betty White, we already talked about Betty White, Andrew Preston. That's very depressing.
Well, the problem was solved.
That's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. What's in May? What happened in May?
Well, let's
this year?
continue with March, Krista, where after the Suez Canal was cleared out, we got, and it started in Europe, but we got the first taste of right to repair. People started hearing about right to repair. Now that we're here in 2022, I don't feel like we've come very far.
No, but I feel like John Deere kind of got theirs, right? So this is kind of a fast forward. In October, John Deere started getting boycotted and like they got all their strikes and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, get shit on, John Deere.
Oh, you meant with right to repair.
With your anti-consumer bullshit.
I thought you meant just existence in general.
No, I think John Deere is probably proof from whatever is going to destroy them. I mean, they're too big to fail, I guess.
I hate them. Boy, I hate them.
But
Andrew Preston says pour one out for Betty White. Yeah, we saw.
Yeah,
you missed the zombie Betty White earlier. No, don't, Krista, don't do that.
But it was nice that we got the right to repair was coming into the public sentiment, right?
Mm-hmm.
The normies were starting to hear about right to repair. And that was a good thing, but that led to a bad thing, which is Microsoft Exchange.
The Exchange bug that just keeps on giving, even today. There were Exchange stories every month in the months following.
And we were just finding out about it. We would hear headlines about the Exchange hack for months after that.
You know what else is kind of a lie about the whole right to repair? The whole framing of that conversation is an uphill battle with the manufacturers, because it's like, we the citizens just showed up one day and we're like, hey, I need to be able to fix my phone. And the manufacturers are like, oh, gee whiz, I guess we can design special stuff into the phone to make it easier to repair. But they've been hideously evil the whole time. And it's just now that people are waking up after, the frog has been boiled slowly. And so there's a kind of crime in that. And I don't know what it is.
Just recently I had a piece of technology that I dropped and broke. Torx T8. Fuck you if you have Torx T8 on your item. What possible excuse could there be for Torx T8? There is
Money.
none. They're just making a Phillips head
It's always
screw.
the answer is always money.
Phillips
For
head
what
screw.
excuse?
I have seen stuff where you use the wrong kind of Phillips screw and it strips the head and then it's impossible to take out. And you don't have that problem with Torx. Either it fits or it doesn't. You're not going to screw up the head. So I kind of get it.
But you know why they do it.
Yeah, that's exactly why they did it. And it's so frustrating. And what was it? Like the iPhone 4, it was like 2 screws on the iPhone 4, which is exactly the same form factor as the new iPhone. If you go like an iPhone 12 or 13 where it's got like the square corners and all the other stuff, that's the same form factor as the old iPhone. That there's 2 screws on the bottom, you pop it out and the whole thing falls apart. You can replace the battery. It's super easy. It's that we don't have that is grounds for severe financial penalties for Apple.
So here, okay, March, we get the first like.
We can't get out of March. We'll be stuck.
Well,
in
no, but
March
I'm saying
forever.
let's think about. Okay, this was March. This was a year ago, basically, right?
Yeah.
Where are we now? We really haven't gained a lot of ground.
In terms of right to repair, not
Right,
really.
yeah.
No, not really.
Dell was paying lip service to repairable laptops. They just put out a concept, and it was because the framework laptop was so popular. So many people were looking at the framework laptop saying, wow, if I could get a frame and I could just upgrade the CPU, and I could upgrade the motherboard, I could upgrade the modules, that would be great. That would be a great laptop for me, because then you could have a 5-year laptop that's got a new processor every year. That's fine. And so we've made a little bit of progress, but other than that, not much.
Lisa Khan saves from the witchcraft.
Lena.
Lena.
Wow, Krista, come on. So, after we talk about the right to repair, we feel good about that, right? That's a feel-good story. Right to repair is good for the consumer. You know
Right.
what's bad for the consumer?
Literally everything.
Microsoft Exchange.
You don't have a full Torx security set? Thank you.
What's the last drink you? Are you still drinking the port?
Yeah, I'm sort of.
You're double fisting.
Double
right
fisting
now.
it. I am fucking.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost right now.
I've only got like 2 or 3 threads left in my head. It's very quiet.
All right, well, let's use those threads to talk about the Exchange hack. Now, what do you do a lot of the server maintenance around here?
Mm-hmm.
How many hours did you pull on that?
Actually, because it was minimal impact. There were only really a couple of systems that I had to worry about because everything had already been migrated onto things that weren't vulnerable anymore.
All right, well, that's not what I expected, but that's good because we need to move through a lot of the year. Next up in March, Krista, I almost said her last name, and I shouldn't do that.
So say my last name fast.
Krista purchases
I did!
a home.
That was great.
Thank you, Shavindra.
Oh, it was so great. 10 out of 10. If you can purchase property, even if you're like, I think I'm happy renting, you're not really happy renting. You should buy a house. Buy a house in the country. Live out in the middle of nowhere. Live with rednecks who are shooting like guns 24/7. You love it.
Dirt bikes.
Yeah, dirt bikes. We have a group of dirt bikers.
Wendell's eyes are getting googly. They're moving independently of one another.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
feels
good.
it feels a little wild.
The
in
corpus
studio.
callosum is malfunctioning.
That's where I dreamed this would go. And also in March, and this is just a quick reminder, there was locusts locust swarms in Africa in March. We had biblical plagues in 2021.
Well, there was snow. I remember when we bought our house, the last like walkthrough before we signed all our paperwork, we couldn't get out of our drive-through. Our
drive-through.
Our driveway.
What's that got to do with locusts, Krista?
Good Lord, chat. Good Lord. This is what you've done, chat. This is what you've done.
This is what everybody asked for, right? Everybody demands that we get drunk. Here it is. I'm drunk.
Our realtor had to come pick us up because we couldn't get out because it was so icy. That's what I was trying to spit out.
Thank you. Are you hyper-threaded? No, I just...
We all feel a little
We're missing
right now.
And then finally, Intel launches their 11th generation. I just noticed that Wendell upgraded me to a 12th gen.
Yeah.
i7 on my work machine. You know what? I bet we have the best work machines of a lot of consulting companies.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is because Intel sends free shit.
That one wasn't free.
But we did get the Intel 11th gen CPUs at the end of March.
Yeah, and I feel like Intel was like, oh no, because we got the 12th gen not very long after that, just now, in fact.
All right, I've broken the seal.
So we'll take another little break.
I must piss again. As we move into April, we have no April stories unless you want to talk about.
It's too spicy.
The most spicy.
It's too
Alex
spicy.
Chambers is asking. I feel like this question is for you. 5.56 or 300 for home defense.
What?
All right. I only fuck around with 308. Right? Because here's the thing. 300, when the shit goes down, you're not going to be able to loot 300. Not at all. You're going to be looting 308. I don't fuck around with the subsonic stuff, whatever. I don't care about making noise. I say stockpile 5.56. That's my recommendation.
You can't buy Russian ammo right now, right? Because my husband has whined about that a little bit lately.
Russian ammo is not 5.56, Krista. That is
I don't know. I don't know anything about ammo.
Russian ammo
I shoot a
is 308, or not 308, but it's 7.62 Russian. 7.62 by 39. You know what? I shouldn't be saying those numbers. I'm sorry. Sometimes when people talk about ammunition, they get a little like preachy, like, "Oh, let me tell you how much I know about this." And I'm not going to do that.
He says as he goes into it.
But I would say 308. 308 is the answer. All right, and then I gotta empty my bladder. My liver is. You gotta understand.
You're in your 40s.
No, I'm in my 40s. I'm only 40 years old, Krista. 40.
Oh, sorry. I don't actually know your birthday. I know when Wendell's is roughly, but I don't know when yours is.
81. I was born in 81.
But I don't know what month. I
was born in 81. Masters of the Universe, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've got action figures that you should buy.
Store.level1tech.com.
I would love to show you my action figures, and you could buy the entire collection. I'm thinking I could get like $3,000 from the collection, right?
Someone in the comments said $2,000 at least.
So I've forgotten what I'm talking about, but 308 and 7.62 by 51 are the same thing. Here's the thing that you don't know about ammunition, people. 308 and 7.62 by 51 are the same goddamn caliber. 308 has lower pressure, or is it higher pressure? It's not exactly the same, but you can feed the same ammunition through the same guns. And with that, I have to piss.
Thank you, Eric Martin. I'm listening while driving my fuel tanker down the highway, and I've almost crapped myself laughing. Well, good job.
I'm so sorry. I feel like they're going to listen to this later, and it's going to be embarrassing. But I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for everything that gets said here.
Says, 5.54 by 39 is greater than 7.62 by 39. Fight me, Ryan. He's not here. It's fine.
Yeah, he's gone to piss. I'm gonna eat some more meat. Oh.
Once again, pouring one out for Betty White.
I can't believe she died. That's so sad, chat. Like, my dog loved her show. I mean, I liked her show too, but like my dog loved it.
If you weren't here earlier, I do have the Zombie Golden Girls. I'll get the full collection.
This might be the most drunk I've ever been.
Woo!
Oh shit, I'm feeling it.
So Chad, if we're doing a good job, share with your friends.
If you're not embarrassed, I'd be a little embarrassed right now, but I'm probably going to be embarrassed later.
That's probably fine.
I'm not doing anything too crazy, but Rue's not here. Rue would love to be here, but she's not here. She would be eating all the food off the table.
Even Google is telling me, based on your interest profile, we think you would like to know Betty White died.
Who doesn't want to know Betty White died? I bet this is trending on Twitter. Let's check it out, chat. I don't have Twitter on my phone, but I'll look it up. The show is amazing.
Another giveaway, yes. What shirt size? So this is going to be.
Well, we've got a lot of stuff. So our printer sends us like samples of things periodically after we print them.
So you don't even have to give us anything. You just have to tell me your forum username.
There's a Death of Flash shirt.
What size is it?
I think it is. Reading is hard right now. This is an XL.
So if you want an XL shirt, you got to tell me your forum username and the keyword watermelon. So in your reply, the first person to put watermelon, and again, it's only an XL. You don't get any other size because it's literally this shirt. It's going to be wrinkly and weird.
It's got my my sandwich hands on it. Let's check out Twitter. Let's see if she's trending on Twitter.
Pick another merchandise that's a different size, so we can give another chance.
Okay. There's another hoodie here.
Nubbin said nubbin, but he forgot to say the word watermelon. Lord Cat Puke Watermelon, I think, is the first person. So Lord Cat Puke, you are getting a.
Lord Cat, I love Lord Cat. Can I tell you? Can I tell you that Lord Cat Puke is a great guy?
Krista just fell on the floor.
Well, let me tell you what, chat. Last year we didn't bring it in terms of the drunkenness, but this year, I gotta guess Krista too. But I am wasted.
I've drank more than ever.
I've had no calories since like 8 p.m. yesterday, and I am.
This is a large.
Okay, it's a large hoodie.
It's a hoodie. It's a large.
Okay, so we got a large hoodie. The secret word this time is going to be port. So your forum username and the word port. If you would like a large, is it large hoodie?
It's a large. It's a large.
Large hoodie.
Let's take a moment to mention that this party is going to continue on Twitch.
We'll stop drinking while on Twitch because that's a sober up stream.
What's our time right
now? I don't even know.
We've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, we haven't gotten through March.
Let's challenge.
We can't do April. That's too spicy.
Let's charge through. So after Krista bought her house, we covered that.
Mm-hmm.
Locusts. We had a biblical plague in Africa.
All right, so Adam Ducker, if your username on the forum is Adam Ducker, you get it. Otherwise, it's the non-existent. Heck, I might send you both.
Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. It's kind of embarrassing to fall out of your chair like that. I dropped my meat on the floor. I tried to grab it.
You made the mistake of eating. Stop eating.
No, that's
only imbibe alcohol.
I'm so sorry. It's embarrassing, chat.
And then we got some super chats after that.
You're 2 hours?
That's a man who's fishing for a t-shirt. We should give him one.
Tyrannic, so $5. What do the other coworkers think of level 1 text?
They don't like it. They don't like it.
Halayan Overlord Krista, don't be embarrassed, making me laugh.
No, the other coworkers don't like it. And I understand why.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah, I kind of get it.
A few of them don't like it.
I mean, they're not like, oh, screw them, but it's more like, oh, come on, guys. Like, you're doing the news on Friday. I need you to help me with something.
Wendell does get caught up in this shit sometimes. And sometimes he's doing this stuff instead of the other stuff, which is weird for Kristen and I because it directly benefits us.
Yeah.
Dan says, man, I'm so glad I found you guys. Some fellow defectees. Thank you.
I want to send Rhythm Doctor to Wendell, but I can't send messages on the forum. You have to get a certain number of forum time.
Yeah, otherwise it'll think you're a bot.
Tech Max Power says, for the thud Krista made on the floor, she lost 2 pounds.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Christensen says, I wanted to send. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let's focus on trying to move through.
Yeah.
11th gen Intel CPUs. I don't think that was all that exciting.
No. They went from 10 cores to 8 cores, but they added PCI Express 4 dedicated lanes for NVMe, which I was really excited about. That was the most exciting feature of that processor.
I will say, at home I'm running the 10900, and they just upgraded me to the 12700 on my work computer. and just installing the default stuff, like the decompressing and stuff, there's a performance improvement there.
Oh yeah, the SSD in your work machine is face meltingly fast. It's an old Enterprise cast off.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's probably most of the difference there. Paul Abarou is like, this is just freaking cool watching at a bar.
Are you watching on your phone at a bar? Or do they
I hope you have it on full volume.
I hope they have it on the bar TV.
I'm so
would they do
sorry,
that?
I might
bar
believe that
patrons.
if it's a barcade. I might believe that. Otherwise, that just seems far fetched.
Now, April, only one thing happened. Which
We're not gonna talk about that
probably
on here.
shouldn't talk about it. It's a man with the initials of GF.
Yeah.
We can't talk
killed.
about that's too spicy.
Too spicy. So let's move into May. Now, May was the first taste we had in 2021 of real ransomware. Real
Yeah.
ransomware.
There's a
that
lot of security stories in this year.
It impacted everybody's life because everybody buys gasoline.
Yes, the gas pipeline ransomware. That was
Colonial Pipeline.
and that was when the Biden administration woke up. It was like they were in a coma the whole time. They were like, wait a minute, we can't buy gasoline. And they released some of the National Reserve to try to ease things, but it didn't move fast enough.
The National Reserve in total, I think, can cover maybe 6 days of gasoline consumption.
So thinking about this and thinking about the supply chain and thinking about the other thing, there's this term that you keep hearing, which is just-in-time delivery. It's like, oh, we're minimizing waste with just-in-time delivery. It seems to me just-in-time delivery is going to be responsible for the collapse of society.
But I'm loving the Amazon deliveries, right?
Fine.
Krista, what?
I'm fine.
I mean,
struggling.
Amazon delivery just in time is fine for Amazon, but that's not fine for gasoline.
Stop.
And in April, or in March, I'm sorry. In March, I'm totally lost at this point. Oh, yeah. The supply chain. So the thing that we all have that's floating around in the air that we shouldn't refer to by name
The vid.
really started to affect the supply chain.
Yes.
We really started to see headlines in March. We all knew it, right?
Yeah,
I
We'd
mean,
all seen the evidence of it before, but the mainstream media started to admit it in March.
yeah. Yeah, that was not good.
It's not great right now either. At least according to my friends who are nurses and respiratory therapists. Krista's losing. I feel a little bit like I'm losing. I'm probably gonna slow down a little bit now because I think I'm too far.
Krista's faces are priceless. I agree, random citizen.
And just as we were finding out,
Look, you're not even halfway through your. Look at me. I'm drinking more than Ryan. I'm like half his size.
This is a
bro,
lot of alcohol.
this is liquor. This is what, 80%?
yeah.
This is. I don't know if I can read this right now.
No, it's 40%. I'm sorry, it's 80 proof. You're rolling
This is
with like
18%.
18 versus 40.
I've had almost this entire cup.
Also, Krista, I don't want to keep referencing it. Haven't eaten in 16 hours.
Sparny says we need more Ryan unhinged.
I've got nothing but alcohol rolling around. It's alcohol and corn syrup hanging out in the stomach right now.
This is just pure America. USA. USA.
I'm so glad that we put the high flow toilets up here. So glad.
Ugh.
Man, you've got such an interesting relationship with toilets. You know that?
Let's talk about that. You know, that was kind of earlier in the spring, right? When you started your toilet seat collection.
You didn't really set out to collect toilet seats.
No, it's not seats. It's
We're
the tank
married now,
lids.
chat.
All right.
Yeah. The guy that used to own this place left them to me. Basically.
Well, let's dig a little bit deeper than that. Let's give them some inside baseball here. We have a pretty successful business cooking right here. When I say we, I mean Wendell. You know, Wendell's the head of it. And
He's the captain of this ship.
The business. Have we ever lost money during a year? No. It's been infinite growth. Often, I've said to Wendell, infinite growth is not a valid strategy. We need to slow down with some of our hiring and acquisition.
we have.
But
Yeah.
he is an eternal optimist, and to his defense, it's played out. It's played out. We
Yeah.
have grown, and he purchased a building that came with toilets.
I'm overflowing with toilets.
Toilet lids. Toilet lids.
Yeah, not the whole toilet, just the
Crazy
lid.
thing to have.
You'll be ready for inflation.
What was the most valuable toilet lid that you discovered from your collection?
$800.
What kind of moron pays $800 for a toilet?
Somebody that wants a toilet, an authentic toilet lid from a 1920s like Flushmaster something or other. So,
Wow.
I don't know.
I wish I could be that much of a purist in terms of like the era of my home, but I just don't care that much.
My toilet lid means nothing to me.
I don't think I'm going to sell the ones from the 70s that are the funky colors for that much.
I love design, but man, I'm not that dedicated.
Well, so, the rest of that story is that I was able to sell like 6 out of like 150. So,
But doesn't that pay for the other 147?
now, I did have a guy lined up to take the other one basically on consignment if I could get him there. But I had a way to get him there, but then that fell through because of the thing. The guy got sick that was going to take him. So
Just buy a new toilet for $800. Yeah, I agree.
It's crazy that anyone would pay that.
well, the toilet that was going to go on was one of those ones that's like a wooden box with like a copper liner and then like brass fittings that go down the side.
One of my favorite stories about Trump was that he demanded all the fixtures in his Trump hotels be gold. What a waste.
Store.level1text.com.
I mean, why couldn't they be brass? Brass is just as tasteful.
It's more
No, that's
functional.
80s. It's
Yeah.
80s. The brass
Yeah.
is so 80s, and it's not 80s in a cool way.
So, April,
May.
and then May, we get into the Colonial Pipeline.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the Colonial Pipeline was already hot topic, right?
Yeah.
Should we be bringing gas in? Should we be building these pipelines? Is that bad for the green economy? Krista, I feel like
I'm kind of a hippie. My
Yeah.
husband says maybe more yuppie, but kind of like a mix between a yuppie and a hippie.
I'm 100% capitalist, where I'm like, pull whatever you can out of this earth and let me enjoy it while I'm alive. You're more of the other side of the
Yeah,
equation.
I kind of consider like looking at the earth as like a stewardship thing where you have to use the resources as wisely as you can
So
and
do you
conserve where
feel-
you can.
Do you feel that we should not have the Colonial Pipeline?
I would prefer if we didn't, but I feel like there's probably a middle ground that I'm not able to see, especially not in this state.
I do feel a little unqualified
Yes.
to argue this because I don't really know a lot about pipelines.
Same.
Jose,
I think the
thank
issue
you.
with the colonial one is that it crossed over some rivers and things like that, and there was a concern, which ended up to be founded, that they would leak and then poison water supplies, and it's like, oh, we need water to drink.
Jose Encarnacio. That's a cool last name, isn't it?
Encarnacion.
That is a cool last name. He brings up an important point, and we should talk about this. Wendell has a very, very, very sensitivity. That's not a good sentence, but he has a high sensitivity to toilets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Public
Yeah.
toilets. Is that where you're going with that?
We've talked
Please.
about that, about RimWorld and stuff too.
Please describe the public toilet that launched that sensitivity.
Oh, I mean, there's so many. There's so many.
You should talk about the Roach story too. After that.
Oh, yeah, the roach
computer.
story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you go on a road trip with family and you got to go to the bathroom, and then invariably the toilet is just horrifying. Like, there's like poop on the walls, and just, there's the toilet paper is going directly from the roll into the toilet, and you have to touch things, and it's just.
When I went to look at one of the houses I was going to buy, I had to take a piss while I was there. Mm-hmm. The water just filled up, like it didn't go out. And I was like, okay, I don't think I'm taking this house.
Jason N's $50 turned the big 40 yesterday. Thanks for the drunk stream. Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mean,
Happy
that's,
birthday.
That's a big part of it. Is like, I would like a toilet that flushes correctly, and blah blah blah. That factored in a lot when I was redoing the stuff at my house. Was like, okay, how is this gonna? Is it gonna be like this? How are we gonna do this? That kind of thing. Here, we've got really nice toilets here. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're really nice.
Now, you are a taller fellow as well.
Yes.
And you do have a high sensitivity to low toilets. I've noticed that.
Yeah. All of the low toilets disappeared and became the ADA toilets?
Yeah,
I like
wait,
them.
that was a legal mandate.
I'm 6 feet. Chris is girl tall. What's your height, Krista?
According to my lights, I think I'm 5'9".
So you probably haven't had any trouble with the toilets here
Not
at the
really, no.
offices? Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, like, this is my level of weird compulsion, but I try not to go to the bathroom in public if I can absolutely help it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, if I don't have to, hell no, I'm
get
waiting until I
that,
go
although
home.
I do feel here at the office, I feel a level of comfort that I don't feel in a lot of public spaces.
Yeah, if I had to go to the bathroom in public, I'd pick the office before I'd pick, like, Walmart.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just a sad commentary on society.
Back to the toilet straight. I don't remember where we're going.
We do kind of circle back to the toilets every time, don't we? Well, we already talked about Krista buying a house.
Right.
Which
Well,
is-
we're in May now, so I bought the house in March.
And we're not in May. Oh, we are in May.
We are absolutely in May. I'm not that drunk, Chad. I'm starting to sober up a little bit. You can't tell.
Go harder. Go harder. In May, we got the first little taste, and it was just a sampling for what was going to come later. Inflation started to hit in May.
I've always been of the mind that you should not hoard, but you should prep a little bit. Like, keep a few extra canned goods around, keep a bag of rice around. And
What's your
I feel like
current-
I have been validated in that in the last year.
Right now, the shit hits the fan. How long are you good?
Probably like 2 or 3 months.
Ooh, wow,
Which-
that's pretty impressive.
I don't think it's that impressive. I mean, we're preparing for two people, so it's not that hard. But what I say with that too is, like, you shouldn't hoard. Just buy, like, if you're buying a can of tomatoes for a recipe, buy 2 cans instead of 1. Like, don't just buy 1, buy 2, and then you're ready. And then in the event that a disaster happens, like the fires in Colorado or like a hurricane or something like that, you're not a drain on local resources from, like, FEMA or anything like that. You can use your preps in that case.
Thank you, R6. Chris is same. Hate pooping at home.
Yeah, that's
Not
pooping at
pooping.
home.
Everybody
master
wants
race.
to poop at home. Let's
Nobody wants to do that in
Right.
public.
But I will say, Wendell has cultivated an acceptable pooping scenario here at the office, and it's probably because he lives at the goddamn office. What time did you go home last night?
11:30.
Yeah. Now, in March, and we've only made it to March.
No, we're in May. We're safely in May,
May.
chat.
We're in May.
In March,
May.
no, we did not cover in March locusts.
Yeah, we did.
We've talked
Oh,
about
did
this
we?
like
Yeah.
3 times.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did. And we're
Let's move ahead to May.
We did
when Elon Musk, as much as I hate that prick, he pulled down a Starship
yeah,
and
Yes.
reused it.
yeah.
Pretty
But-
impressive.
Like, I don't like Elon Musk at all, but I will say that it's not Elon Musk's achievement alone, but it is his engineers, absolutely. His poor engineers who are probably worked to death.
But how much is humanity benefiting from the ability to go to space over and over?
There's apparently a lot of really awesome stuff here because other companies have had a hard time replicating the functionality of stuff. So, I mean, like Blue Origin. Well, look at Boeing. Boeing's like, we're going to do this. No,
Boeing has fucked 2021 right up. They had the 7, whatever, what was the 7-7?
The 747 Max.
It didn't work
That's
out.
like Ryan is faded.
Listen,
Wasted.
I highly recommend for your New Year's 2022, you stop eating at 7 p.m. the previous day. Because it is trivial to get fucking wasted when you've got no glucose and nothing in your stomach.
Woo!
Human beings don't need to eat every 5 hours. That's the
Though I do
reality.
find when I go on like long hikes, an emotional support gobstopper. Going up a hill, eating some gobstoppers, that is like the closest to happiness I'll ever be.
I can definitely relate to emotional support M&Ms.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I had a friend who was very bad at like preparing for class. And we had a speech class and he didn't prepare for it at all. And I was like, bro, you can do a gobstopper speech. And I gave him the outline for a gobstopper speech, but he didn't pull it off. I think gobstoppers are one of the greatest candies ever. Right?
I agree, absolutely. I carry those, like I said, in my hip belt pocket, on my pack when I'm going up a hill. Eating one of those, it's like, ooh, this is a little bit of a sugar rush. And you can just...
The sour, and you're like, oh, this is too sour. And then it breaks into sweet, and it's that much sweeter.
Yeah. Well, and it's just a little bit like it's emotional support when you're going up that hill and it's like it's raining and it's cold and it's like I'm tired.
That's
Yeah.
I think now Wendell is a man who is controlled by his compulsions.
Yeah.
But I think if we could get him into intermittent fasting, he would love breaking the fast so much.
Yeah,
that
it
he
might
be
be
able
the
to
high
get
might be
through it.
worth
Yeah.
it.
Because when you eat after 40 hours, it's like
Yeah.
it's like
That's the
God.
longest I've fasted for.
It's like God is in your mouth.
So Ryan fasts for like weight loss reasons. I have fasted in the past for religious reasons, and the most I've done is 40 hours. And like when you eat after that, it is incredible.
Fucking amazing.
Samantha Skinner gave us $20. Is like, hey, L1 team, cheers from Canada. Love the content. Happy New Year. Love the stream.
Thank you guys. Sorry, this is probably way off. Like it's way off the rails. I know it. I'm very lit right now, but I can tell we're off the rails.
Roger Berglund says, one small donation for Ryan's New Year's diet tips.
Stop eating. Just stop eating.
It does seem to be shockingly effective.
Oh my God, is it effective? It's horrible. It is. Oh God, it's like you're sitting there and you're like, I would do anything for food right now, but if you can get through it. And here's the other tip. Here's the tip that's gonna change everything, chat. And nubbin. Fucking nubbin. When you get up out of your chair, when you're sitting all day in you sit all day in a chair.
Yeah.
We all sit all day in a chair.
Although I really like to sit stand.
When you get out of your chair, before you sit back down, you do one exercise until failure. Squats until failure. Push-ups until failure. Bicep curls until failure. Whatever. Just do it till you can't do it anymore. And I guarantee you will get big returns. Big gains. Big gains from that.
Is there a super stonk we can do that?
Chad asked if I was Catholic. I'm not Catholic. I am a filthy Protestant. 99 Theses.
Hans Klopik says $10, says Ryan defaults back to March again. March, 11th generation Intel CPU. Wendell, you really want to get the fuck
March.
about this? Please tell us your experience with
We're in
11th
May.
We did that already.
Yeah, we're in May.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yes. You are so out of it.
I may not be the proper. Usually, Wendell is not the proper selection to do story introductions. Because Wendell will do introduction, and then he'll do the headline, and then he'll do the commentary, and then we're sitting over here like, what? What are we? You just want us to like jerk off in front of the camera?
Highline Overlord says we don't need to be on the rails, Krista. And Synapse Death says thanks for the podcast.
I feel like we've not made it through spring yet. We've got 2 more
June.
seasons
Let's
to go.
just skip to June.
But no. Let's do the last story of May, the Starship.
Yes.
The first time ever, Elon Musk,
We've already done this.
legendary cuck, brought back a Starship and recycled it. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You have to appreciate what the man did.
Games.
All right. And then June, home price inflation hits headlines.
I was expecting you to have more to commentary about.
We did already.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, we've
I'm
already
sorry.
done it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck
He's
am I
out
gonna
of
do?
it. And fallen.
All right. Now, too hot for YouTube. Too hot.
What's in June? What's too hot for June?
Bill Cosby.
Yeah. Free on
Bill
a technicality.
Cosby got out of prison.
I
How do you feel
was
about
really.
that? Krista, I feel like you're the only one qualified to commentate on this story.
I don't know a whole lot about the actual story. For myself, I grew up watching Nick at Night and watching the Huxtables, and I was deeply heartbroken to see the depth of the depravity that came from Bill Cosby. Personally,
And the Huxtables were great parents on the show, weren't they?
yeah, I loved the Huxtables, and I loved watching that show. And then I was like, Bill Cosby did what? And it was very depressing. And it really just reinforced like everything we ever showed the news is where it's like the worst timeline is this timeline.
Dave Chappelle tells a great story, and you can YouTube this. Dave Chappelle tells a story about when he got to meet Bill Cosby. Actually, he didn't get to meet Bill Cosby, but he went onto the set, and he was like, hey, I'd like to meet Bill Cosby. He's a legend of mine. He's an influence. And they were like, oh, yeah, Bill teaches comedy to Asian models on Mondays.
Which, like, if it was just like, I'm teaching comedy, it's one thing, but and it's like, it's models. Yeah, it kind of starts to be like,
When was the last time you watched an Asian model do stand-up?
I think the only one I can think of off the top of my head is Aquafina, right?
Thank you, Denver.
I don't know if she's a model, but she does stand up, I think.
Thank
So-
you. Thor Song 1 is like, what kind of fancy car does Ryan have? Paul Alberu says, I second the non-eating when going out to drink, not even bar food.
Are we talking about video cards?
You gotta eat a can of
tall
nuts
tech.
off the bar.
So
I have a 30 car. I've got a Corvette.
the Tall
gonna-
Tech, $20.
I got a 2019 Corvette, and let me say this about myself: 40 years old.
Oh,
I'm 40 years old. I'm driving a 2019 Corvette.
Midlife crisis.
I realize what that looks like. I realize I'm Corvette guy, but goddamn, it's a fucking amazing car. It feels so good to push down on that accelerator and hear that V8. 6.2 liters.
but bro, have you ever walked up a mountain with a pack on your back?
6.2 liters just growl.
Natural high, just
When you
walking up a
push on that
mountain.
accelerator, it's so good. And I know I'm playing right into the stereotype. I'm Corvette guy. I don't give a fuck.
Thank you, Outland.
Thank
And
you.
I'll say this. Let me say something else.
so
Level
high.
1 Texas is the reason I'm driving that fucking Corvette. I wouldn't have that kind of disposable income without you people, and I'll love you for it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's get back to March.
No.
We're not in March
Let's
anymore.
finish up May. The Delta variant.
No.
We've already, Wendell faced it. We've already
No.
been
The
dealing
Delta
with it.
variant hit in May, and everything changed. Let me just say this. Wendell goes first. Let me just say this. At the end of 2021. Oh no. At the end of 2021, I'm still fucking pure-blooded. Pure blood. These two are
Vax,
spiked.
baby. Vax,
Spiked.
waxed, and ready to go.
Spiked, but my blood is pure at the end of 2021, and the constriction chat, it's choking me. It's choking me out. The things I can do without that stupid spike.
Don't you just go to the grocery store? The grocery store. Oh,
But
no.
I'm still pure blooded.
He's a mudblood, chat. Don't let him lie to you.
I might have had COVID,
He doesn't
said it
know.
now.
He's
I've
not
said
been
it.
tested.
Oh, no.
but I don't know.
Wendell feels very, very uncomfortable right now. I can tell.
Let's move on to May, where for the first time.
June.
But wait,
June.
We're in June.
no, we're not.
Yeah.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're in June. Home price inflation. Now, Krista has just bought a house in
I did,
March,
finally.
and she is feeling amazing
I
about inflation.
I am making a permaculture Garden of Eden in my yard, and hopefully I will be. If you check the forum, I do have like a thread that's kind of like garden experiments. I'm hoping to expand that in 2022.
Thank you, Derek. Is this the level 1 text version of Tech Bar? I don't know what Tech Bar is.
And so in May, cyber attacks. Wait, no, we're on June now, right?
We're in June, yes.
June, inflation gets big, and then here we go. Too hot. It's
Bill
too
Cosby.
hot. Too hot. Bill Cosby.
We already talked about Bill
You talked
Cosby,
about
sweetheart.
the Asian thing.
Oh, did we already cover Bill
We
Cosby?
did.
Okay, well,
Asian
how
boy.
It's
about
okay.
I bet
John
we-
McAfee.
I bet we didn't cover John McAfee.
did not.
No, we did not.
John
cover that.
McAfee, Madman. John McAfee was a Far Cry villain.
Yeah, that is actually a great way to describe
John
him.
McAfee was absolutely fine. He went
I
to
watched a 60 Minutes interview with him, and I was like, this man's off his rocker.
He went to these third world countries, mostly in South America, and he absolutely lived the life of a Far Cry villain.
The Tall Tech. I'm not going to read that because it will mess up Ryan. So, Ryan, what else would happen in March? but yeah.
Let me say this. A lot of people think because I argue the right wing.
You're definitely, I think, you're far right. I'm probably far left.
Yeah.
Wendell's in the middle.
But I'm not a Trump guy. I don't believe Trump is the leader we need by any stretch of the imagination. Right? I'll take him over Biden. I'll take him over Hillary. Christy's going for some salami here. But I don't think Trump is. I'm not a big Trump guy. So let's move on. Did we talk about the colonial,
March.
the cyber attacks? The big
Wait.
cyber attack was the Colonial Pipeline.
Next one is JBS Foods meat processor.
Oh, right. Okay. JBS Foods. Now, this was a crazy one because not only
real
was
one.
it like affecting our ability to get fresh meats, which let's face
Oh,
it,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
you need the fresh meats.
But everybody that was still working the plant was sick.
What's the last meat-based meal that you had?
Well, I mean, I'm eating meat right now, but like before that, it's hard to remember anything right now.
I had pork-flavored beans last night.
We
Which
had
was a
we had
terrible-
bacon in our breakfast burritos.
Which
We
was
did
a terrible move because I'm going to be gassy as fuck later.
But see, like,
Oh no!
part of the thing here is like, oh, inflation is happening, but it's also meat supply. And so the price is going to be inflated because there's less supply, but then there's more money available than meat. And so you have this crazy combination of inflation and a lack of availability, which is...
Grass-fed ground beef is running like $8 a pound.
No. You got to go to the local farmers market.
They have that?
Yes,
They got
absolutely
grass-fed?
they do. I won't say what county it's from, but I'll tell you after the stream.
The local pricing is still higher than it was a year ago, but it's not as high as the supermarkets. And like even like the rump roast that I would get last year for like $18 is like $40 these days.
Yeah, you gotta go local. I think that's the future. Let's get real deep here in chat.
I'm going to go look.
I think local food is
You
the
convinced
future. I think that trying to get all your stuff from like some packing plant 1,000 miles away, I think that's 2,000 energy.
Let's
if you
talk
want to be in the
about-
2050s, you got to go local.
All right, Krista, let's talk about local.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the opposite of local.
Right.
Elon Musk
Blech.
pulled the first Starship from space.
We talked about this.
Recycled that motherfucker.
I'm just laughing because it's in March.
May.
You're looking at March again.
May.
We're in June though.
Oh. Tiangong, chat. Tiangong. What does that stand for? Like heavenly something?
Heavenly March.
Heavenly March. The Chinese have gone to space. Oh, Kinkoda. I remember Kinkoda.
Yeah, he's in our chat.
Kinkoda's in the Twitch chat.
Twitch.tv/TeamBGP.
Kinkoda's giving us $50.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, King Coda. You got to talk into your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ryan's like,
Kinkoda.
I'm feeling it, but Ryan is wasted.
I love you, Kinkoda. Please have my babies. I realize how stupid that sounds. I'm at the drunk level where I realize how stupid I sound.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting there.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, let's get past May. The last
We're in June.
item in May is Delta.
we covered all that.
And we can't talk about Delta.
It's now.
Yeah,
we're
in
in
June.
July.
Yeah,
Oh,
June,
we've
July.
already talked about Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
We've talked about John McAfee.
Yes.
We've talked about ransomware. We've
Right.
talked about King Gong.
Yeah.
Let's go to July where we had the Olympics. You guys watch the Olympics?
No. When
Let me
I
tell
worked
you-
at a liquor store, I remember the 2008 Olympics. I watched that in detail because I worked at a liquor store.
Who were you rooting for?
I didn't really root for anybody. I was just like, oh, I can dust the shelves and watch TV because I'm working in a liquor store and not on the horrible side where it's like you're working with the regular line.
Let me tell you, chat. I am in love
I, Tanya.
with the Canadian curling team.
It only a movie.
Wasn't expecting that.
Full of MILFs. Nothing but MILFs. They all have like second jobs. They all have jobs that they do other than curling, and they are a beautiful bunch of girls. I couldn't be happier than if I were to marry into Canadian.
Thank you, Mike C. Thank you, the Grok 23. Thank you, Hylian Overlord man.
I watch curling. I love curling.
Thank you, Lutzfiner.
And it's
only-
funny to watch them like sweep the ice really quick.
And they're screaming. They're always screaming.
Are they?
Yeah. There's
I've never watched it.
bro, sweep.
Sweep harder.
Canadian women's curling. Man, those girls are beauties. And it's not the kind of beauty, it's not like Paris Hilton. Oh, who's the hot beauty right now? Paris Hilton's too old.
Well, the thing is like I feel like beauty is becoming more and more synthetic. Let's get deep, chat. Instagram has made beauty not a real thing anymore.
But these Canadian curler girls, they're like realistic beauty, Krista.
Yeah.
Well,
Krista, I feel like
more
you-
practical.
Krista, I'll say this. I think you're at the forefront of the no makeup movement, right?
Well, I've got makeup on today.
Yeah,
I don't
but
always
you-
wear makeup.
You
but
minimalize your makeup.
yeah,
Is that true?
It's too much. Like I appreciate the artistry behind a lot of the makeup artists. I just don't have the patience to do that every day. I appreciate
that-
people who do, but I just don't.
I think we should go to that. I think we should strike makeup out of the society.
I think everyone here's hot take chat. Let's get real spicy. Everyone should be wearing sunscreen every day. Your dermatologist would recommend it, chat.
If I had one piece of advice for you, it would be to wear sunscreen.
Wear sunscreen and probably don't drink this much port on a live stream.
Thank you, Jeremy Clayton. Hard reset, Ryan, please. Firefly 405. One day I would like to see the perspective behind the camera.
There's nobody behind the camera.
There's nobody.
It's just empty. All right, well, let's move on to
July.
To July.
We're still in July.
Where we had the Olympics, and this is where the Canadian curlers.
Hey, you remembered.
Good for
They
you.
shone. I don't know if they won the medal. Did they medal?
I didn't follow it.
I mean, the Canadians have like a natural advantage to curling, right? Fucking snow monkeys. But we saw we saw an Olympics
$35 Canadian snow monkey.
where there was nobody in the stands. It was empty. We were having the Olympics without spectators.
Yeah. Now, I thought it was interesting they didn't try to like digitally add them, because I watched the baseball games where like there's like cardboard people in the background or something to make the players feel better.
I
And
think
that was just
money,
weird.
Remember, that was a money grab.
Yeah.
They made you pay $100 to put your cardboard cutout.
That's so dumb.
If we gave you a cardboard cutout, what would you make yours look like?
Weird Al.
Oh my God! Did Weird Al release anything this year?
Yeah, he's going on tour again.
Oh my God! Tell us about it.
Weird Al's going on tour, and he's got new stuff. And I don't know.
I saw, as I do, I like Christmas music. I don't think anyone else in the studio likes Christmas music or Christmas in general. But I was looking up Mariah Carey deep cuts, and I happened to find what's his face deep cut that was like Nuclear Winter.
Oh yeah,
And I was like, I didn't know he released this song. This is quite catchy.
in Minnesota.
How many tracks does Weird Al have?
Thousands.
Got to be a lot, right?
Yeah,
The man has a discography.
he does.
He does,
Take that
yeah.
away. When Weird Al is dead, is anybody going to pick up that torch? Can anybody do that?
He's singularly talented. He really is.
I don't know
Yeah.
anybody else who is playing the parody game like Weird Al.
Marvin Arnold, thank you. And
I don't think so.
Mike C again, thank you. What about the locusts in Africa?
Let's
put the locusts
go
in
back
there.
to
Yeah,
March.
no, he knows. He knows. You've said that like 8 times.
They're-
he knows.
yeah, they're
He's just giving you a
messing
hard
with you.
time. Can we get a Wendell Woo? Woo!
You guys know that the ICP whoop whoop. I did it. I did it in the news broadcast, but the YouTube cut it off.
Yeah, the timing
You
of
thought I
YouTube is
cheated
always
you.
weird.
Whoop, whoop.
All right. Richard Branson goes to space. Can we admit that Richard
That
Branson
was not space.
had
It was
the
space with quotations.
least impressive space
Yeah,
penetration?
beat him right off the list. He's not on there.
At the same time, it was also kind of based because he sort of swooped in out of left field. Nobody was expecting him. And he was just like, yeah, I'm at the edge of space. And it's like, well, but you should go farther. You didn't go farther. Nubbin, don't do that, Nubbin.
Bless his heart.
Zooks.
Here's $20 from California Forum Lurker Linux admin. Thanks to L1 Washington's behind monitor window, who's 4-cylinder Subaru.
4-cylinder Subaru. Zooks, I'm enjoying the 6.2 liter V8. Oh, it's so good when you push that pedal down.
Guess who's driving her same car that she bought since like 10 years ago?
I'm not driving the Vet today though because it's New Year's Day.
Yeah.
It's supposed
I
to
don't
rain,
want
yeah.
people being fucking.
I think
with
it
out
rained
there.
earlier. If you saw me looking up at the sky earlier with chat, it wasn't me being drunk. There was rain here.
I'm driving the Silverado today, and you're like, Ryan, you got the V8 Silverado and the V8 Vet. Thanks to the level 1 donators. Beautiful people.
Weird Al is tough to beat in parody.
He is.
Toto, the rains down in Africa, that Weird Al did that, not as a parody.
Let's talk about, I don't know if I've ever heard this story. Wendell's first experience with Weird Al.
I don't know if I remember that.
Well, that's a good question, but I have to pee really bad.
You know what? Let's take a quick pee break because I also would like to pee because
I
I've
gotta
been.
pee.
I've
be
got
right
no
back,
glucose, chat. No glucose. 5.8 V8. Bullshit. 6.2. I got the 5.3 in the Silverado. I'm all V8, chat. As the climate monsters come in and they're like, oh, you can't have these engines. 2 V8s. Over 11 liters of displacement in my garage.
Delicious Lunch says, "Are y'all not going to talk about Elon recycling the rocket? That was big news. Stop taunting us."
Let me give you the heads up, chat. I'm gonna go take a piss. Tech support questions. Wendell cannot turn down a tech support question. He is like, if there's a tech support question, he'll like sniff it out like a pig with truffles. And be like, "Oh, I gotta answer this. I gotta prove that I know this." And he knows it, motherfucker. He knows it.
Let's see. Thanks, Old King. Again, serious ask Krista, can I design a website with Bulma.o with minimal JavaScript? I'll ask her when she gets back. Devero 1G1, it's like, I've got a 6-door Cadillac limo with a Vet LT1, such a fun car. Ooh, that does sound pretty fun. Daryl Barnes, let's go back to more getting drunk with y'all. Don't fall down the stairs. One of my favorite, what does Ryan think of the new Vet? He really likes it a lot. I mean, a lot. Thanks, the Egg Butler. So one of my favorite, how to get my Predator to run at 144 hertz on one DisplayPort cable. You need the newest firmware. Ideally, you do that with 2 DisplayPort cables, but there's a firmware that will work with 144 hertz sometimes. I don't know. It's weird. The 32-inch, no. Yeah, no, the Acer G9 Neo, that's 240 hertz, and that's a single cable, but it's using DisplayStream compression in order to do that. So not all of the Predator, the 43-inch Predator monitor, for example, the older ones won't do 144 with a single cable, but the newer ones will. DisplayStream compression doesn't work on Linux right now, as far as I know. One of my favorite tech support questions, one of my favorite tech support things that ever happened was I was introduced to somebody for the first time, and somebody said something like that. It was just kind of an offhand throwaway thing. And they had a Lexmark printer that was tricked out with all of the paper trays and an envelope feeder and a whole bunch of other things. And I've done a lot of work on Lexmark because they're local. And so with the Lexmark printers, when you pull out the paper tray, if it's letter or legal or whatever, you move this thing back and forth. And when you move this thing back and forth on the side of the paper tray, it actually has these little fingers that come out. And depending on where you've put the paper, it changes where the fingers are so that the printer knows what your paper selection is. And unless you get it exactly right, the fingers won't be right. And so this is a printer that had a bunch of different kinds of letter paper. And what?
I was weaving from side to side. I knew that Krista was observing that.
I was also giggling the whole time I peed. Like, everything was funny in that bathroom. I don't know why.
And but anyway, they were like, "Why won't it ever print from this tray? I always have to like manually tell it this tray, and I can't just say it's this kind of paper or whatever." And I said, "Oh, you don't have the paper selected right. It's the wrong thing on the side of the printer." Just off the top of my head, without missing a beat. And they looked at me funny, and then they pulled the paper tray out, and they looked at it, and they were like, "What are you talking about?"
Let me tell you something about Wendell. Wendell secretly loves it.
Yeah.
Loves it when he can shut down somebody on an obvious answer. And often,
there is a sort of perverse pleasure in that.
But the thing about it is, often I don't think they believe it. Right?
Yeah, no.
Like,
never.
how is there that cognitive dissonance they will not accept when you shut them down?
I don't know. It hurts.
How many times have I written a document for a client where it's like, here's what you need to do, here's how you need to approach the problem, and they just ignore it every time.
Thor Song says, "Can you tell us about the Faraday room?" The Faraday room might become a studio at some point.
Are you talking about
The bunker.
your side house?
Save some salami for room.
You you kind of got your dream house, right?
Yeah, I really did.
Yeah,
Because
That's a beautiful home.
Yeah, it's not something that I could ever buy if I didn't get it in the circumstances that I did.
It's a beautiful house. I don't. You have a few videos on your personal channel, right? So like
It's just the rehab. You can't tell anything about it.
the molding and stuff in it, like the woodwork in it, is absolutely gorgeous.
King
Chat.
Coda says my PFSense DNS server keeps not answering even after factory defaults. How would you approach this? That was actually a bug in Docker in certain versions of things, so that might be related. There's a forum thread about that, I think.
I think I'm having a Docker issue with my NZB stuff.
Why does
Because-
PFSense suck with BGP? Because PFSense wasn't designed for that. It's possible, yeah. The Docker thing is related to your problem.
I need this like once a month. We'll never do this once a month. This is too much.
Cheese
Our
Cracker,
livers can't handle that.
Cheese Cracker says C6 Z06. Man, I would love one of the new Z06s, but like they're marking them up 60 grand. Can you imagine paying 60 grand over sticker on a fucking car?
No.
Ooh.
Listen, I will drive my car into the ground before I pay that much for a car.
Good Lord. Watching the hippie and the caveman duke it out while Wendell moderates. Priceless. I don't know who that is.
Wendell, are you still feeling it, or are you kind of like mellowing out at this point?
I think I'm mellowing out at this point.
Go harder.
Listen, I don't feel bad at all about my performance this year. I am wasted.
I'm starting to feel a little like more cognizant of what's happening, but
It doesn't take as much conscious effort to move both of my eyes in the same direction.
That means you're not going hard enough.
All right, well, give me a little more port.
Let's
Here, go
move
for it.
to
Here, I'll fix it.
Just a
motherfucking
little bit.
August.
let's
Wait.
go back to March.
Oh, no. It's July. The last of July is in July. So we had been in the pandemic for a year and a half at that point. We found out that all of the major tech companies posted record profits.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
again, that was probably loud.
Thank you again, VPAL. That was $300 on
Thank you.
$300.
Good Lord.
What did he
Nose
say?
is like watching the hippie and caveman duke it out while I'm on. I think he's talking about you two.
Yeah, I'm the hippie. He's the caveman.
Okay.
Right, because I'm right wing and Chris
Yeah.
is left wing.
I'm
You
like
really don't have a
far
position.
hippie. Like
What-
let's all just live in
Politically, why-
harmony.
You know what? Right now, politically, why don't you take a stand? Where are you?
Me?
I think Wendell's pretty centrist.
I would like it to be not idiocy.
Border. Where you stand on the border?
Oh,
Like whether the border should be open or not.
Right.
The border, I would like to have more. I would like to admit more people to the country as long as they have skills.
What? Well, let me give you the people crossing the Rio Grande ain't got no skills.
it's grande.
What about
What do you think of TrueNAS scale? I did a video on it. It's good.
okay.
Games commentary. No, you can keep thinking. It's
I'm
good.
gonna read you that you don't want to go on the highly politicized topics. I'm with you. Let's talk about
Let's go back to March.
Thanks, games commentary.
March.
No, we're in August, right? Or is it July? July or August?
August, we've moved. Okay, all right. August. August is a big one politically.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's
Afghanistan.
yeah, we just abandoned that. See, I think that's terrible because we did that in the past, and it led to bad things.
Let's admit that every president before Biden also got that wrong. Everybody had the opportunity to close it out, right?
Thank you, 01. Thank you, Richard Melcher.
Thank you, guys. I
You don't ship to PR. What is PR? Is that Puerto
Puerto
Rico?
Rico.
Puerto Rico. We probably do if you email the store.
yeah, if you
Puerto
email
Rico.
John, we'll probably be able to hook you up. If not, we can try to set that up for
I've
you.
heard.
Thank you, Raphael.
I've heard that a lot of the billionaires and millionaires are heading to Puerto Rico. That's the hot new
New
destination.
Zealand is also the hot place where they put their bunkers.
What do you think? Could you live in Puerto Rico?
With a little more infrastructure, the internet were faster.
I could probably deal with that. I would have to learn Spanish, which would be difficult for me because I'm an American and I'm stupid, but I could probably
I want to
figure it
learn
out.
Spanish. I want a beautiful Spanish girl to teach me Spanish.
We're getting a little too weird here, chat.
Yeah. I want to be motivated by it.
I think sometimes people from Europe are like, why don't Americans ever learn other languages? And I think if you live in the heartland, like where we do, there's not really a lot of incentive to learn another language because you don't get it's hard because I'm drunk. There's, you don't get exposed to other languages very often in the heartland.
Thank you, Kirk.
So it's hard to learn them because you don't get a chance to speak with native speakers.
Absolutely true. And that's why you got to date a native speaker. and get her.
You can't just be friends with them. You have to date them.
No, you gotta date them. It's gotta be a sexual relationship. Let's talk about Apple, Google, and Microsoft and all the big tech companies in July coming out with their financial statements.
You know what I'm really angry about with Microsoft is the Teams integration.
Teams started out so good, and they've made it so bad.
Let me tell you
They
something,
removed
chat.
Bummer Burt and they changed his name.
Microsoft Dynamics.
Be careful here.
Go fuck yourself. Microsoft Dynamics is built by idiots. Idiots. Oh my God.
It used to be called Great Plains back in the day.
Well, I can't come up with a good joke for that, but it's stupid.
It's not great.
All right. And then we move into August, and oh boy, is there a headline in August? The Taliban.
We left Afghanistan.
How much we left? What, like so many tens of millions?
I mean, we just left a lot of resources there. I think it was just like eagerness to get out. I feel like there's a middle ground there that would have been better, but
I'm sure that
I don't know.
There's maybe USS Liberty incident. There are historians in the chat. This is not the first time we
What a
did
great
this.
username.
We did this in Iran, didn't we?
But I watched a lot of Fox News. I'll admit it. I watch, everybody does that, right? Everybody watches what their preconception is. Fox News is still banging the drum. Oh, we left people behind in Afghanistan. Did we really?
It seems like,
to some extent, yes.
but it doesn't seem like it's to a crazy extent.
Do they
because,
want to be here?
I don't think that we left anybody behind that wants to come here, but the people that we did bring here are having to go through more of a headache to do other things.
And we did use them while we were there, right?
Yes.
Which is probably not okay.
Probably going to make them a target for being murdered by the new administration.
For sure. Now, we've heard about the Taliban trying to be more inclusive. Do you think there's any possible future where the Taliban is an acceptable international government that we actually just like do business with?
Maybe in like 20, 30 years, but that's only if they can maintain
You
stability.
think that could change?
I don't know.
That would be
Like,
shocking.
Maybe not in the next 5 years, I wouldn't think.
Old King has given us more money because I forgot to ask Krista a question that he asked while I was
he
gone.
was asking about Bulma.io. I've actually used Bulma a little bit. I feel fine with it. I personally prefer Bootstrap just because so often clients ask me for animations or thing that Bootstrap has built in that Bulma doesn't necessarily. So I usually use Bootstrap, but Bulma's totally fine if you have a client who is fine without all the animation stuff.
Krista, let me blow a little smoke up your ass.
Okay.
All right?
Continue.
Let me say this. Here in the development world, it's not level 1 text, but the other business, the real business, when it comes to like, I want to make this pretty, I don't even bother. I'm just like, give this to Krista.
Krista will do it.
Krista will do it.
That's fine. I don't care. That's
Yeah.
that's my job.
And
I'm totally cool with
She pulls
that.
it off.
Yeah.
How about Krista? Krista, talk about the client that we have.
Which one?
There's one client that we have that if I tell him that Krista made it,
Oh.
he'll reject it.
I have a few clients like that actually.
And if I tell him that I made it, but really Krista made it, he'll accept it.
So I've thought about this. This is too spicy for YouTube, so I'll probably never make it. But I was like, it would be interesting to do a video that's like tech for women, because I know we'd get a lot of engagement on it. A lot of people would probably be angry about it. So like, it'd be great for the channel, but probably poor for my mental health. There's so much like just underhanded like,
Yes.
I don't want a woman to work on this, and it pisses me off,
And
but I also kind of mentally can't deal with it.
Krista, let me say this. I didn't believe it, right?
Right.
Like I'm
and then you see it, and
I'm
it's
a
like,
right-wing
shit.
type of guy. I'm like, no, there's people don't have that mentality. People are not rejecting women just because they're women.
It's totally
It
happening.
happens.
But I watch
Absolutely.
it. I watch it happen with Krista, and these designs are fucking good.
Yeah.
They're good designs.
I try my hardest to think of like, okay, here's what the client tells me. Here's what I know the user will probably want based on the analytics. And here's what I've produced based on those two factors. And clients are like, no, I don't want it because a woman made it. And it's like, for fuck's sake.
and all I have to do is pretend that I did.
Yes. I was like, oh, chat. We're just going to.
What's really, really crazy about some of that is that there's no sense in it. Like
No sense.
It's not logical at all.
But-
It is purely based on a preconception about what women are capable of, and it drives me absolutely
One
batty.
time, it was like, here's the submission thing, and there was like, no, blah, 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 we reject that. And I was like, okay, we'll work on that. And we were pretty confident that it was one of those situations, and some time passed, and we just changed a couple of colors, like 2 little minor things, and then resubmitted it exactly the way that it was weeks prior, and they're like, this is so much better than the other one. And it's like,
I don't understand it.
that's because, I mean, it's like, we had somebody else work on it, and this is what we did, and they were like, this
And
is
literally
so much better.
no one else worked on it. And like, I don't want to pretend that like every solution I make is the best solution first try. That almost never happens. There's always new context you learn when talking to the client
But
and
it's
learning about their
fine.
needs.
What you come up with is fine.
Yeah, and
for
like
what they
I'm
need.
fine with changing it as we learn those new things, but like clients are just not willing to work with you because of what's between your legs, and that is bullshit. That is, I'm just gonna call it here, chat. It's bullshit.
Oh, see, it's fun because I'm starting to see more people show up on YouTube that are professionals in different parts of the tech industry, like security. I've noticed
Right.
a lot of women coming up in security, and there is a kind of solidarity, and there's the same kind of thing going on there. But they're sort of connecting with each other and getting together on YouTube, and so I'm sort of waiting for you guys to discover each other because that'll
Yeah.
probably be like magical.
I don't know how to deal with it really necessarily. Someone would ask me, like, is that a Kentucky client thing? And some of it's Kentucky clients, but sometimes it's
Yeah.
even in urban areas.
Well,
like,
but-
it's not who you would expect sometimes.
We work on stuff all over the U.S.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But that's a guy who's suspicious of anything that's not down home country.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
but I've had other clients who get upset because like your tone's not right. And I'm like, if you had this same talk with a man, you wouldn't say that to me. And that's what pisses me off because I'm like, listen, if I was speaking you straight like a man would, you'd be like, all right, dude, let's have a bourbon together. Let's talk it out.
Richard Melcher asks, what's the second most valuable language to learn, Ryan? Spanish, Hindi, or Chinese?
I feel
Ooh,
like
that's
Chinese would be kind of the
Well,
one, right?
but-
Mandarin.
In America, if you assume that the American hegemony persists, Spanish is the way to go, but Mandarin is the obvious choice, right?
Yeah.
They're so ahead in manufacturing.
But-
it really pisses me off how much we've
You
exported.
got to
our
do the
manufacturing.
perfect Beijing accent for Mandarin, though.
But if you're speaking Mandarin, you're going to get spied on.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Absolutely.
going to get spied on if you're speaking Mandarin.
My husband was homeschooled, and he's like, I know I'm on a list somewhere. Like, I already know. He's like, even if I was totally okay with everything else about America, he's like, because
Well-
I've been homeschooled, I'm on a list.
Let's accept the fact that all of us are on a list.
Yeah.
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 Powell
yeah.
Antelok says, have you tinkered with MikroTik or Router OS? I have, a little bit. See, I need to skip ahead because there's a bunch more.
Python is definitely blowing up. What was the biggest new language? Was it Python?
Well, Python is still, like, if you look at, like, Python's still near the top for, like, top languages. But Go and Rust are picking up a lot of inertia. But
I
they're
wanna-
not for the uninitiated.
Let me say this. It doesn't matter what language you choose. The fundamentals are the same,
Right.
right?
More or
I would
less.
say that.
Like, I just made a huge fucking error in a project. Let me give you a level 1 error, chat. Logic comparison error in PHP. You need 3 equals, not 2. 3 equals, not 2, because I was comparing to a string, and sometimes those strings came back truthy, and sometimes they didn't. And you're going to learn that lesson in every language.
Cami Hudson says, as a woman in tech, I feel your pain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Another girl!
Well, and here's the thing. Your reaction is why women don't speak up a lot. The same reason I don't use the voice chat in Overwatch. Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to have to
But-
avoid some other fuckers in the
But
match.
I think it's great, Krista, that you have this. You can say whatever the fuck you want right now.
I can. And let me
And-
say, listen, I understand, like, you know, it's difficult to navigate these issues, but it's really annoying when you do good work and you try your best and someone just discounts you because of your gender.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
And with that, Krista, let's move into October.
Old King says he's
Ooh.
sorry for agitating you. I don't think you were agitated.
No, you weren't
That's
agitated. You were
fine.
fine.
You know what? I
Bulma,
think we
let me
should
just
discuss these
repeat.
things.
Bulma is fine. A+. If you want to use Bulma, go for it.
But you're a bootstrap girl.
I do. I love Bootstrap. It's got an icon library. It's got JavaScript bullshit. Because here's the thing. Clients are always like, I don't need JavaScript. I don't need any animations or anything. And then they're like, what if we did an animation on the nav bar? And I'm we should have used Bootstrap for this.
Let's make Woofer's Day. Let's shout out Woofer.
Oh, yeah. Woofer made his own. Yeah.
Woofer is constantly trying to make his own framework.
Yeah.
Woofer is very good.
Yeah, Woofer's, yeah. Listen,
Woofer
we tease him, but
desperately wants you to hire him.
Harley Godfrey, 10 pounds, you guys drunk, is the best ever. Also, feel your pain with that bleep, bleep, sexist bleep.
That is bullshit.
Listen, I will say, as a hard right-winger, hard right-winger, I've witnessed what Krista goes through with sexism. It's real.
Yeah.
really
It's
is.
real. And it's crazy.
It's insane.
Because it's people who know that they've worked with me, they've worked with Wendell, they know that we don't bullshit. And we're like, we're not bullshitting you, she's good. She will make your site good. And they just can't accept it.
Yeah. Well, there have been times where we've submitted something, again, like you mentioned, under your name or under some other developer in our
Exactly.
company's name. And they're like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing.
This is great. Let's go with this.
This is so much better than it was. Like, really?
So, yeah, it's real. It's real. The sexism is real. And if you don't believe in it, then I've got news for you. It's real.
FKDH gave us $4.20 instead. Says
420
down with
blaze
the
it.
But I think this kind of situation is exactly what
Right.
like Krista's people need this situation
They do.
where we're willing to step in front of you and say, all right, we get it. There's sexism. I'm going to call this my work. It's your work. I'm going to give you full credit for it internally. We're going to celebrate you internally. I'm just going to call it my work so they'll accept it.
So that we can finally get this fresh hell into the old hell with the rest of the hell.
And you know, I feel bad because it's like, I just want to move on. This person is not important. Let's just, you know, and then it's just like, but look at my amazing thing. It's like,
Yeah. Every year I make a portfolio for our company that's like, here's some things that we worked on in the past year. And I'm like, oh.
Well, let's talk about October. Early October, we find out that Tesla, now at this point in October, we're all like, well, Tesla, they're doing great. But are they going to be able to really, really, really maintain? And they report earnings that are incredible.
Yeah, $1 trillion market cap. Wasn't this also like they were? Like just a couple of weeks before this, it was really dark because if they couldn't pay back one of their $200 million loans, they were going to default, and it was like a balloon payment, and they didn't seem like they could, you know, get enough credit or whatever to do it, and then boom. Everything clicked into place, and they had $1 trillion market cap.
Well, and Tesla was too talking about like everyone needs to work over the holiday or we're gonna go bankrupt, and it's like, for fuck's sake, bro.
Let me tell you something. One of my favorite things about the Level 1 News is how much Krista agrees with me about Elon Musk.
Listen. I agree that green tech is important, but I hate Elon Musk's ego.
But
I hate what he's done to Grimes.
There's nothing green about Tesla.
That's the thing, right?
They are mining those.
They're also, so I follow the solar subreddit because I'm a nerd, and almost everyone on that subreddit is like, Tesla is the worst for technicians and getting like your warranty agreed to or getting a good solar system for the money you pay.
USS Liberty Incident says, here's $5 for Krista to buy a fake beard and mustache for dealing with clients.
We should change my name to Chris on our email server.
Make you transition.
Helena Overlord says, if you ever need a board repair, contact me. Oh, well, thank you. I've got a Nixie tube calculator you could repair. How about that?
Now, October also brought one of the biggest names in 2021 for the first time, Meta.
Oh, yeah.
When we all heard about Meta, I think we all kind of just sort of dismissed it at first, right? We're all just sort of... Chris is on the floor again.
I hate Web 3.0. I hate it.
But we all need legless floating torso avatars. I mean, who doesn't want a legless floating torso avatar?
But we've already had molestation in the metaverse.
I don't. My problem with metaverse is that it kind of feels a little bit like vaporware. It doesn't. I mean, there's stuff there, but it doesn't feel. Sorry, I hit the mic. But it doesn't feel like anything. They're not innovating in any way. It's just like quick, like let's just look over here, and so they don't regulate us anymore.
It really is. Just,
Yeah.
Nish Nabatna says, Ryan, what's your opinion regarding V8 internal combustion engines? Torque. Torque. You want to talk to me about superchargers? Go fuck yourself. 400 horsepower supercharger, 200 horsepower torque. 460 horsepower Corvette. 460 horsepower or 460 pound per square feet of torque. Torque is the beauty. Torque is the beauty. I was buying the Corvette, and I was at the Infiniti dealership because I was an Infiniti man for a lot of years. G37s, great cars. And the G37 dealer, she's like, you know what? Torque can sometimes be a bad thing. I walked out. I walked out. You're full of shit. Torque is a beautiful thing.
What will you do if the Corvette goes to that Toyota model we talked about last week on the news, where it's like you have to pay to get remote start and other features like that?
Krista, it's not an if. It's going
a
to
when.
happen. It's going to happen. The Corvette engine cannot exist in the current green environment.
Oh yeah, didn't you have to modify it already in order to get it to run right?
Because it runs 4-cylinder. 4-cylinder.
I don't know what that means, but let's repeat it, chat.
You pay $60,000 for a V8, and it runs 4-cylinder.
Woofer gave us another.
Thank you.
Woofer, your framework's going nowhere.
He said that he's making another one.
Tell me more. Actually, I'm fine with that. I'm gonna check it out.
01 says proprietary will never be green.
This might be, yeah. So let's another hot take, chat. Along with wearing sunblock, here's another thing. I think the reason that they are so adamant against solar and wind power is because, in theory, someone could run that on their own thing and not need to be tied to the grid. And that means they can't charge you for it. It's not a service they can charge you for month after month after month. And that's why they don't like it.
Krista, let's
go back to March.
Let's go back. Let's go to October, and let's talk about changes to the climate.
Thank you, FKDK. Ever built an e-ink clock? Nope.
La Palma, Krista.
Nixie clock.
This is so all three of us were like, what stories we want to talk about for the end of the year? And La Palma was a top contender for all three of us. We're like, the La Palma dogs, did they make it out? And they did. They did make it out. Chat, if you were like, I wonder what happened to them, they made it out.
They weren't drone rescued. Some intrepid people let the lava cool and took them some food and water and got them out of there.
Well, I was very, very excited to see that the dogs made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good story.
It's a feel-good story for a generally bleak year.
How about the fact that those volcanoes just went silent this month?
Yeah. They've been going for a while.
They went the entire year.
But we had quite a bit of earthquake activity on the Oregon coast and here in eastern Kentucky, not western, which is where we usually have earthquake centers. We had 2 earthquakes in eastern Kentucky, which is strange.
Well, let's talk about the earth moving with large amounts of weight going into the atmosphere. And by that, I'm talking about, of course, Bill Shatner. Went to space.
And Michael, you probably have the best opinion about that because you're a big Shatner fan, or at least Star Trek fan.
Well, but you're more of a Next Generation guy. I've often had a hard time gauging your opinion on the original series.
I mean, the original series was groundbreaking for its day, but it didn't hold up as well. Next Gen still holds up, even as old as it is.
So where do you put Bill Shatner in terms of on the pedestal?
I mean,
because I don't think he believed in the show.
No, he didn't. He was a good actor. He was good in the role. It was, so the whole point of Star Trek was to be aspirational. It was like, if we can just get by this petty dysfunction, look at what we can do. And so somebody as dysfunctional as Captain Kirk, it's like, look, you can go bang space ladies or whatever.
It really was.
That's
just
the reason.
Hot chicks that were a slightly different color.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what. If you look that good, I don't care what color. You be pink, green, whatever.
Dab on them, chat.
Whatever. I'm ready.
Well, see, and there were episodes where they, like the people that were half black and half white. Originally, those were people that had their faces painted completely black, like Vanta black, even though that didn't exist then, but super black, and then paper white. And the network rejected that version of the episode. They're like, that's a little too on the nose. And so Roddenberry was like, all right. And so he made people that the left side of their face was white and the right side was black. And then a planet where it was the opposite coloring, where black was on the right side of the face and the paper white on the left. And that was innovative TV. That was really good. And Shatner did a good job, sort of captaining in that. But, I think that Roddenberry sort of answers the question for me, because when he did Next Gen, he's like, okay,
He changed it entirely.
Yeah, well, he changed it entirely, but he also made sure that the captain was, Broadway super skill actor, and everybody else was, let's say, a little more B-list.
I do feel with like acting nowadays, it seems like the people who are stage trained are much stronger.
Yeah.
Here's a very important question, Wendell. Riker and Troy, did they grow into those roles, or were they still B-list by the time it was over?
No, they grew into the roles, and
they
became very good actors.
What did they do after that?
Not much.
Yeah, that kind of argues against you, don't you think?
Well, Riker became a director. He did all kinds of TV shows, like daytime TV, but he was the director of them, so he did really well with that. And he also did the Truth or Fiction show.
This is a perfect venue for this question.
Okay.
Ignoring Discovery, right? Because we both know you hate Discovery. Where do you take the Star Trek franchise in 2022?
That's a great question.
I would probably try to come up with something that is aspirational. People need hope. People need
I agree.
good feelings. Here,
Bread and circuses,
Give
Jack.
me exact details, though.
Yeah, how would you, if you were on Wattpad right now, what would you write in your screenplay?
First episode, first scene.
I'd have to think about how we do the first episode and the first scene. But the general message for it would be things like NFTs are a scam. And
Yeah, NFTs. You got the Star Trek world didn't deal with that at all.
No.
They completely missed the whole idea of cryptocurrency and NFT.
Wasn't there the whole thing with Star Trek, and forgive me because I'm ethnically Trekkie, but not a practicing Trekkie. Wasn't their whole thing like in the early 2020s, everyone was poor and they were like, screw this, money is a construct, and they just stopped doing that.
Well, we had hyperinflation in the 70s and 80s, which we're heading to again, by the way.
I think so as well.
Yeah, and the messaging, though, was that the amount of money required to feed and clothe and provide for a person is so vanishingly small compared to space travel that we should just feed and clothe and make sure everybody's taken care of from a medical standpoint before we worry about space travel, which is kind of relevant.
But how do you stop the rampant breeding?
Well, it's kind of stopped on its own, at least.
Has it? I admit that in America we are now reporting less than replacement rates, right?
Right.
And Japan.
And that's true of a lot of countries, I think.
And you know where else
like it.
also has less than replacement rates, and it's very surprising? China.
Let's take a minute. Let me just celebrate myself here for a minute.
I like to be kind to myself, as I often do.
In the coming into 2016, we had the 2-year plan from Krista.
Oh yeah, I talked about wanting a kid. I'm kind of okay with having a child, but I'm also like, I go back and forth every day.
But right now, admit it, Krista, you are anti-child.
I'm
You
not
got the
anti-child.
cat. Well, you're not anti.
Listen,
but you're,
I want nothing more than validation from 6-year-olds. I planted a grape orchard in my backyard because I wanted my 6-year-old niece to think I was cool.
Krista's talking, but what you should be imagining in your mind is the scene from Idiocracy where they're talking about having kids, and it's the...
And also, that cat. She just got a cat, and she's got Rue. There's a lot of her love.
I treat them like children, which is
Your
pathetic.
love, you have, like, when it comes to Krista's available love, it's all spent.
I don't think that's true. No.
Know how much you got?
I got a lot of love.
Oh,
I
what
love
percentage?
I love the trees. I love the butterfly. But I love our blueberries. I love mulching my yard. It's pathetic how much I love nature, and I think I could expand that to a child.
Oh, what percentage does Cricket get right now?
Cricket gets quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's a little baby boy, and he gets picked up and loved on, and he got lots of little bells to play with.
Wookelver gave us $5 and says, Ryan, you have to drive all electric train. It's all torque. Sam gave us $25 and says, "Oh no,
Look, I cannot make the argument. Look, I'm an anti-electric vehicle. I can't make the performance argument. I admit.
Have you ever driven one?
No.
Or been in one?
I admit that electric gives you superior performance, but that growl, that V8.
Oh, I don't know though.
Push your right foot down and it just responds.
Gotta go fast, Chad. He's like Sonic.
Can I ever get rid of that? I love that.
Sam gave us $25 and says, nothing special to say, but you're special enough for the both of us.
Thank you.
Well,
we feel a little special right now.
Let's just charge through it. Now, in October, Bill Shatner went to space.
Simon Goldsmith says 9 pounds and says, bloody big rocket to launch Bill Shatner.
He's a fat ass. Yeah. But also, Windows 11 lands in October. Now, Wendell just upgraded me to a new work PC. That taskbar is disgusting. I hate that taskbar.
Yeah, that's actually, so before we started streaming, I was like, I need to install Icarus on my new machine, which has Windows 11. And I was like, I need to search for Steam, make sure I don't already have it installed. And Windows like, nah. Nah, son, you don't need to do that. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I do, Windows.
Shavendra says Doctor Who over Star Wars any day, and Eddie Vasala says, "Is this the year of the Linux desktop? Please say it so." Hey, Linux, the WSL, the Windows subsystem for Linux. If you haven't installed that on your new machine, you should, because you'll probably like that and not have to deal with Linux any other way.
You know, King Nasser says a V8 sounds good, but they will get trounced by electric. Bro, there are a lot of cars that can outrun the Stingray Corvette. A lot of them. A lot of small little pussy engines that can outrun
Demonetized.
the V8 Corvette. I don't give a shit. The V8 Corvette is not about outrunning other cars.
Delicious Lunch says, I've always said that Krista loved the trees.
I do. Well, so, okay.
Krista, that's a marijuana reference.
I know. Listen, chat room. There's a lot of jokes internally about how I do marijuana. I have never smoked a marijuana cigarette. I have never smoked a tobacco cigarette.
That's amazing, by the way.
Yeah, I hate the smell of smoke.
I know
But
that.
I do genuinely love
Krista,
trees.
Thank you,
Krista,
Christopher Hendricks.
Krista, I know hubby's into cigars. You ever been
No,
tempted?
not even a little bit.
Really?
He goes out and he mows the lawn and he smokes a cigar. But I'm just like, not for me.
Well, let's move into Mike Parson. I don't remember that story. Is that the traffic light guy?
No, that's the governor guy that I was talking about earlier, where the state website was printing 660,000 people's social security numbers, and the reporter noticed it and said, "Hey, let's not do this."
All right.
And then they were like, "We're going to thank him."
Prosecuted.
Yeah. Well, the governor is really pushing the prosecutor to prosecute him to the point that I think the governor is guilty of a federal crime, and the governor should be arrested for using his office to harass a citizen. That's the level of corruption that
Are we
we're
talking
dealing
about
with.
DeSantis right now?
Well, we're talking about a specific instance, but that is a theme of 2021. Don't
Yeah.
you say? There's a lot of the government unapologetically going after people who embarrass them.
Yeah.
And it
That's
wasn't
pathetic. Isn't that pathetic? Wouldn't you feel
Absolutely.
just disgusting being like, I care about what the haters say about me? Like, who cares? Who
But
gives
this
a shit?
This isn't even a situation where there's like two sides to the story. It's so much an abuse of power. It's such an egregious abuse of power that the governor has forgotten. I mean, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. His power derives from a mandate from the masses. The masses would not mandate that he act like this.
I will say, I would highly recommend that you read Substack. Are you familiar with Substack?
Yeah.
So Substack is where all the reporters go when they get banned from the mainstream. Matt Taibbi, he used to be with Rolling Stone.
Oh,
Matt Taibbi has some great articles about exactly what you're talking about,
yeah.
where we have completely lost any form of truth in media. And
Yeah.
when things like this
I will say
happen, we can't get the truth.
It is frustrating.
There is no, what is the solution for that? I don't even have a solution for myself. Where do I go for the facts? I don't have a good solution.
No.
Well, like if you were not technically inclined and they were spouting off this nonsense, you might look at it and say, okay, maybe there's two sides to the story. And that's the the social contract has been violated when there is that level of dishonesty, because it's not that the governor is that stupid. It's that he is willing to be that dishonest. And if he's willing to be that dishonest with something that is so obviously not something from a malcontent reporter, then what else is he that dishonest about? A crime has to have been committed. A social contract has been violated. He is abusing his office of power. The federal government has already looked at this and said no crime has been committed, and yet he's pushing the prosecutor to take up the case.
But how blatant is it? Have we ever in the history of America had this much blatant misinformation?
I don't know.
Let's go back to Watergate. I don't think Watergate was as much.
No, well, I mean, there's just so much. Like, the technology makes it so that you can get information so quickly, and it's so easy to spread without any kind of, like, actual power. Like, right? You can just buy accounts over and over and over again.
So, I mean, Krista, I think part of what you're saying there is that because the technology is so pervasive, you should be able to get an uncolored first-hand account to decide for yourself.
Or at least both sides.
Right.
Yeah. But the thing with the reporter, where the social security numbers thing, there's not two sides to that. That's a great example of something that is so egregiously one-sided, and yet we have the governor that's still coming out fighting and putting on his fighting gloves and saying, we're going to take this guy down. What he did to those teachers was awful. When it's a level of dishonest that is criminal.
Well, it's like even thinking about, like, back to January chat when they talk about, like, the things that happened in the Capitol. I mean, you could watch live feeds of what was happening, and they were like, "Oh, it's not that bad." And it's like, I don't know. I watched a lot of live Twitter feeds.
A couple people died.
Yeah, I think things were that bad.
Yeah, but the people that died were people who were there with health conditions.
One of them was shot.
One woman got shot. Yeah, right.
They were telling her to stand down, and she was like, "Hell no, I won't."
Yeah, but a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's criminal." But to me, I'm imagining that from my perspective. What if that woman was coming into my house?
Yeah, you'd shoot her. I would too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd put it right in her brain pan.
Brain pan.
I would try to.
The alcohol's still here, Chad.
I would try to clip that the cerebrum.
Oh yeah, that would be a quick death.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a certain mercy in that.
Put her right out. I don't want anybody shooting at me from the ground. So it makes sense to me. If someone is coming in on you, you shoot back at them.
Tyrannic says, Krista, has Wendell ever had a cheese counter moment like you did?
As far as I know, chat room before Wendell shares his incident, or Ryan shares his incident. Wendell is actually brilliant at the people side of things, but he wouldn't let on to that. We had a client, this was like a year ago. A client was like, "What can we do better?" And I was like, "You guys are great." And Wendell was like, "No, I think they were trying to, like, challenge you." I was like, "I didn't even register that." Wendell, you're so good at, like, picking up the subtext that I can't even catch.
Let me give you the best Wendell story. This is like the most perfect encapsulation of Wendell that's ever existed. So we had a client who was clueless.
Well, I mean, that's most of them.
Couldn't do anything. And they were very vocal. They would call up
I'm trying to think
and they'd
which
be
one
like,
this is.
"This doesn't work, and here's why, and I know why." And they were wrong every time. And Wendell picked up the phone one time, and they were like, "Hey, the printer's not working. It's not printing, and this is why." And Wendell's like, "No, that's not why." "Do you remember that time you were wrong?" Like, that was the exact quote.
Yeah.
"Do you remember the time that you were wrong?"
But
And it was true.
at least every call that I've been on with Wendell is so tactful. I am not that way.
I think you learned from that.
I had been pushed.
You learned.
Yeah.
That was. So we talked about earlier, like, getting Wendell close to the darkness. How close were you to the darkness?
Very close.
See,
The darkness was almost free.
most of the clients I work with, like, we're not that close to the darkness. And Wendell is just so good at the social manipulation stuff. And I'm like, I'm too. It just goes right over my head. But he's great at that.
There's a lot of subtle protocols that you
Yeah.
notice in things.
Well, I'll say this.
I admire that about you.
What I've started doing is I'm like, "Wendell, you send the email. You spin it because he has gotten good at that. But I feel like you hate that you're good at that
Yeah.
It is
No one likes to
because
be
it's
good at that.
dishonesty.
It's a black hole of time too.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, ugh.
How do
But
I
you-
word this in such a way that it doesn't offend anybody, but it also gets the meaning across?
But if you don't play that game, you lose the contract.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
I
Really
hate
great.
it. I feel bad for you for being in that position.
Let's-
Bradley Salterton says V12 is greater than V8. L says, love you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Listen, I've
Robert Clark gave us $100 and says, let's take it through the Wayback Machine. Colossus, The Forbidden Project, great content. Really nice to see you guys
Thank
cut
you,
loose.
guys.
let me
Well,
say
thank
this:
you.
I am barely in V8 income territory. I am not in V12 income territory. We're not doing that well here at Level 1. I'd love to have a V12.
Thank you guys for all your support, by the way. The Patreon money
But-
goes to our editors.
but at
If
the
that
same
makes you feel
time-
any better about what's happening right now.
At the same time, the 6.2 liter Corvette makes me very happy. Very happy. Thank you.
So look forward to more at level 99.
$5. Can you explain what the cheese counter story? So,
Oh, Krista, please start from the beginning.
So,
of the cheese counter
if you
story.
don't follow us on twitch.tv/teampgp, I had this experience where I went to the grocery store and I wanted to get a fancy cheese for a dinner out with my husband. And I went to the counter and I was looking at all.
Was this pre-marriage?
This
Were
is
you
pre-marriage.
This is courtship, right?
This is courtship. This is
Okay,
when we were
alright.
dating. And I was looking for a cheese. And I was kind of like in my own world, as you are when you're grocery shopping and you're kind of like a little weird. And I was looking at all the cheeses, and some guy, I didn't expect it. He came up to me and he was like, "What kind of cheese are you looking for?" And I didn't expect to be engaged with while I was looking at the cheeses. And the guy looked at me, "What cheese do you want?" And I was like, "Ah." I just walked away. And I'm not proud of it, but it's what happened. And I just walked away from it. I was like, "Ah."
The greatest thing about that story is I imagine the cheese counter guy also has anxiety.
I'm so sorry if you were the guy who were trying to serve me that day.
Gareth says Krista grows the devil's lettuce.
I don't. I grow regular iceberg lettuce. My husband likes iceberg, so I grow iceberg lettuce for him.
Well, let's go back to November because we're almost through the year. We almost made it through it. Let's talk about November, where we all know what happened in November. It was a new variant.
Yeah.
We won't say the name.
And that's still going on. It's still
It is,
exploding.
and
I thought
some of
I
my
had it.
family members who are nurses or work in the medical industry have said it is brutalizing this area right now.
But we can't talk much about that because obviously we'll get demonetized. But what
Well,
we
we're already
can
there.
talk about in November is when we really, really, really started to feel inflation.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. There's certain expenses the office has that are basically fixed, and those have doubled over the last 18 months.
It's crazy.
Is that like internet and stuff? I imagine.
Some stuff I've noticed, they talk about it's like a 20% increase, but I've noticed a lot of stuff that's 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more like 50 to 60%
Yeah.
for a lot of things.
Well, it's like cream cheese. I put on our grocery list last night. My husband went to this grocery store and I was like, "Hey, I'd like to get some cream cheese." And he was like, he looked around all over the place and he's like, "I'm getting the cheapest cream cheese we can get," and it was still very expensive.
Evan Christensen, thank you.
Thank you.
There was a cream cheese shortage. Now here's
Yeah,
here's the
we
dark
talked about
timeline. Like we've become so cynical in these companies. Like no, don't let any crisis go to waste. Even if there's not like say a peanut butter shortage, now is the time where they stop production. They switch out their
Give a shout out to the guy who sent you peanut
Oh
butter.
yeah, there was a guy that dropped off a case of peanut butter. My mom loves that. She's still eating on that peanut butter. Thank you very
That
much.
was
for
a
doing
lot of
that.
peanut butter.
It's a crazy amount of peanut
Did
butter.
you have a
was-
good Christmas?
Yes.
Good.
It was a high dollar value, but it was more valuable than that because of the availability.
Yeah, it was hard to get around here. But, if you're an amoral company, now's the time where you reduce the size of the packaging or you make the packaging the same size, but you mess with
Shrinkflation.
the innards to mess with it. And then or you change the ingredients or the formula or whatever, you come back. There's that conspiracy theory that there was new Coke because it covered the switch from sugar to, like, they changed the formula to something that everybody would hate so that they could change to corn syrup when they brought the original formula back, but with corn syrup instead of sugar. That's probably, is there something to that? Maybe. But it's happening right now with a lot of other brands. Also, Kellogg's. Kellogg's tried to do a lot of really insane, underhanded stuff. And they got,
With their labor force, no less.
Well, let's
and
talk about
ultimately, they got away with a lot of it.
yeah.
Let's talk about labor because in November, we'd already seen it before then, but we really, really, really started to see the Great Resignation.
I'm into
Yeah.
it.
It makes
Boop
sense.
companies.
The Great Resignation has indirectly affected us because now we're doing more work that is not even technical. It's just we understand what the processes are because we built software to do the processes, and so now it's like, can you also just help answer some
But-
shipping
Can you
tickets?
just ask questions?
It's
Yeah.
just like, "Urgh."
But we're seeing the loss of institutional knowledge.
Yeah.
We're
But-
being asked to fill in the blanks
Yes.
where people have walked away.
Yes. It
And that's something companies don't, larger companies don't understand. Is like, oh, I'll just fire them and get someone else. It's like,
No.
you don't understand. The tech wizard knows where the bodies are buried.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's important information.
and that's,
Yeah.
that's going to be another collapse of society thing.
I
Yeah.
will say that another way that we can kiss Wendell's ass. Imagine the loss of institutional knowledge if you die tomorrow.
oh, I think about that. Like, what if the get hits by a bush? Bush.
Well, the contingency plan for this business is for me to take over one of the parts of it. I don't want it. There's going to be so much that's just in his head that I'm not going to be able to get to.
I've written down a lot of it. but
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's written down.
It would be
but-
a lot of reading.
Yeah.
All right, so we covered all that. La Palma dogs, Missouri, inflation, the tornadoes.
Thank you, 01.
The tornadoes ripped this state apart.
Well,
in
it was the
November.
western part. We actually had 2 tornadoes in our county,
yeah.
which was insane.
The thing that I felt the worst about was that those candle people were making $8 an hour.
Yeah, well, and the Amazon people were not making much more, and they were also being told, keep delivering packages. It doesn't matter. There's a tornado on the ground. It's like,
It doesn't matter. There's
Fuck
not a
off,
warehouse
Amazon.
here. Go to Cincinnati or somewhere.
Yeah.
And get some more packages.
And Krista, earlier we talked about, was it March you bought your house?
yes.
And in November, we find out that Zillow has also purchased some houses.
And then they got screwed up. Their estimates were wrong.
It's almost like the wealthy people got so much money they had no idea what to do with any of it.
That's what makes me angry, because it's like, there's so much you could do with that kind of wealth. You could be building gardens for the people. You could be solving hunger. You could be solving the housing crisis. And it's like, I don't know, maybe I'll buy a 3rd yacht. It's like, fuck off. Like,
Have you seen the size? Like those mega yachts are
Oh, yeah.
insane.
And the maintenance on that is crazy.
we're losing our pollinators, but yeah, screw it. I'll
You
just buy a
literally-
3rd yacht.
Like one whole month of the year, don't you have to like dry dock it so you can clean all the crap off of
Yeah.
it?
Well, you have to staff
it's a lot
that.
of maintenance.
You have to staff it every month of the year. There's a captain who is pulling a paycheck just to sit and wait for you to try to go somewhere.
Oh, back to March. I wish it was back to March, but it was December when we were getting hit with tornadoes in the western part of the state.
Thank you again, 01.
Thank
You
you.
know,
guys.
Krista, you bring up a good point. Was that December? Because
It was December. It was 2 weeks before Christmas when we got hit by those tornadoes.
so I saw it as November in some of the roundups I was doing. I was trying to put the story list together.
No, it was early December when we got
thought
hit with those
so. I
tornadoes.
thought so, yeah.
And that is unreal. Also, with the fires in Colorado, if you're in that state, that was hitting some suburban areas. So usually wildfire season in that state is usually in the late fall, not in winter. So this is a first as well in Colorado.
Well,
Thank you, Old King 11100.
so that I was thinking that might have been December. I don't know why they listed it as November on the New York Times roundup. But the other thing that happened in November, and this is very important for well, let's just mention this in passing. Full self-driving. We had an update.
I'm just saying, full self-driving is totally a thing now.
We had an update to full self-driving in November. It didn't full self-drive.
No.
Never does. It never has. It
It's-
might eventually,
it's-
but not yet.
It's self-driving a little bit, but not fully.
But the bigger story in November was the Great Resignation again, and big companies where people were saying, we've had enough.
Yeah.
We've
Apple
had
has
enough.
started that too
Yeah.
with their technicians.
But-
Thank you,
But it-
9LZ.
But it started in November with Kellogg's and John Deere, and John Deere is the big one.
Yeah,
right?
fuck John.
What
Deere.
happens?
We purposely bought a different style of tractor for our yard because we knew John Deere was
you've
so
got
bad.
a tractor?
Well, we don't have a tractor. We have a zero turn. But we purposely bought one that was not John Deere because of how bad their right to repair stuff was.
And John Deere does not seem apologetic about this.
No, they're like, oh, you should just have to pay us all the time. Screw them.
Yeah, and we find out in November that we need rules, and we get some very basic rules, but they're not enough, Wendell.
No.
No.
It doesn't. It just that kind of thing is so frustrating because again, it's not just dishonesty. It's a kind of corrosive dishonesty that lingers, and whatever remaining honesty was there ends up being corroded. So the next time around, it's even more dishonest.
It's such a national security issue, too, where it's like, we don't want farmers to be able to repair their equipment. And it's like, what do you think happens to the food supply for your workers?
That's so bad.
It's so stupid and short-sighted.
A lot of people feel like they're separated from that, but you're not.
You're not.
No.
You need to. Well, so like, right. So we're trying to kind of expand our food production on our property, but like, we will never be fully disconnected from the grid or fully disconnected from buying our own food. Like, and it's just crazy to me that people are like, oh, well, whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. No. Farmers should be able to repair their own shit. It's crazy to me that people are like, oh, it's fine.
Happy New Year's from Sweden, Christian Bartelius.
We have a lot of people from Sweden this week, don't we?
Andrew Cruz, last night, I had to help my grandma with her computer because she plugged her mouse into the Ethernet port on her laptop.
She's nailing it.
Let me tell you something. If I won the lottery tomorrow, Sweden and Switzerland would be way up in the top 10 relocation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they got a strong sort of situation. I mean, they're socialists. Let's face it. I'm not gonna have a
But
gun.
they're beautiful areas. Have
I'm
have you seen videos from like Norway? Beautiful.
You know, I can't keep my pants on today because I'm wearing a gun belt. But I was like, you know what? When I'm gonna
Oh,
be
Lord.
drunk as fuck, let's not wear the gun today. So I can't keep my pants on because of the gun belt. But
Thank you, Tyrannic.
Switzerland, Sweden still are large draws to me. I feel like that is a very
They're beautiful countries.
libertarian place to live.
Probably near a city for the infrastructure, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think everyone should be trying to grow a little bit of their own food.
Iceland, yeah, Iceland could be good. All right, so moving on with November, the next big story, and this was a massive story, was the canal.
No,
Oh.
that's not that.
Well, you did a canal earlier than
That's
here.
the debt company. The
Evergrande.
Oh, right, China.
Yeah, I put
China.
that in there, and then I was like, I don't know if this really affects us, but it might eventually.
Chat, you got your wish. It was March again for a second.
Happy March again.
Gazza says, whip the pistol out. I distinctly did not bring that.
Yeah. You are too drunk to be
I'm
having
a
a gun
responsible
anywhere
gun
near
owner.
you.
I believe in responsible gun ownership, and I knew I was going to be drinking. You don't mix gun without. I'm wearing the gun belt without the holster. That's why I can't keep my pants on right now.
Like, I think in the past, they can't see because they're under the desk, but like, I think in the past you've mentioned your jeans don't fit anymore.
No, but in the past I had the gun.
Yeah.
Like every other time you see me at this table, probably had a gun, but not today because responsible gun ownership. You don't roll with the gun on New Year's because you're drinking alcohol.
Yeah, you can't do that, chat.
Yeah.
My neighbor, we woke up on Christmas Day and they were just shooting off their front porch. I don't know if they were shooting like a fox or something near their chicken pen or what, but it was wild.
But Evergrande, it was one of those things that reminded us how
Fragile.
fragile our supply chain is. So we'd already seen hints of it,
Yeah.
but that really drove it home.
I don't know if you were, Wendell Berry wrote an essay about the work of local culture. I would really recommend that to anybody who's just interested in that kind of thing, because he talks about how like it's really important to build the soil of your local culture. It's so good. It's an excellent essay.
Yeah, there's a lot to be learned from that because on a large enough scale, things like semiconductor manufacturing,
It should be here, right?
that could refer to being able to at least make basic components.
And not have to rely on another country for that.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's not that you're saying that like people from another country are like bad craftsmen or anything, but you should be able to do that locally and understand at least some of the processes that go into that.
yeah, a lot of modern microprocessors, it's a worldwide operation to get it made. What do you say?
So
Fruit is the same way.
Thor Song says, come to Alaska, no permit. We have constitutional carry in Kentucky.
Yeah. Yeehaw, son.
I can carry that gun wherever I want, but you still exercise caution. When Sky Vodka is in the future, you don't pack the 9mm.
I feel like that a prosecutor that would be prosecuting you for possessing a firearm when your blood alcohol level is beyond a certain point, it would be really easy to find. It should be as easy to find a prosecutor willing to prosecute the governor of the state that's harassing the reporters.
But there's such a chasm between those two.
I know.
A chasm, if you will. Only drunk me will.
So, yeah, I am a big believer in Second Amendment, but I'm a big believer in personal responsibility. That's what everybody ignores. When you have the ability to pack that 9mm, which I did, the Smith & Wesson Shield. I love the Smith & Wesson Shield. It's such a perfect gun to carry. But when I've got Sky Vodka with me in the truck, you don't bring the 9mm.
That's why we do the sober upstream.
Delicious lunch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So
Ryan, what's your carry? 9mm?
not a
Oh,
Smith
sorry.
& Wesson Shield.
Yeah.
You can get, in the old days, before inflation, you could get that for under $200.
You can't now. It's
Yeah.
and they banned Russian ammo too.
Under 200. 9mm is not.
I don't know anything.
9mm
about guns.
Russian is
My husband
Makarov.
tells me about it. He shoots.
Makarov is horseshit. Don't waste your time with Makarov. But 9mm NATO is the way to go.
You ever
Because
shot a
it's
recurve
lootable.
bow though?
It's lootable. Think about this, Krista. 9mm NATO. All right? The shit goes down. I kill all my neighbors.
Including the neighbor who's like the old man who like
right.
sweeps up your pine needles.
They are overwhelmingly likely to have 9mm NATO and 5.56 NATO.
You
Which
think
is
that you
what
think
you should run.
your old man neighbor would have ammo?
Yes. Yes, I
Gary
do.
Busey's Laserdisc collection asks, all the management loves just-in-time manufacturing. They got borked. My work is still waiting on parts.
Now, here's the question. Will we fix just-in-time manufacturing?
I don't think so because it's more profitable, and
Yes.
that's all that matters
It
is profit.
That's a good point.
It's going like worker safety. You know, like
Yeah,
this
screw worker
machine isn't
safety.
just going to rip your leg off without thinking about it. We're not going to get any pushback against just-in-time until there's federal laws. But federal laws against just-in-time are a lot harder than federal laws against a machine that can rip your leg off.
Just as this went dark, it's about to get real dark, chat.
FKDHFJH says P229 and red dot for CW. I don't have the biggest hands. I got like medium-sized hands. I don't fuck around with SIG 229. P230. P230 will let you buy different grips. P230 with medium grip is my perfect gun. P230 9mm medium grip, I love it. I don't carry it because it's too big. I carry the shield, but the P230 is my perfect gun.
This should tell you about something. How much I know about guns. I'm sitting here thinking like, what is that in PUBG? I miss PUBG. I think about PUBG a lot. How fun that game was.
Playing it
How
when Steam.
crazy! How crazy that they pushed us away from that.
I played it after China banned Steam, and it was a lot more playable.
I'm gonna check that out again soon. I really, Wendell and I running into each other in a building and not knowing who each other was and killing each other all the time. We killed Luke too from Linus Tech
I didn't
Tips.
realize you changed his shirt. That was one of the games that we got
That-
first.
Yeah.
That was one of those games where Krista and Wendell would just light you up if they saw you unexpected. You had to announce
We were
yourself.
very nervous toward each
They're like,
other.
Changed your shirt.
I'm coming into the room. Don't kill me.
Ryan, I think on that same stream that Wendell and I killed each other, you're like, I'm never going into an emergency situation with you guys.
Yeah, I was like, if the shit goes down, you do not get guns. You do not get guns if the shit
We
goes
also-
down.
You get a safety siren.
You get bear spray.
I also do like technical or tactical entries where I would just burst down a wall with like a shotgun. Waste ammo just to burst down a fence.
We've got to transition to the Twitch stream. Let's finish up November and let's move on. We talked about
Brittany is free.
let's
and
talk about Evergrande because you added Evergrande. I think that the American media has ignored it,
they have. They
Yes.
have.
but it does affect us.
Yes.
See, I also thought that, and I was like, I don't know if this affects us, but every news source I found when I was reading about it was like, it's probably fine. And I was like, I don't think it's fine.
It might not be fine.
Germany
Yeah.
was really worried about it. I noticed that a lot of German sources were covering, like, here's sort of the doomsday scenario of what can happen, and none of it was good. So, is there anybody in chat that can comment on that? Because we've been kept kind of in the dark from Western media sources.
But we've watched Hong Kong this year.
Yes.
Yes.
We've watched Hong Kong go from somewhat autonomous
To not.
to completely
yeah, they're
locked
under
down.
the thumb.
Here's we're going to pour one out for Hong Kong.
Chat
Hong
was
Kong
asking about orange
pineapple.
soda too. There is orange soda up here, but one has been
I'm
drinking.
not doing sugar.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's crazy.
Thanks, 404.
And Evergrande, that is ongoing.
Yes.
We don't know how that's going to wrap up because we know that China is they're in waiting, right? China is in the batter's box in terms of running the world.
Yeah.
But what gets us out of the batter's box? Could Evergrande push them away from their leadership?
It could. Yeah, it very well could. Or they could step in and try to cover it with something. Or they could call in Western debts. You know, I don't know. Maybe. King Coda says safety siren was called. Thank you, King Coda.
We have a stockpile of munitions in this town. So we have a robust safety siren system, but they trigger too easily.
They do.
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I hear it all. When we had the tornadoes a few weeks ago, it was like
Is that the warning siren or am I going to die?
after the third siren, I went down to the basement. My husband was like, "Leave me to die." He was not coming down for the third time.
Are you aware that the Western name of she, it's she, right?
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
is
X
Ryan?
is a she.
I did not know that.
Didn't know that. Wow.
What was it?
It's Ryan.
Wow.
Like that's the
Congratulations. And or I'm sorry.
I don't know. Ryan is an interesting name. It's not
A lot of
rare.
people in the chat say Brian.
It's not rare, but Brian. You
Yeah.
Brian. And at this point, I don't care. I'm like, whatever. Just call me Brian.
One of my nephews at Christmas, he called me over while he was eating his Christmas supper, and he looked at me and he goes, "Aunt Krista, sometimes when I talk about you, I call you Aunt Christina, and my mom says that's not right. Your name is Aunt Krista." And I was like, "That's right, bud, but it's fine."
Did you start in on the C versus K stuff?
Yeah, and I sat down, I took his food away, and I was like, "No."
I thought of a cheese counter moment that I had that I could share a little bit. So, and it's to do with the name thing. So people don't always get my name right, or it has wacky spellings. So there's this professional conference
Wandle.
that I go
Wandle.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's this professional conference that I go to, and I was just helping people connect the dots, and I always do, and it's the obsession thing that Ryan talks about. But there's hundreds of people that go to this conference. I mean, going to it forever, and I got an award one year, and they completely butchered my name, and I was just like, oh, thanks. When they called the name and they had the thing on the thing, I didn't stand up or do anything, and then they physically came to where I was sitting and was like, "That's you," and I was like, "Oh, right." Right.
Did you have to speak?
Yeah.
What was your anxiety level?
It was a lot.
Yeah,
And
I feel it.
And I have the award plaque at home with my name on it that's wrong. And somebody that was from the group that I was with was like, "What?" And I was like, no, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just don't
know.
Just don't say anything.
I feel uncomfortable knowing that they might know.
So it's great. I have a plaque for not.
For Wandle.
Wendell is kind of an obscure name, but
I don't think it's that
it's not
obscure.
that obscure, but people get it wrong constantly.
I love it when people in chat write WANDAL.
And-
Not two L's, just one.
And it's people who know intimate details about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't spell his name.
Wandle's
but they know
from
all
Eastern
these-
Kentucky.
And so, one of the execs was like, "Let me see your trophy, your plaque, or whatever. It's been a long time coming." And it was just like, I left it in the room.
Wendell's head injury gave him superpowers. Mine made me stupid.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Wendell really does. Like, we don't talk about this. We kissed Wendell's ass a little too much this stream.
Yeah.
But let's
But it's-
continue.
but-
Let's continue on. He does have a weird superpower. Like, he has the ability. Give me the like Office 96 key.
DT3FTB FH4MGYY H8PG9C3 AK2.
See, that could be wrong, but I'm still impressed.
I believe it.
I think that was Windows 2000.
I believe that's real because
Windows XP.
he
sleek
can hang
but
on to
sexy.
that kind of shit. He can retain that kind of information, and that is damage. That's damage, but it's useful damage. Wendell has the kind of fucked up that is useful to everybody around him. Now, the drawback to that
Like, favorite, and subscribe.
is a lot of people would take advantage of that. Tech Syndicate. Tech Syndicate.
No,
Yeah, okay, we need to stop.
it's fine.
So, what the other things that happened in November, Krista, in November, Britney Spears.
Woo!
She's autonomous once again.
I mean, I don't know a lot about her mental state. I don't know her in person, but it's great to see a woman who was under the thumb of her father get out from under the thumb of her father.
What were those people thinking? I mean, the world. How can the world not judge them harshly?
I can't feel my feet.
It's March 670th, 2020. That's exactly
That's
right.
what it feels like.
You did make that joke over and over.
We're just trapped. Oh, well, we have another story for December. I'll wait until we get done with the Britney
Well,
story.
let's quickly move through it. So Britney is free. That's beautiful. It's nice to see Britney back to her own autonomy. Although, unfortunately, it seems like she's breeding.
No, she's singing too. So I'm thinking we might see an album from her in the next couple of years.
No,
Which she makes some banger dance tracks, so I am 100% here for it because I like to dance. I like to explore the dance
You know what,
floor.
Krista? You have admitted that you're into Britney and Grimes.
Yeah, chat. Like I said, mentioned it earlier. I think Ryan was in the bathroom. Grimes' cyberpunk tracks where she mixed like pop music with like dance music, 100%. Check it out on YouTube. Worth your time.
I feel when a girl is that fucked up, when a girl is that like just beside herself in public, like Elizabeth Holmes,
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I am so attracted to that.
have you listened to any of Grimes' music? Do you like dance music?
Because here's the thing about it. I'm very particular about who I follow.
Okay,
I can't follow Musk.
okay, yeah. See, I don't like Musk at all, but Grimes' music, despite her attachment to Musk, her music is great. So heavy, I fell through to the earth. So good, such a great track.
I was
10
thinking-
out of 10. Also, we appreciate power. If you like industrial music, you guys will like that.
I was thinking about Holmes earlier when we were talking about Krista. It's like Holmes has that like fake, deep, sort of manly voice.
Yeah, Chris is like,
I kind of have a low voice.
but you're like the opposite of Holmes, where you can really bring it. Like you have a skill,
What is that skill?
design.
Oh, yeah.
You can design like a motherfucker. Holmes couldn't do anything. She was just a pretty face.
Yeah, I have some skills.
Yes.
I don't think I'm that pretty, so like you gotta have some skills if you're not that pretty, you know what I'm saying?
Of course, we know what that means, Krista.
This whole table knows what I'm saying.
No one here is benefiting from beauty.
Everyone here has very low expectations.
So yeah, Britney, she was free in
That's great
November.
news, though.
That's good news. Yeah. I
Because
feel-
there's so many. Again, let's talk about the patriarchy chat. let me put my hair off to the side, but like no other celebrity who spends recklessly or anything like that. Like if it's a man, they don't care about it, but if it's Britney, it's like her dad was on top of her. So that's great news to see her having a little more autonomy.
Well, let's think about Britney in the sense that I think most of the populace was with Britney. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair.
Most people were with Britney, but it's the power. The power was against Britney. And then
It's punk rock to support Britney Spears.
We see that played out, and we can observe it with YouTube dislikes.
So, thank you, Loch Ness Monster. Remember Loch Ness Monster? Give us $5. So
Did
He
want
sent us
$3.50?
our soup ladles.
I think he was trying to give us $3.50 after YouTube takes their cut.
I just made beans yesterday.
Did you use your soup ladle?
I used my who sent us those soup ladles?
It was
Loch Ness
Loch
Monster?
Ness Monster.
Loch
Yeah.
Ness Monster is a god. who sent us soup ladles. I'm still using mine. It's adorable.
I love it.
See that little head, that little Loch Ness head peeking up out of the Instant Pot? How fucking adorable is that? It's fantastic.
So yeah, but the dislikes thing. So okay, chat. Time for the feels. Go watch YouTube Rewind from 2018. It was such a happier time. Like in
It was a simpler time.
in 2018, it was like, oh, this is an awful mess. You know, they're turning. It's in retrospect, I have a clarity in watching that old YouTube Rewind that in the context of doing away with dislikes and whatever that I didn't have in 2018. There's celebrity cameos that are shoulder to shoulder with all the rando creators, and there's a lot of them. All of them are in there. I mean, you know, big names like Casey Neistat, but also smaller creators too that are really popular. Some of them have left the platform since then, even. But there were also big celebrity names in that. YouTube was trying to position itself as mainstream. They're trying to make a transition
They're
away.
trying to compete with Netflix and Disney Plus and all the other big streaming services.
But let me say that, like, originally, Wendell did not have a car when he was in high school.
No.
I drove Wendell to his college orientation.
Yes.
I don't even think anything about it. But holy fuck, did that change my life? Because now we're here.
You
doing
could have been
this.
an electrician in Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah,
Wendell. You might have been happier.
I could still be working at the market research place. And Wendell just ignored, like, it messaged me one day. It was like, hey, I lost somebody. I need somebody to fill in here. And here we are. But, oh man, I had somewhere I was going with that, and I've completely lost it now.
You know what I find
I was totally going to tie that into something.
The Rewind?
I don't remember.
You know what's really wholesome about you, Ryan, when you're drunk, and I'm also pretty drunk right now, but you're so complimentary of Wendell.
No.
And I
listen,
also
Jesus
agree.
Christ.
And Wendell's eating right now
Let
to
me-
like suppress this, but we genuinely love you, Wendell, and I think you should know
I
that.
don't kiss Wendell's ass because a lot of people kiss Wendell's ass. Too many people kiss Wendell's
A
ass.
lot of the time I feel like it's because they're trying to get something.
That's true sometimes, but it's not
Yeah,
true all
it's
the
true.
time. Look, Wendell is a shockingly nice person, right?
I think that's what we're trying to convey to the chat right now through our drunken stupor. It's like the niceness you see on screen is not fake with
It's
Wendell.
not. It's
But-
not really niceness. It's just that I have I can create a situation where it doesn't like. It might take like 0.01 from me, but it'll give you 1.0. So why wouldn't I do it?
Right, most people don't think like that. Right, so Wendell's a beautiful person, right? We're not ignoring that. We're giving him full props. He's eating the croutons, even though he shouldn't, because we need to be drunk right now.
I'm still pretty drunk.
I'm losing where I originally went with this, but it was complimentary. Oh, Wendell, the Spider-Man,
The new Spider-Man?
Uh-huh.
There is no scene release of Spider-Man. You went to a theater and saw Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got it. I downloaded it though. It's a cam, but I got it.
Okay, Cam. All right.
Oh,
all right.
but
yeah.
we would never
But you went
download
to
a
a theater
movie.
and saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You were ashamed to tell people that you went to a theater and saw Spider-Man. But Wendell's a beautiful person. We can't compliment him enough. I mean, fucking seriously, right?
What?
All the arguments I have against Wendell are negated by his niceness.
Wendell's feeling very uncomfortable, so I won't
Oh,
pile
super
on.
uncomfortable. Let's abandon that. Let's go to we already talked about Brittany. In November, YouTube turned off the dislike.
We covered that, but we were sort of in the middle of covering that because, like the whole I'm serious. If you watch the 2018 Rewind, there is a kind of happiness in that, even though it's like one of the most disliked videos ever on the entire platform. There is a kind of happiness in that video that no longer exists. There's a happiness that's gone.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got that feeling from the 2021 YouTube Rewind.
No one was
No.
like, "Wow, I feel wholesome," and
But-
I feel good about the direction society's heading.
But the 2018 Rewind in 2021, I mean, a bunch of random YouTubers got to rub shoulders with a bunch of, random typical Hollywood celebrities. And that mixed about as well as oil and water, but it was probably a fun experience for them.
Was it, though?
You mentioned Casey Neistat. What is your opinion about Casey Neistat?
Talk about throwing down the gauntlet.
Well, let me just disclaim this in case Casey Neistat is watching. Highly unlikely. But we don't know you, so that might not be, whatever we think might not be relevant.
Wendell really values his relationships in the tech world. Like tech potato.
Yes.
Wendell loves that he is in contact with those people. And I think that's a little bit, respectable, right? Because you're not trying to outview them.
Right.
I'm trying to outview them.
Well, you did a live stream with Joker maybe a month or so ago.
When he was untouchable.
Yeah. No, that was a great live stream. I watched part of that.
What was it?
It was a live stream with Joker on Twitch, and it was great.
Oh no, that was Barnacle.
Barnacles, right? I watched part of that, and I thought you came across with some really good points on that.
But let's say that Wendell is the kind of guy who wants to include other people. And that's one of my big problems with him. Bro, you can't just bring in random people to this. We don't know these people.
But I thought your points were great on that channel. And I also, this is unrelated to what you were talking about, but your camera was glitching out during it. I was like, I am obsessed.
Oh, yeah.
With the glitches that came at, it was so great.
That was, and again, that goes to your talents for things, because you just randomly produced things. And it was like, how did this crazy art come out of this?
Yeah, I was like, I need to make an album cover out of this weird glitched out image of Wendell, and I did it, and it looked so cool.
But let's talk about, in terms of kissing Wendell's ass, November was a month where Wendell shined.
Yeah.
Because Intel dropped new processors.
Oh, yeah. The 12th gen CPUs. Only just 8 months after the other one. And it was a lot of fun and blah, blah, blah. Well, I didn't get to answer your question about Casey Neistat either. Which is, so in doing all of this stuff, I try to sort of look at what other people are doing, and Casey Neistat was one of the first.
Yeah.
And so there's a storytelling component to it, and there's a timing component and whatever. And Ryan's really amazing at that with the humor and figuring out how to communicate a message. And a lot of the time, the first time that I make a video, it's just a brain dump of crazy. And then I sort of watch it and it's like, does this tick all of the boxes that these other things do? And the answer is no. And it's like, okay, how can I rework this in order to make it more like the other thing? And
more cohesive to a modern audience.
Yeah, and a lot of people have that talent naturally, and it probably goes to do with timing and rhythm and stuff like that. Because even to the point that talking can be difficult because you kind of talk in a rhythm, it's very hard to. It takes concentration for me to do that correctly.
I feel like you're the best one of the three of us at that. Learning to talk to a camera.
Because it's very deliberate. It's the same. It turns out that I've been doing that in order to function in society. So doing it in front of a camera is not really a lot different, which is crazy.
Well, that brings us to December,
which
is the final month, and there's not much left.
Throw another Log Forge on the fire. That was a great headline.
Not much left, and we've got Log Forge.
Log Forge.
What a way to end the year.
I haven't had to deal with that as the designer in this group, but from almost everyone in the chat and our forum and everywhere else, is people I want to kill myself for Log Forge.
I gotta say, it is we work with a lot of websites.
Yeah.
A lot of websites, and you sit down and you're like, okay, let's try to think who could be affected by this.
Oh, it's literally everybody.
And it is a nightmare.
Yeah. You know the thing that led to the Equifax breach 6 months after the fact, Log4j is going to be that times 10. It's probably already really bad. People are going to use that level of access that they get to systems to get deeper access to systems, because most of these companies neglect their computers. They don't put any money into doing any maintenance or anything at all. So it's going to be bad.
It has been bad.
It has been bad, but it's going to be worse. Because the Equifax thing should have never happened. Even if their administrators were running a month behind on updates, Equifax probably never would have happened. But Log4j is like that, and there are administrators that are running 6 months, a year behind. There's government institutions that are running 6 months behind that just,
I bet they're more than 6
Yeah,
months.
I was
Yeah.
a government institution. They're probably like 10 years behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's not, something is fundamentally broken when we build all of our infrastructure and then run away and it all crumbles immediately.
Flox brings up an important point because a lot of people call this 4J, but it was Forge before the leak.
Is it Forge?
Yes.
Forge
I've
before
read it
the
as
leak.
4J.
No, before the leak, this was Log4j.
Oh.
Just when it was just logging, it was Log4j. So the OG people got it right.
Yeah.
If you're OG in the underground, you call it.
Yeah.
Also, someone asked if it's sangria. This is port, and it's like the cheapest port we can get. So.
It's really good, though.
It is good, yeah. I need to slow down a little bit, but
I'm halfway through this vodka and I am fucking wasted.
you're probably the most wasted at this
let
table.
me tell you, it's been 16 hours since I've eaten,
Ooh.
and I am
I've been eating as we go.
It's got to be time for a donut.
floating. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying this.
This once a
incredibly-
year experience.
I'll probably watch this back and be like, I shouldn't have said all that shit about Wendell.
No, but
It's all
okay.
complimentary.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
We love him. We do love him.
yeah, as we are absolutely very drunk right now.
Let me
but
say
Wendell,
this.
we do love you.
Let me say this, Krista. Wendell is our boss in some capacity.
Yes.
Wendell is our boss in some capacities, and I have no negativity toward him.
Yeah.
No negativity. We have a beautiful workspace here. We're getting a lot of shit
Very
done.
accommodating.
We knock out projects that I think other people would fail to do.
Mm-hmm.
We literally did stuff. We did a project where Boeing and Lockheed and Raytheon failed. And
Let's say we dab on the haters chat.
Well, let's just come. Where I came, Wendell's not gonna lick my head.
No,
Not gonna tolerate
we're
that.
already gonna call
That's a
that
little
here.
too far. But let's finish out December with Krista stories, which Krista is by far the most affected by scary headlines.
Yeah. my anxiety is just woo right through the roof.
Mike, see, what about that reusable rocket, though?
Listen, I hate Elon Musk is a cuck piece of shit.
He's
But I-
ruining Grimes music.
But I respect the hell out of what he's doing with those rockets. He is doing the right thing with the rockets. I have nothing but respect for getting those rockets up in the air. I got to admit, the man's accomplishing a lot.
He's the wallet though. No one wants to talk to him.
Thank you.
Krista,
for
please
using
tell
me
us
for your-
about the Colorado River and the new pandemic.
Oh, chat.
And the fire.
Chat. Oh. So Colorado, I think most of you who probably live out west in North America probably already know about this. Colorado River supplies the water supply for a good portion of the states in the southwest of the USA. The fact is that the Colorado River is also at historic lows, and while we have seen a higher snow impact this last season, it's still not enough to make up for the droughts we've had in the last 10 years.
Oh, I have something that'll freak Krista out.
Oh, tell me more.
You know the Three Gorges Dam in China? It's so big. So
How big is it? Do we know?
Tell me more.
It's so big that you know how the GPS system, we have leap seconds because of the rotation of the Earth? The Three Gorges Dam is so large and is damming so much water that it was not necessary to have the regular fall leap second.
Can we change the sluice level of that thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's controllable, but why would you want to do that? I mean, they're not...
What about what Chris is about to tell us?
Yeah, so I knew the water level was low and that it was not good and it's unlikely to change in the near future despite La Nina, which is the current weather pattern we're in.
All that water is in snow in California.
Right, but it's still not enough. So, they're talking about like, oh, we're going to have to cut out the farms in Arizona and in Utah and like they're not going to get enough water. And now, of course, we've had large areas in Colorado affected by very massive wildfires. And it's not normally in Colorado when they have their wildfires, it's like tiny rural areas. This year, we've had horrible like suburban areas. That was trending on Twitter last night. I was like, ooh, I shouldn't doom scroll, but I'm gonna do it.
Didn't wantable, thank you. Thank you very much.
And it's terrible.
Mr. Ginger, 10 pounds. Fact, a good leader attracts good people who support each other. Been in IT 33 years and seen all sorts. First class team. We try so hard. But a lot of people don't appreciate how hard we try, like Krista and all the other stuff. And it gets a little wearing at times. Not 50. It's like, for the entertainment you have provided me this evening, well, you're very welcome. Eastside Tony says, just tune in. What did I miss? Is buy Bitcoin FTW. Oh, yeah. I don't know. You got to buy the dip. Gotta always buy the dip. Ooh, let's have some more
we're
cheese.
at 4 hours? Wow.
Yes.
But anyway, the wildflowers, the fires, and the drought and stuff are not great, and I've been slightly worried about them because I have some family who have moved to Arizona in the last year.
Pantomime is the thing that Ryan is good at, that's expressing stuff through gesture. The timing of my gestures is probably inconsistent with because it's all
What normal
artificial.
people,
Yeah.
the non-neurodivergent people.
I can't brain good. I don't know what you want.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Liege Valkyrie says, also been enjoying your guys' videos a lot. We'll keep trying.
Yeah,
Woo!
we are trying.
All right, what else we got?
Yeah, so Colorado River going down, massive wildfires. What was the next one?
Fires.
The new.
Thank you, Anthony Lopez.
Do you think we're already demonetized at this point?
No, I mean,
You don't think so?
it doesn't say we are.
Oh.
I mean, maybe later.
There's a hot new thing that we will probably not be able to talk about next year in 2022.
Oh yeah, lockdowns are already happening in another country because
And I can't remember what district it was in China, but the virus thing that it's I can't pronounce this word, especially not when drunk, but it's a new type of fever where you bleed a lot, and it's been happening in China.
bleeding is very bad.
It's they think it might be a variation of hantavirus, but they don't know yet. And they're like, we're just gonna lock it down, nothing to worry about. And it's like, I think I've seen this story before.
Thank you all. Thank you, John Stapler. Thank you very much. Now the next section that we've got is
Games, yeah,
games
which
that
is
we loved streaming.
decidedly more low key.
Oh no, I've got the hiccups.
Oh, I woke up with hiccups this morning.
Woo! 10 games in the list. Anybody want to make any guesses as to what the games in the list are?
Oh yeah, that's actually a good question. If you are a twitch.tv/TeamPGP streamer, you will know what games we have played this year.
You're going to be cheating. Don't cheat.
I played a little. I'll be honest. When the thing hit, I played a little bit of what's the pandemic game that I can't remember the name of right now?
We've
Plague
challenged.
Inc.
Was it Contagion?
No, it's Plague. I love that
Plague
movie.
Inc. Oh, the mobile version of Plague Inc. is
Plague
really
Inc.
hot.
Yeah, and
Who
it's
knew?
free.
Who knew?
I'm so goddamn drunk.
Watching you try to walk down the hallway.
I'm washing my hands with something. Did we get all the way through December?
We did.
We
I
got-
was ranting about Colorado, but I don't know what I was saying.
We were talking about how Colorado is both on fire and has no water.
Yeah.
All right. So
We asked the challenge we asked the chat to guess. The chat challenge the the challenge to the chat was to guess the games that we have played in 2021 that we liked.
half a bottle of vodka in me.
Look at me. Oh, Wendell's been drinking some too, but
Yeah, but that's 13% versus 40. So we're going to move to Twitch.
shortly.
Please follow us over to Twitch and subscribe to the channel. But first, before we talk about that, did we talk about the new pandemic?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did. We were
yes.
talking about the new hantavirus.
Well, we got I mean, we don't know. It's gonna be in the
Consume
next
old
Let's-
pandemic and get excited for new pandemic.
Let's talk about the games we love, because we do Twitch stream every week.
Yes, Friday
2
and
days
Sunday.
a week. Let's talk about the games that we loved. First of all, how do you even say it? Snurkers?
SNKRX.
Snickers. We did a video about this. It should have been on the main channel.
Snake RX was so much fun. We built a balance board, and I injured myself on it, and it was great.
It was very difficult to play with the balance board.
Yes.
Chris is she's in motion. She's getting cheese.
The awkward cheese moment.
Snake, I don't Twitch. Fuck you, Jason Edelman. You Twitch today.
Twitch.tv.
So
Justin.tv.
SNKRX, I thought, was we didn't play it after we sort of fell out of love with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind
They,
of true.
they tweaked the formula a little bit. Thank you, Ryan.
But for that brief moment, we loved that game.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
I didn't ever play it. I just watched you guys play it, and it was still very engaging.
So much fun. You never played it, Krista?
Not on my own, no.
Firefly
Wow.
405, thank you.
But Krista, one game that you did play a lot, more than any of us, was Phasmophobia.
Oh,
Yes.
I actually watched. I watched Jay-Z 2 Cents play that last night. I watched him play it. I was like, man, me and my friends are stupid, aren't we? Because he plays like a professional. He's like, there's a hunt. Everybody go hide. Everyone be very quiet. Don't shut the door on your friends. Meanwhile, there's a clip of us on our Twitch channel.
Oh, Krista would shut the door on me every goddamn time. I would be running, just like, oh, he's hunting. The ghost is hunting. Let me go to the door. Oh, the door is closed.
There's a great clip about that. But I watched him play it. I was like, oh, he's really good. I am not so good. I played it a lot with some friends outside of the Level 1 Text channel. And great game. 10 out of 10. Would play again. I do think that Phasmophobia is suffering from a little bit of the same thing that, like, you're talking about with DayZ, where, like, the developers kind of taking an area I don't really like, where it's a little bit too dependent on RNG. But it's still a great game. I would still recommend it.
Well,
Jay's 2 cents, by the way.
all those
I
arguments,
always say Jay-Z 2 Cents. I read his name, but I never have to say it out loud.
Young Hova, as we would like to call him. You guys don't know about Jay-Z?
Listen, he's Beyonce's husband, let's be honest.
One of the big things about that, Krista, is that everything you're talking about, the kinds of things that you ignore with Phasmophobia, are the exact kinds of things we suffered in Icarus.
Let's be pros about this. No, let's just be crazy and run into this.
We missed Muck. We also have Muck in the list.
Muck
But
is so
Icarus,
good.
Icarus was a good time.
Yeah.
Let's admit.
We're still playing it. We're probably going to play it.
We're compelled to keep. There's a lot wrong with Icarus, but something about it keeps us coming back.
Alex says, thanks for being my main news source for the year. Listen.
I got
We all
No
want
one
to enjoy
tabs for
yourself.
your news source, not us.
you could do worse, because I think the one thing we do correctly, the one thing when I'm collating these news stories, the one thing that's in the back of my head is that cover every angle.
Yeah.
If there's a left wing angle to this, and I think it's bullshit, include it anyway. Don't bring your own
biases.
stuff. Biases, perfect biases.
I'm not that drunk anymore.
Which is wrong. You should be chugging. Because I am holy Lord, am I drunk.
White boy wasted.
Nubbin, they finally answered. Yeah, Nubbin. We love Nubbin. Listen, Nubbin is a special. Nubbin has favored nation status in this chat, and it has nothing to do with who he is as a person. It's just how bad of a fuck up he is. And we love
He's
Nubbin.
lovable.
We love it. Nubbin is so lovable.
If
is.
the country were working correctly, Nubbin would have no problem earning a reasonable living.
You know how the whole country hates Kamala Harris?
I don't know if that's true,
It's
but
the opposite with Nubbin. The whole country would love Nubbin, and Nubbin does nothing but fuck up.
He tries, though.
He does try.
He tries honestly.
He tries, but he fucks up, and that's what the great thing about him is he's actually trying. He's giving you. Nubbin is real.
yeah.
Nubbin is real in a world where almost nothing is real.
Yeah.
He's
That's it.
I think he has a little bit of a passive aggressive side every now and then, but generally, I think Nubbin's pretty kind overall, though. Like,
Let's go back to the games list.
let's look at games.
Phasmophobia was a big hit.
great
Krista,
game.
that's
There's some
your-
good clips of that on our channel on Twitch.
You are really the driver of Phasmophobia.
I'm the
on
old
TV.
school. I'm the old school plumber who's been working at it for 20 years, looking for ghosts.
I never like. I always think that I got away from the ghost, and then the dirty hands come, and it's like,
Yeah.
It's kind of
Well, that's
upsetting.
kind of the something about like the RNG. I feel like it's a little bit too RNG heavy. I think they're trying to tweak that right now, but it's not quite balanced yet.
And then we go to House Flipper. Now, I introduced House Flipper. The Humble Bundle came out. House Flipper was in it. And I was like,
love
I'll try
House
it.
Flipper.
I'll try House Flipper in the Humble Bundle. And I was like, Krista, I don't know. I have a feeling you might like this.
Oh my gosh. It's a low-key addiction.
I have
chat.
a feeling this is your kind of game, and I was right.
Yeah, so we played that a lot on Twitch, but like for me, it's like, ooh, and it's better in my opinion with chat co-driving with me because they're like, hey, let's do it.
co-driving.
They're like, let's do a 70s house. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do a 70s house.
But hang on,
chat.
Krista. Let's say that I think Drunk House Flipper could be coming soon.
Probably.
Like,
Yeah, we
would
might be
pretty
playing that
good.
for the sober up stream.
That would be pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. I forgot. Oh, Andy, you three Musketeers of Tech. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is a good fight every week. John Stapler says, "Do a shot."
Are you drinking port right now, or are you drinking the vodka?
Port.
Oh,
5 pounds for Ryan's Uber. We don't have Uber.
Something I
01
didn't-
says.
I didn't bring out earlier. My mom got this for me. I don't know what to do with it.
How much weight is that total?
It's like 2 pounds.
Oh, don't hold it up too.
Oh, yeah.
Because of
The names. Anyway, yeah, so Santa got this for us. And my husband was like, what will we do with that much chocolate?
That's so funny, Kristen, because you eat such small amounts.
I
of
do, and I was
everything.
like, Mom, what are we going to do with this? And she's like, I just thought it was funny. So we have a giant, 3-pound bar of chocolate.
So, Wobble Dogs was...
chat loves Wobble Dogs.
Dogs was a big hit. I think we enjoyed Wobble Dogs a lot less than the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad game at all, but
It's fine.
we played it for 2 months solid.
But the chat loved it. They loved... When we would get more than one head on those dogs,
Or like
Chelsea.
8-legged dogs.
chat loved it.
Johan Vogelvis, thank you. What
Chat-
about the locusts?
Chat loved it. And of course, House Flipper, we've already talked about that. Krista is deep in
Oh,
House
I'm
Flipper.
super into. I've almost gotten every a house in the game at this
But
point.
here's where I feel like our channel is probably unique, right? Probably not a lot of channels checking out AI Dungeon.
Oh, chat! I did some drawings for AI Dungeon on my Twitter, and we had a whole storyline about how Willy Wonka had his face stolen, and
Yeah.
then they put the face on.
I mean, it
and-
was dark, but AI Dungeon was shockingly good, and you could tell it was doing got to learn who Willy Wonka is.
Yeah.
GPT-3, they're moving past it now, but GPT-3 does a pretty impressive job.
It really does.
Yeah. And I gotta say, AI Dungeon, the monetization is a little harsh, but it is a good time,
I think-
especially on a stream.
I think if you had all the lore of the D&D lore, I would love to be Wizards of the Coast or whoever bought the D&D stuff. Because if you took the D&D lore and fed that to the AI, and then you spent a couple of days writing a really good outline of the universe and all the rules and stuff, and then just fed it that, I think you could make a really interactive Zork that had much better storytelling on something like an AI dungeon, and it would be incredibly playable.
But I want to take a minute here to go back in time. Let's go back to 2015.
Oh,
2015.
I was a baby.
Krista wasn't here yet, right?
2015? No,
You were here?
I was.
You were just here.
No, I got here in end of 2012.
Good lord.
Really?
Yeah.
Because we were playing DayZ in 2013.
Yeah, but I was not in. I was not in the
You were
in the
here,
in
but
crowd.
Okay, yeah. The 2013 days. Now, Wendell has an interesting caveat about himself. He loves gaming, but to Wendell, gaming is about exploiting.
Yes. The real game is
Yeah.
messing up the server.
So we were playing DayZ, and we were really having a lot of fun. And Wendell was like, "I think I can exploit this MySQL database." And we were like,
real
"Well,
game.
that kind of defeats the whole purpose of playing the game." And he was like, "No, I think we can do this." And all of a sudden, we had every item. I was like, bro, I think you're kind of working against fun here.
But it was a lot of fun.
I don't. What's fun to you? But we did have a lot of fun with DayZ.
We did.
We had a lot of fun with DayZ, and Icarus somewhat touches that.
Yes.
Somewhat touches that. So
thank you, King Coda, and thank you, Hylian Overlord.
We are having fun with Icarus in 2021, no doubt.
One of the things that I went that direction in with DayZ was because of the bugs, and it was like, please just let me solve this, because I think we left a van or something, and we hit it, and we logged in, and the van was gone, and it was like, what's going on?
But you bring up an excellent point, because with Wendell, it's all about exploiting the game. And a game that has exploitation built into the gameplay is like crack to him.
See, I have a friend like that too. Like my friend Sock. He's also that same way. He's like, ooh, there's bugs? Hell yeah.
But he did not get as deep as you might think he would have gotten, because this game goes so deep. So deep, and that's Inscription. If you haven't played it,
if you like card games,
I'd say go buy it right now,
Yeah.
right? Does anybody not recommend Inscription? So good.
Yakinukune says, here's $10 for Ryan's vet upgrade.
oh, thank you.
I'm going to buy the vet in March.
Anyway, back to March chat.
That's why you're so fixated on March. It's just like...
But no shit. I remember Wendell was so excited when he would get on Teams and he'd be like, "Oh my god, I exploited Teams Inscription." I exploited Inscription. It's like, Wendell, that's how you're supposed to exploit it. That's how the game's supposed to work. But it played perfectly into your mental state. Would you accept
Yes,
that?
yes,
Yeah, you were
absolutely.
super into it.
If you feel like, if you're one of those people sitting out there and it's like, I'm on the same wavelength as Wendell, I'm on his level, you gotta play Inscription.
Yeah, you really do.
Gotta play Inscription.
Because you can exploit all the bugs in the game, but they're not really bugs. They're supposed to be there, but they kind of are bugs. But there's like a million dimensions.
But I'll say this, you didn't even get close to the real secrets.
No, I didn't.
Didn't get close.
No, there's more.
It's crazy.
There's even more.
It's crazy. Don't Google it. Try to figure it out on your own. You won't.
You'll find out where Maxwell is being held.
Just like Maxwell.
It's wild. I don't know how they knew.
What you know, there's different, like the different categories of cards in that game.
Yeah.
Which one would Maxwell be?
Beast.
Monster Train did not come out in 2021. But
I put Monster Train on there. I wasn't super into it, but I knew you guys were.
But after I saw what happened with Wendell with Inscription, which was total captivation. You have to
Yeah,
admit.
yeah.
Total captivation. I was like, Wendell, you gotta go try Monster Train.
Yeah.
And you've tried the DLC. I've not actually tried the DLC yet.
I've tried the DLC. I haven't maxed out all my ranks and stuff because I feel like I've come to understand like what it has, so it's not as awesome. But I still play it a little bit every now and then when I just have like 10 minutes where I'm doing a server upgrade and I just need to babysit something. I'll play Inscription while I'm waiting on something to finish.
You know what's another one that I've discovered that you haven't tried yet? Cryptarch. Cryptarch. I just made it to the Cryptarch today. No chance I could beat the Cryptarch.
Thank you, Lucas.
You don't know that.
It's crazy. Also, yes, thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Happy New Year from the Eastern Bloc.
And our final shout out, 2021, another game that did not come out in 2021. It's so good. Krista said such nasty things to me. Such horrible, mean things to me when she was upset because she was getting rated in RimWorld.
Listen, I just want to. This is how I feel about Civ as well. I just want to make a beautiful society for everybody. And RimWorld is brutally punishing, but in the best way.
Was that the one where we had all the mods where they would like go to the bathroom?
And that was terrible. You know what? Let's go ahead and take a minute to shout out, because you mentioned, you know, like a game that you just wanted things to be better. Grey Monk. Grey Monk has given us so many games.
So many.
So many games.
Thank you, Grey Monk.
We've gotten games from, who were some of the other big Twitch donators? Nubbin, of course.
Zero.
Some guy, V5, donates a ton of stuff.
Hylian Overlord says we should try Nosha exploiting the physics.
Galinda.
It's like the 3-body problem in physics.
Galinda's a big one. Big thanks to everybody who has super chatted, who has donated on the Twitch.
Yeah.
By the way, we were moving to Twitch right after this.
To sober up.
Twitch.tv/TeamPGP.
I linked to it. I can paste.
As
I have a
in
tab. Where's my tab?
PP.
Oh god, the tab's gone.
It's
Good.
It's the encryption, but for us, PGP is professionals gaming poorly because we have actual jobs here.
Yeah. And all of us are old as fuck.
Well, Krista, you're the youngest.
I am, but I'm like 31.
How are you feeling moving into the
I feel
30s?
fine.
Yeah?
I'm fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, whatever.
You feel like you're losing any physical...
Not really. I do find sometimes I have to look up stuff on Urban Dictionary. I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
You know what 40 brings that's a real pain in the ass? Is like lifting up your glasses when you're reading stuff close up. That's a bitch. That's a bitch because you're like, I'm getting old.
See, I wear contacts, but I think that'll eventually come for me because I can't see shit.
Well, Krista, with your vision.
Yeah.
What is Wendell's stream?
That's
We all stream together.
Yeah, we all stream together.
Yeah, we're all going to stream on the same channel. We do it as a group. Sometimes we'll do...
We're codependent in that way.
Sometimes we'll do everybody's perspective. Sometimes we'll just do one person's perspective.
Yeah.
But it's always everybody's voice, which is good enough, right?
Yeah,
Most
I
of the
think
time,
so.
yeah.
We're all very codependent. It's all I have a lot of love for everybody, too. Also,
You don't age until 42. I haven't made it there yet.
Is there a Taylor Swift song about that? Because that's the only way I can cope with it.
You think Taylor Swift will still be beautiful at 40?
Absolutely.
I think she's probably going to do a couple more and then probably just retire. Because
I don't blame her if she
She's
did.
exceptional in terms of beauty.
No, she's pretty and she's also very talented. I could see her just being like, screw the fame machine and just getting out.
Who is the guy that she wrote that song about?
She wrote a lot of songs about a lot of dudes.
But there's like a famous guy she wrote that song about.
She wrote Gyllenhaal.
Is that him?
She was married to one of the Jonas Brothers. No,
It
she
was-
wasn't married, but she was dating one of like the Jonas Brothers.
It was about how she introduced him to her family, but it was all fake.
oh yeah, maybe one more giveaway. What else we got?
Oh yeah, let's
Ooh.
give something away. Well, listen, we've gotten like $100 donations.
the giant Hershey bar.
CZK should get whatever he wants. CZK says, "Happy New Year from the Eastern Bloc." That's the second time he's donated that.
Yeah.
So CZK gets something.
I just grabbed the hoodie out of here. I can't hardly walk.
Just message me on the forum. Say something though, so I know your forum username.
And then we got Noita. We've actually played Noita.
Oh.
We can play that today if you want. So what we're going to do, we're going to move over. I feel right now, Krista, I want a house flip right now.
Okay. I don't know
Can
if
you
it'll
bring
it'll
that?
be chaotic.
Can you stay drunk during a house flip?
No, because I have to drive home later, so I gotta be sober by the time I drive. But
Well, we could play Icarus instead.
This is an XL. This is an XL. The keyword, the secret word, I need to know your forum username in the same comment as the secret word sober.
it's a secret.
How about the secret word Betty White?
Although we need another prize for that. We got more mouse pads. Yeah, we got a crap. There's a ton of mouse pads.
There's a
All right,
ton of
let's go
mouse
back
pads
to the
there.
donations. We got a $300. Who do we get a fucking $300?
That was from
VPAL.
Yeah.
VPAL for sure gets something.
Yeah, just message me on the forum. All right. So this mouse pad
Oh, you gotta go way back.
is I don't FSCK with Windows. Can you repack that? Is that going to be funny if you try to repack that into the box?
So that's VPAL's if he wants it. VPAL, if you want to assign that to somebody else, we'll send
You
it to
should
somebody
compost. So, chat. We moved away from plastic in
To
2021.
compostable cardboard.
Compost. Some of this is rotting in my yard right now. So if you want to compost it, you absolutely can.
Mark Rose says, love you guys. Hope you have a wonderful 2022. Well, we hope that everyone watching has a 2022 that is lovely. Because reasons.
Someone on Twitter was like, "Oh, you guys still use polyester in your hoodies?" Listen, I've tried to find a U.S. only wholesaler for T-shirts and hoodies. It's
But
hard.
admit that blend is fantastic.
It is good. It's a good quality. That's the other thing. It's like finding something that's good quality, but also like 100% cotton is very difficult. We're trying, but it's hard.
Everybody dabbing in the chat.
Looks like Jack Thomas is the first person to say sober Jack Thomas. So message me on the forum, please.
Also,
Or I'll message you.
The level 1 store is going strong.
Store.level1text.com.
Yes.
The KVMs are good luck getting one of those.
Yeah, we are struggling to get them at this point.
We cannot buy USB chips fast enough because there's a shortage of USB chips.
Level
As it
1
turns
gardening, of course, it's winter.
Yeah, there's not. So if you are interested in gardening, I haven't done a lot of videos about it, but I have done every 2 to 3 weeks I do an update on the forum. If you're interested in that, it is on the forum. 2021 gardening update.
Jason Edelman says, AK, we know that Joel McKinney is from Alaska.
Oh.
Yeah.
Joel McKinney's great in the Twitch chat because he constantly has like firearm charges and
a constant source of adventure.
Interesting stuff to talk about. Bring your Alaskan chat to the Twitch stream where we're going right after this, twitch.tv/teampgp, just like the encryption.
It'll probably be about 10 minutes. There's a couple of computers I need to clear off a table.
Level 1 kitties. Krista just got a cat.
I did. His name is Cricket. He's a good boy.
Level 1 mulching.
Oh, that's pretty much all my gardening is right now, is just mulching, because we have a very heavy clay soil and you got to add organic components to it to make it less clay-like.
Should have bought that KVM. Yeah. Pro tip on the KVMs, they do not stay in stock.
Yeah, sign up for the Notify and buy it on the Notify.
It is almost impossible for us to get.
We do have the expensive ones in stock, but not the little ones.
They're manufactured in Taiwan, so I mean that should tell you everything you need to know.
What time? Right after this.
We're sobering up.
Give us 15 minutes to get it set up. We're coming right after this.
4 hours and 43 minutes.
Wow, that is.
Let's go back to March.
Bonus.
Yeah.
You're going to start back with March. I got to say, I feel bad about last year. I feel like I didn't get drunk last year. This year,
we are lit.
You've ruined the mouse. That's fine. We don't. That's fine.
No, I didn't have any.
That's probably the end of the stream.
$117, $20. I sometimes miss me hiding behind a monitor, but this channel's close to perfect. Happy New Year. I agree. It's close to perfect.
When you started, let's talk about that, right? Let's peel back the layers here. When you started out, did you expect to always be anonymous?
Yeah, I did not. I was not.
You wanted to be like Taylor Swift. You wanted to be excluded from the narrative.
What was the moment you were like, all right, I'm going to show my face?
Probably there was a trip that I was invited to, but I was not supposed to go to, but I went anyway. And it was like, this will be fine.
Did you get any pushback on that?
A little.
Let me say this. I can say this. Wendell cannot say this for legal reasons. I can say I felt a little bit of professional jealousy was creeping into that relationship. Do you think that?
I'm not going to, we'll see you on Team PGP.
Twitch.tv/TeamPGP, store.level1text.com.
I feel like somebody was figuring out.
Patreon and Floatplane.
People would listen. I know in my heart that people would rather see you than me. And it doesn't bother me.
Right.
But I think some people were bothered by that.
But as evidenced by our channel, we have really embraced the fringe aspiness, which is fine. I'm fine with that.
We're a niche channel and we're okay with it.
For sure. You took that audience, you split them in half, you took your half, and you went somewhere else, and that worked beautifully. Here we are.
I mean, just people.
I claimed my reward.
People that are damaged in the same way don't necessarily know that they have a support group of people that don't want anything from them other than to just, you're fine the way that you are.
Well, it is kind of like an acceptance meme from 2021, isn't it?
But I mean, you go through life and it's like you have to adopt all of these protocols that you have to put work into figuring out in order to function.
Unless you are just trying to sell out.
Chat, be the freak you want to see, just don't follow me.
Listen, go to my Twitter chat. 0 follows. I was on the team.
You follow me.
I don't follow anybody.
Do you not follow me?
I don't follow anybody. I went to the Team BGP Twitter the other day to tweet out. It's like, we're going to play Icarus. And I was like, look at this timeline. What are all these? I don't want this. I don't want this.
Lead, follow, or get out of the way. Pteris Silvus says, greetings for 2022. It's a 1 o'clock here in Hufog, so no fireworks visible. Perfect stream for the year. Well, thank you. We're signing out, and we've made it 4 hours and 46 minutes.
We love you guys.
Impressive.
Thank you guys very much. Back to March.
We were worried about the list of items that we might have to get through, but I think we did.
FYI, I found this channel when researching CIA tools. Oh, you must be talking about
GG.
beef.
Oh, we got Waza coming up shortly after the new year.
Oh, yeah, that'll be nice. All right.
Oh, we forgot RimWorld. Did we talk about RimWorld?
We did.
RimWorld is a
You
good
just
game.
don't remember because you're a little out of it.
Twitch.tv/TeamPGP. We're moving over there.
Sober upstream.
Please follow us. Chris is going to flip a house. Maybe we play Icarus later on. We're going to get at these the cheese and meats. And thank you for everybody who donated. And thank you for watching.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys
Seriously.
very much.
Thank you for 2021. Level 1 Techs is a third tier tech
Z-list
YouTube channel.
celebrity. Yeah.
But we are doing great. We're happy. And we're glad that everybody's here.
It's
We hope you're
glorious.
happy too.
And we'll be back with 2022. More excitement. We're signing off.
Bye. Lit high.
And
Bye.
we know that YouTube takes like 20 seconds to say goodbye.
Well,
So let's wait.
you got to actually click stop.
Yeah, but we have to wait. Oh, is that
You
when
have it
click
hit
stop
stop.
over there that does it?
You're going to stop, and then I'm going to wait for this to be like, all right, I'm good. And then I'm going to click stop. So we got the dual stop thing going
We're
on.
dripping here.
Oh, Krista, will you grab some paper towels? From
Yeah, I can.
I've made a terrible mess.
I love you, chat.
Oh, that's perfect. Please let me stop right now. Please let me stop it.
Oh, no. Oh, wrong button.
Oh, man.
Wait.
I got it.